मेरा है। मुझे तो छोटी सी बात का गर्व है, मैं हिंदुस्तान का हूं और हिंदुस्तान मेरा है। Come, let us make India a nation of high achievers, achievers in every sphere, in business, in economy, in education, in science, in technology, in arts, in culture, in sports. Let us make India synonymous with achievement, achievement of the kinds that can be benchmarked globally. These are very famous words by our then Prime Minister, late Shri Atal Bihari Vajpayee, in 1999. Beautiful words that set the vision for India of future. That future is our present, and what a beautiful present. As we celebrated Azadi Ka Amrit Mahotsav, 75 years of India's independence on 15th August 2022, we proudly launched Corporate and Social Leaders Forum. And today's summit, Indira Brand Slam Summit and Awards, is extension of the same. Before I tell you more about it, allow me to formally welcome you all. Good morning, one and all. Thank you. I, Shikha Sindhu, on behalf of Indira Group of Institutes, extend a very warm welcome to our dignitaries for today. Sarita ma'am is not here with us today due to some exigencies, but we know we always have ma'am's blessings. We have with us Professor Chetan Vakalkar, Group Director, Indira Group of Institutes, Ms. Madhuri Sathe, Executive Director, Corporate Relations, IGI, Dr. Komal Singh, Head of Indira School of Business Studies, the host institute, directors, honorable trustees and deputies of other institutes of IGI. On their and entire IGI family's behalf, we extend a very warm welcome to all our guests and awardees. Mr. Vijay Amrit Raj, Head Human Resource, Raymond Consumer Care. Mr. Harjeet Khanduja, Senior Vice President HR, Reliance Jio. Mr. Suraj Kumar Rajak, Senior Executive Talent Acquisition, Nielsen IQ. Mr. Raj Tabar, Chief Strategy Officer and Head HR, Advantage Club Technologies Private Limited. Mr. Prashant Ghatke, AGM HR, AAIS Global Private Limited. Mr. Subrajyoti Mandal, Center Head HR, Equity Knowledge Partners, who's also accompanied by Ms. Amrita Bhakkad Koraj, Recruitment Head for Pune location. Ms. Pallavi Baruha, Lead Campus Hiring, TCS. Ms. Priya Parag Khaladkar, Human Resource Manager, Axis Bank. Dignitaries, faculty members, and dear students, let us start this beautiful morning with one more flagship event of Indira Group of Institutes, Indira Brand Slam Summit and Awards 2023, hosted by Indira School of Business Studies. Today, we are proud to welcome you all as we organize day 2 of this magnanimous event. Indira Brand Slam is a top-tier marketing, HR, and branding annual event featuring a confluence of ideas, opinions, and insights of eminent business personalities belonging to different sectors. This year's theme is Changing Paradigms for Building Brands. Industry Connect, a great industry academia interface, has always been strength of IGI, and this mega event is a hallmark of the same. These 2 days were sure to be super engaging as we would listen to perspectives and ideas of who's who of industry and also express our deepest gratitude to these exemplary individuals and organizations for the amazing contribution they have been making towards the corporate world. Yesterday was great, and we have no doubt that today is going to be as enriching. I was telling you all a while back about India at 75. Under this initiative, we intend to call 75 speakers, leaders belonging to different sectors and industries in a span of 1 year. These leaders who have been instrumental in bringing India thus far in its evolutionary journey, and our guests today have indeed, in their very own special, unique way, have contributed a lot to nation building. Thank you all for that. As I talk, oh yeah, they deserve an applause for this, for sure. As I talk about our motherland, it reminds me of another great speech by youngest Prime Minister we have, Mr. Rajiv Gandhi, and I would like to quote his vision for India. Being an Indian does not mean that we are mere inhabitants of this country. We have a diverse of cultures. We belong to different religions. Hindus, Muslims, Sikhs, Christians, Jains, Parsis, and Buddhists. We accord equal respect to all faiths and cultures and religions. Our strength and unity follows from this fact, and we must follow this path, for our strength lies in our diversity. As a tradition at Indira, before we move ahead with our event, we would like you all to rise in honor of national anthem and pay a tribute to our beautiful, colorful and diverse nation.
जनगण मन अधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड़ उत्कल गंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्चल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभ आशीष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा मंगल आयत जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 भारत माता की
It's only apt to start Indira Brand Slam by saluting the most important and iconic brand of our lives, India. And for us Indiraites, what follows after India is Indira. I would like to tell our guests that we began our journey in 1994, and since then, Indira Group of Institutes, under the able leadership of our chairperson, Dr. Tarita Shankar, and Group Director, Professor Chetan Vakarkar, has witnessed unprecedented growth. We have grown in leaps and bounds. From humble beginning of just one institute, we today have more than 15 institutes providing quality education to thousands and thousands of students in various fields and streams. In this journey, we did face many challenges and hardships, but with passion, perseverance, courage, and dedication of our founders, we survived and thrived. On that note, we would like to present to you an AV that would give a glimpse of journey of Indira Group of Institutes. May we have the AV, please? A great brand is a story that never stops unfolding. Such is incredible story of IGI. Before we move ahead, I would like to welcome our guest who has just joined us, Mr. Devashish Ghosh, Senior Vice President, Work Area Services India Private Limited. Welcome, sir. Indira lives by its commitment to provide best quality inputs to its students and creating a whole ecosystem for our students wherein they can grow, develop, and prosper. And one staple of this ecosystem is a robust industry academia interface, the great industry connect that we have developed and built over the years under the able leadership of Ms. Madhuri Sathe, because we have a super competent placement team that has been instrumental in having such a strong industry connect that we have. May I request you, Madhuri ma'am, to share your thoughts with us. Round of applause, Ms. Madhuri Sathe. Yeah, sure.
A very good morning to one and all. Good morning, Chetan sir. Good morning to all our guests who have come today and are honoring us with with their presence here. Thank you so much and welcome to the Indira Group of Institutes. Yesterday was the first day of our program, and we had a lot of stalwarts coming from the marketing and branding, sections of the corporate world, and they gave us a real insight into the essence of building brands. So we had the marketing perspective yesterday. As you all are aware, our theme for this year's IBS is changing paradigms in brand building. In a market which is so dynamic that new products and brands are cropping up regularly with very little or minor differentiations, where the unorganized sector itself is also trying to build and become more organized. It is essential for brands to think innovatively to build and sustain their brands now. They really have to do a lot of out of the box thinking. In this scenario, it is not just marketing and branding efforts that will make the difference. This is my opinion, and I think I would like to hear from all the HR stalwarts on this. But what has happened is the human resources has become such an important function today, and there have been a lot of big people, eminent speakers who have spoken about the importance of HR being the human resources being the cornerstone of any organization. It is no longer just the prerogative of building brands by the marketing department, but it is actually shifting to every single individual in the company now. As Satya Nadella said, people, the human element of any enterprise, are ultimately the greatest asset. Happy people make happy and successful brands. Employees are the cornerstone of any organization, as I said, and the HR department plays a very, very crucial role in the selection of the employees, the effective training that they impart to them, and giving them the right opportunities so that the employees are satisfied, they perform better, and thereby increase the brand value of a company or a product. As Richard Branson mentioned, the brands that will thrive in the coming years are the ones that have a purpose beyond profit. Hence, we are very, very eagerly waiting to hear an HR perspective on brand building today. I would also like to take this opportunity to thank the HR fraternity who have supported us in our journey by not only giving our students career opportunities, but also coming to our campus regularly year on year and mentoring our students and sharing their real life industry experiences. We are happy to share that the Indira Group has a successful record of placements year on year. We place more than 1,000 students every year in just management alone. Besides that, we have a lot of other courses like the MCA, MSc, engineering, graduation, and we are very happy that many of our recruiters are here today as well. We hope that the same faith and our students and our institute continues for years to come. With these few words, I welcome you once again to the Indira Group of Institutes and promise you that it's going to be a very enlightening day today. Thank you so much.
Thank you, ma'am. Rightly said. Looking forward to hear to HR perspective on brand building. Two people who have made Indira a brand that we all love and adore is Sarita ma'am and Chetan sir. And Indira Brand Slam as a platform is very, very close to sir's heart. So may we please request you to say a few words to us as we celebrate the concluding day of this year's Brand Slam. Chetan sir.
On behalf of our chairperson, Dr. Tarita ma'am, and the entire Indira Group of Institutes family, it's a great pleasure and an honor for me to welcome our distinguished dignitaries, the awardees and speakers at the Indira Brand Slam 2023, which is in its 10th edition. I think completing the 10th year or being in the 10th year itself is a great achievement for us and we are proud of it. So with all the energy with which Shikha ma'am has been giving her opening address, I want you to double that and give a loud round of welcome. Indira, welcome to all our awardees and dignitaries today. I think Madhuri ma'am hit the hammer on the nail when she talked about HR branding and how the function of HR has evolved in the last decade. I've been on this journey of Indira right from its inception, and one thing that we have strongly believed in education, me and Tarita ma'am, my sister, we were youngsters when we started out with Indira, with just one business school, 60 students from a rented premises, and of course, at that time, there were a lot of naysayers who said, what are these people who are in their own 20s, early 20s, mid 20s are going to come into the field of education, which was, of course, a domain of elder people with experience and things like that. And I don't deny that, of course, we had to learn the ropes. We didn't know much about the field, but we had a few mentors who guided us, helped us along this journey. And I think today, as the HR function has evolved over the years, the role of mentorship and having a right leader is absolutely crucial and the crux of your growth in any career which you plan to take up. But going back to that time, the first Indira Brand Slam actually happened in 1998. I had a visiting faculty who was a friend of mine who was ex-IIM Bangalore, and he had just started off in his career with Infosys. And Infosys itself was an upcoming Indian IT company. It had not reached those dizzying heights which we know of today, what Infosys stands for. And we at Indira, we have always believed from that time that if we had to stand up and emerge as a successful education group, we had to do things in a different way, think out of the box. And he said, okay, Chetan, you want to think out of the box. What is it that you all have in mind? I said, I need to do some event related to marketing, branding. Our first two batches, most of the students are going in for a sales and marketing specialization. And of course, he being from IIM Bangalore, I had to pick his brains. That time also, IIMs were very much respected. And when we thought of a name for our business school, the IIM acronym for Pune fitted in very well because we said we want to someday aspire to become and try and meet the heights which IIMs have achieved in India as the iconic business school brand that they are. And that's how the idea of the first Brand Slam came up. And he said, Chetan, let's do this differently. Let's not only have speakers, let's get them to campus. And what we will do is we'll also carry out some market research, ask brands to come up and showcase their products and services at Brand Slam. So he said, why don't we put up booths out there? And we didn't have infrastructure. We were actually working out of a 5,000 square feet premises with 2 classrooms, 1 admin space, and of course some facilities for using relieving yourself and things like that. And a canteen was on a terrace of a school. And that's how the whole thing started. So we said, okay, where are we going to do this? If we have to get brands to come and exhibit their products and services and our students to carry out market research for them. And of course, this was the pre-digital era. So today you can do a customer survey of research or you want any portal and you can just send it through your mail or on WhatsApp and within a few minutes you get a reply. That time was the era where everything was still very much physical. So we had to design forms, take printouts, explain to the students get them to understand the needs and requirements of corporates and what they expected out of this survey, market research, which we did for them. So we ended up renting out the premises of this place called the Institute of Indian Engineers in Shivaji Nagar in Pune, which is very close to where we were located. And for a couple of days, we took that entire premises. They had a auditorium at that time which could seat maybe 150 people. And this iconic institution is still very much located out there. And the event was quite a success. It was quite an eye-opener for all of us that how we could engage industry through meaningful platforms which would be of relevance to them, and of course a great learning opportunity for our students. And thereafter, I think Indira, if you go to see the journey of more than 25 years, 28 years now, I'm sure every student will vouch for it that they have seen something unique and different at Indira in terms of its industry, academia, interface, activities and events. And over the years, I would like to just share with the audience here and some of you also who have got a chance to be a part of it already. We have events which happen in Mumbai. I'm sure most of you all have already got an opportunity to catch the 5 a.m. bus to Bombay and attend the 9:30 events at Taj Lands End, where we are partnering with people who create meaningful industry seminars and conclaves from which you can learn from the wonderful corporate minds of India. And not only Mumbai, but through our partners, we have had and partnered as knowledge partners with events across India, across Asia. I would say we have done awards in Dubai, in Mauritius, in most of the Oriental countries, right from Thailand, Singapore, and which are the other places, Malaysia, just to name a few. And everywhere, of course, we have tried to promote the brand, grow the brand, and even in education space, the power of branding is something which needs to be developed and evolved effectively. And I think that's what we have managed to do successfully over the years. And that's what I think each professional here who is iconic in his own way, who has contributed immensely to the development, the growth of not only his own organization, but the domain of HR, which I think over the last 2 decades, I've personally been involved in management education and the growth of Indira, and we have done it through this networking opportunities which we have created. And I've just seen this domain and function evolve amazingly over the years. Today we talk about employee engagement activities, we talk about the lists. There are lists. Earlier there used to be lists only of the top companies, best brands in the world. Now there are HR power brands, there are HR employability engagement awards, there are HR and CSR activities, listings and rankings which come up, which just shows how HR as a function, from purely being something driven to get manpower for an organization, the right manpower to create an organization to grow, has evolved actually to a branding perspective. But through a platform like this, I think we are going to not only touch up on that, we are going to hear and listen to some of the iconic masterclass stories from each one of these professionals representing their own amazing organizations which have contributed so wonderfully to the India growth story. I don't think India could have been where we are today if it was not for the dedication and hard work of all these HR professionals who have created world-class organizations and a workforce which all of us can be really proud to be a part of. And I pray that most of you in the next year or very soon, would become a part of these organizations. So welcome to Indira Brand Slam 2023. I'm myself looking forward to learn from the stalwarts who are here today. And I wish you all a very, very meaningful food for thought day. Please ask questions at the end of the sessions. Please make your notes. There is no question which is wrong. And be confident, be bold enough to make a mark. You know, there are HR people out there. So if you can make a mark, you can imagine that they will remember you next year when they come for your attendance. Great, thank you everyone, and look forward to a great, amazing day.
An idea that was conceived and executed in 1998 till today, we have surely come a long way from 2 rooms and a cafeteria on the top till today. I will say again, we have indeed come a long way. Thank you so much, sir. And sir very beautifully set the tone for excellence exhibited by HR, and I will elaborate it further. Past couple of years have been really, really tough for organizations, as this was the time filled with fear, anxiety, confusion, and uncertainty. The newspapers were filled with negative news. Many organizations were struggling to survive or were rarely living by. In such difficult times, it was HR fraternity that rose to the occasion and said, "Hey, don't worry, we'll handle it, we'll take care," and they sure did. It is our attempt to express our gratitude to such exemplary professionals, and organization. It is now time to confer upon HR Excellence Awards, and to do the same, I please request you, Chetan sir and Madhuri ma'am, to kindly come up on stage as we move ahead for the award segment. Komal, please join Chetan sir and Malvi ma'am on stage. Okay, the IT team seems super excited to welcome the awardees. Let me announce the name and then we can have music up. Okay, so our first awardee is Head Human Resources, Raymond Consumer Care, Mr. Vijay Amrit Raj. Next we have Senior Vice President HR, Reliance Jio, Mr. Harjeet Thanduja. Our next awardee is Senior Vice President, Berkadia Services India Private Limited, Mr. Debashish Ghosh. Now we have Chief Strategy Officer and Head HR, Advantage Club Technologies Private Limited, Mr. Raj Tanwar. Our next awardee is Lead Campus Hiring, TCS, Ms. Pallavi Baruha. Now we have Senior Executive Talent Acquisition, Nielsen IQ, Mr. Suraj Kumar Rajak. We also have two organizational awards, and first award is for a leading provider of high-value research, analytics, and business intelligence to the financial services sector. They support over 520 financial institutions and consulting companies through their specialist workforce of over 5,700 analysts. I'm talking about Equity Knowledge Partners, and to receive the award, we have center head of the company, Mr. Suprajyoti Mandal. Round of applause for Equity Knowledge Partners, everyone. One more organizational award that we have, it is for an organization which offers business consulting and IT services to digitally transform customers globally. With global operations across US, India, and Middle East, the organization has customer presence across 15 countries. I'm talking about AAIS Global, and to receive the award, we have AGM HR, AIS Global Private Limited, Mr. Prashant Bhatike. Then please request all the bodies to kindly come forward for a group picture. What a valuable picture this is going to be. May I please request you all to kindly stay back. Chetan sir, Madhuri ma'am, Rukuma ma'am, as I call upon one more awardee, Miss Preeti. Miss Priya Khalatkar, Human Resource Manager, Axis Bank. Priya ma'am, may I please have you on stage. Round of applause for Priya ma'am. May I have the award please? And now this will make the picture complete. Group picture? Yes, I am so sorry. I mean, I can say sorry 100 times to you, but I believe you won't mind because मैं बार बार तकलीफ दे रही हूँ. I have one more awardee, please. Oh God. Okay. So okay, we would just like to welcome one of our guests of second half who has joined us right now. So with all of you on stage, may we please at least come forward to make the picture complete. Preeti ma'am, I'm talking about Miss Preeti Sakre, Human Resource Lead, Assistant Manager, Tata Group. We'll be conferring the award upon ma'am in second half, but since ma'am is with us, Miss Preeti Sakre from Tata Group, everybody. Yeah. Pakka last. Now this one is last. With full energy, come on. A huge round of applause. Now is the time to listen to our amazing speakers and to let you know the detailed introduction of our first speaker. I will now say over to you, my dear student Krutil Patel.
Thank you so much, Shikha ma'am. I'm thrilled to carry forward your contagious energy. And now, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to everyone. I am Krutil Patel, the host for this segment of the program where we would invite HR stalwarts to share their thoughts with us. So without any further ado, I would now like to take this opportunity to introduce our first speaker for the day, Mr. Vijay Amritraj, Head Human Resources, Raymond Consumer Care. Sir is a seasoned HR professional with well-rounded experience in leading and turning around people strategy and operations at some of the best Indian and global conglomerates like ITC Limited, Reliance Industries, PI Industries, and the Raymond Group. Sir's versatile career journey covers multiple progressive HR management and HR development roles across a variety of industry segments such as FMCG, oil and gas, media, sports, and agrochemical, to name a few. Sir's experience of more than 13 years is supported by demonstrated track record of expertise and achievement in both established as well as emerging businesses. By leading and motivating large teams, stakeholder management, change management, creating new growth stories, and realizing the company's vision and mission. Please join me in giving a very warm welcome to Mr. Vijay Amritraj. Over to you, sir.
Wow. Good morning, everyone. So, quite an experience for me. I was here in this campus maybe some 7-8 years back. In fact, twice to recruit some of the young minds. And after whatever today's presentation till now, I am really filled with awe the kind of progress that this institute has done. And this fills me with energy after seeing all of you. Kind of reminds me of my college days, right? So I don't know what I am here to supposed to be talking about, frankly. So I was getting some tips from your management and professors early in the morning that what should I be talking about. And frankly, these slides are just like we are very much regular in doing. So every day there is some presentation that I have to make, right? So generally in my laptop there are several presentations. So just cut, copy, paste here and there, and then the PPT was ready. So okay, the specific topic given to me is changing paradigms for building brands, and I'm going to give a HR perspective to the brands. Now I don't know why this HR perspective, right? The other debate I was having in the morning really is that HR has come a long way from being a service provider to the organizations to now it's a business partner. And I remember in my college days there used to be debates on similar dais saying that when will HR get seat on the table. Now frankly, as a fresh MBA student, I never understood which table, right? So this debate interestingly had never come to my mind in last 6-7 years of my career, right? And of late in my last specifically 3-4 years of my career, I have come to believe that HR is of course a service provider, of course a business partner, but HR is very much the business. Come to think of Indira College, right? Primarily HR, its people are the business, right? It's management, it's leadership, and it's students. If you guys are, all of you are not doing great shakes, no matter what, Indira will not be known, right? So with that, let me begin my presentation. I think I've been given 20 minutes. I will see how I can wrap up my, number of slides that I have. So, first of all, my introduction has already been given, and this is the slide I have again taken from one of my PPTs where I talk about my company, right? So Raymond Consumer Care is of course a 100% owned by Raymond Limited, which is known for its iconic brand, the Complete Man, right, which is standing right on the left side of the PPT. But Raymond Consumer Care is a 2.5-year-old company with iconic brands like Park Avenue and Kama Sutra, who have been known as a strong brand in the industry for last 3, 4, 5 decades, right? And we are present in all the FMCG categories across personal care, be it primarily fragrance and sexual wellness, but also shampoos, soaps, and various other things, right? So that's a little bit brief about our organization. Primarily, for last 2.5 years, we are in the process of integrating two erstwhile units of FMCG units of Raymond Limited, which is JK Helen Curtis, which was the joint venture between JK, which is Raymond's, and Helen Curtis Group of USA. And the other one was JK Ansell, which was the joint venture partnership with Ansell Group of Australia. Now, all those have been merged into Raymond Consumer Care, and that's where many of you may not have heard the name of Raymond Consumer Care yet. Moving on, our vision is to be one of the best new age FMCG companies of India in terms of brands, products, people, and practices. Now, people sits at the heart of all this, right? Moving on, today's session objective, I'll quickly talk about what do I understand about changing paradigms. We will also understand what most admired companies look like. Quickly, definition of employer branding and some great terms that we use in employer branding. Somebody calls it EVP, somebody calls it organizational cultures, etc., etc., etc. So we'll quickly understand, and maybe I will save some last 2 minutes for Q&A, right? So when I was thinking about changing paradigm, I think we are a generation of people who have seen so much of change in our lives, which even our forefathers may not have seen in their entire existence, right? This is a academic institute. This would have been most affected by the recent events of last 2.5 years, like COVID, right? That's the kind of world we are living in. But when beyond COVID, when I was looking at kind of events which has happened, which have made top news in last 1 year. So the Russian invasion of Ukraine, right? World is talking about whether it's inflation, whether it's recession. Nobody is able to decide. Even central banks are not sure whether it's inflation, whether it's recession, or it's both, and how to manage it, right? We are seeing influx of manufacturing which is flowing out of China into India, and China is supporting that no, it should not flow into India, but it should go to Brazil, and blah blah blah, right? Parallel to this, climate is a constant challenge. Climate changes are there. A lot of companies, primarily into electronics, but across, are facing semiconductor crisis and chip crisis. And the other thing which happened significantly, which disrupted organizations across, was the global supply chain crisis, or the global supply chain choke, which happened last year. Now, this is the kind of environment we are living in. And what was called VUCA earlier is transformed into something called BANI. Now, this is an acronym which even I got to know recently. Now, the world is more and more brittle, anxious, non-linear, and incomprehensible. So, how do we, manage organizations in this kind of environment, and how do you talk about creating brands in this kind of environment? Now, quickly talking about the world of business, world of Indian business. So we know for last so many years, the once a perennial, glorious sector of pharma. Now, most of the Indian pharma names primarily were supplying to the US and European kind of markets. They are struggling. Automobile industry is completely disrupted, right? So while there are newer challenges coming up, the traditional players are struggling. So I think till mid last year, Maruti was saying that it will not get into electric vehicles till 2030. But now we know they are launching series of electric vehicles in near future. So this is the kind of environment which they are facing. Airline sector, we all know, cutthroat competition, except one player, none of them are profitable, and even that one player is struggling now to maintain the market share. Financial sector outlook, so we all know the shape of capital markets, especially right now across global markets, especially in not so much in India. India is still stable, but all across the other countries, capital markets are in shaking. Telecom, we have Mr. Kanduja, who has been a colleague and a senior. He will be talking more about Geo, but telecom is completely disrupted. Now there is no more, maybe fourth player, maybe we just have 2.5 players, right? IT, we keep hearing about the best of brands are now, cutting cost and firing people, right? FMCG, which is the perennial stable organization, they are hardly growing, and see the kind of competition which is there in the market, right? So this is the kind of business world we are talking about, and hence let's also look at what kind of companies are reasonably doing better. Right? This is again a cut copy paste slide. Maybe I would have taken the slide 2 weeks back, but one of the name Adani, I had kept it as the example of a successful company, right? But it is suddenly finding problems, right? Suddenly banks, Axis Bank included, is asking question, that whether the giving the loan to Adani was right or wrong. So this is the kind of environment we are talking about. But let's see. So companies which are primarily platform based, and thanks to the platforms, they have high usability, customer reach, etc., and companies who have deeper pockets and ability to navigate across multiple stakeholders are doing great. Still, in companies who have strong brands and deep penetration, be it HL, HDFC, and whatnot, they are doing good. And the other ones are emerging brands, primarily on account of unique value proposition that they have in the market or innovative products and services that they have in the market. So here, this slide talks about the importance of brand, despite variety of disruptions which is there in the world. This is the importance of the brand. Now, having talked about this disruption and what kind of companies are reasonably or relatively better, let me talk about the latest survey by Fortune magazine. So these are the most admired companies of world today, and this is the data from date written there is wrong. It's Fortune data from 2022 survey. Right, so these are some of the most admired companies of the world, and we all know about it, right? Now, very few of us would have come in contact with these companies. Very few of us would have spoken to the employee of these companies, but I would bet 99% of us would know about one or the other good thing about these companies, right? So, what is it that they are doing? I would say, if I have to pick one thing, I would talk about their, unique cultures. Now, each of these organizations are not known for some or the other unique culture that they bring to the table, right? Apple is the great innovation master, right? Great products every day, right? Amazon is something synonymous with customer delight and customer obsession. Walt Disney is synonymous with entertainment, right? Microsoft, Google, Netflix, and whatnot. So these are some of the best known organization brands that we all admire about, right? Now, come to think of it, why do we admire these companies, right? So that's the big question, and today I'm here to put my perspective over why do we admire these companies, or what is it that is employer branding. Now, as per my understanding, employer brand sits at the center of these three aspects, right? So, like I said, 99% of us may not have interacted with somebody from Google, Apple, and Amazon and things like that, but we have experienced one or the other thing. Every time you open, Google News or any newspaper, you would hear something good about, something important about these companies, right? And that's the part of awareness. So you may not be the candidate today, you may not be the employee today, but you are always a prospective candidate or prospective employee for these employers, right? And that is where their machinery works constantly to ensure that there is some positive news across available, be it in any media. Of course, now the social media and LinkedIn and even Instagram and things like that have come in vogue. I will not talk about that, but all these platforms are being used by employers to ensure that they are, more and more people are aware about them. And after the awareness comes the attraction, right? So of course I have to ensure that people are aware about geo. Like today, the morning session, we were talking about what a good and sprawling campus that Reliance has, and some of us said, oh, we should visit that. Right? So that's the attraction bit, right? And then what are the value other what is the kind of what is the kind of stability that the company has, what are the kind of perks it offers, what is the kind of policy it has, whether it will have flexi working or not, whether it will have 6 days working or 5 days working, or maybe 3 days working in today's context, or completely work from home. All these things are very, very important, and these are the things which are at first hand attracting or not attracting us to an employer, right? So that's the second aspect. And the third, and in my mind, the most important aspect is that the experience. Yeah, many of us know there was a huge campaign against and for Pathan movie right now, right? So there were very, very clear opinions in many minds that I will go and watch this movie because there are people opposing this, and then there were clear opinions that I don't want to watch this movie because it's not worth it. But it was a success. I would bet, I've not seen the movie and I'm not a great Shah Rukh Khan fan, but I would bet that the experience that people drew from first batch of people who watched that movie or thereafter, the experience was awesome, and that's where the movie was successful, and that's where the movie was hit. Now that's the experience that organization also needs to create, because there are two set of people who get affected by it, right? Of course, the current employees, but then every organization keeps churning out alumni, right? This institute, as well as any other institute, keeps churning out alumni. Now, what is it that the alumni are talking about your organization that is equally important, right? So, most of the organizations today focus on employee engagement. Almost every organization focuses on employee engagement. But once the employee is out or somebody has served the resignation, I know, I have been in the business for 14 years now. I know very few organizations care about people who are going out, right? But they are the brand ambassadors in many of the cases, right? And so these are the three verticals of thought that comes to my mind when thinking about employer brand. All these three are important. The theoretical definition is it is a perceived identity. Yes, it is a perceived identity, based on which your reputation depends. But I would say that perceived identity, especially in this transparent and clear world, whatever is perceived, mostly that's the reality, right? So you have to ensure that you work on the reality, and which is, I will also talk about employee value proposition. Basically, what lies at the actual ground level in the organization, that is employee value proposition, right? So that is what defines employer brand today. Ultimately, it is the sense, the fragrance. I am from a fragrance company, so I feel this is the unique fragrance of every organization which defines the employer brand at the corporate level. Primarily 3 ingredients which I can think of, despite whatever it is, whether it's Apple or Amazon or Microsoft or Geo or whosoever. First principle is sound business strategy, and that's where again the jury is not yet out, but that's where the Adani example comes handy, right? Maybe till 3 weeks back, Adani was one of the best employer, one of the sought after employer in this campus. I'm pretty sure. But now there would be many people thinking, is it even stable? What if it fails, right? So that is the first principle, sound business strategy. So the products, services, financial soundness, ESG, innovativeness, etc., etc. This is what is disrupting today's organization very often. The other base is great people, right? And great employee value proposition. So the kind of management you have, the kind of leaders you have, the kind of students that you, or kind of employees that you have, these are going to be defining pieces in your employer brand. And ultimately, the differentiator is great organization culture. When you put together all these both, juices together, and ultimately the dish coming out is experienced as organization culture. Now, quickly talking about, this is not my subject, but since I understand this, I thought I will also talk about it. So, Jim Collins long ago, talked about this concept, and recently I also find Ikigai being talked about. This is something similar. So, good to great concept. The business strategy version of it is that the companies should focus on these three things: what they are really passionate about. If Indira's leadership is not passionate about education, they may not have done so great here, right? What you can be best in the world. So one is passion, the other one is capability. Are you capable of doing that? Do you have the capability, or do you have the capability to excel in that? And ultimately, at the heart of it, it has to churn out good cash flow as well, right? So what lies at the at the heart of economic engine, right? So this is, I have used it in multiple ways, and every time I see that this is what defines a great or a successful business organization from not so successful business organization. Talking about the other aspect, which is employee value proposition. So this starts from basic benefits and pay and salaries that company promises to the experiential level, where people also talk about growth, careers, and whatnot, and well-being. And ultimately, somebody was talking about brand. Ultimately, the great brands are brands with clear purpose, right? So that's what lies at the top of the pyramid. So today's brands are clearly, and more newer generation people are asking those questions on the purpose. So what is the purpose of the organization? I'm not sure if this slide is really visible to everybody, but detailing out the employee value proposition, which sits at the heart from the HR perspective, which sits at the heart of employer branding, are these 5 things. So you have to have great people, great work culture, and great work at the center of that work culture. Organization, which I have already talked about, it has to offer opportunity, right? So Gillette is a great company, but for decades, or rather a decade, it is not growing because of product maturity or whatever. You are in gay guys. So maybe because of that, it is not a great employer anymore for any of us, and the kind of rewards it is offering. So these are the 5 elements which lies at the employee value proposition. Now, ultimately, all this, so there could be a company which is financially very successful. They are offering great rewards to you. They are offering great campus to come to office, and overall experience is great. But if the mix of all these ingredients is not in the right way and right proportion, right, the culture is going to struggle. And that's where I would use this quote that culture eats strategy for breakfast and rest everything else for lunch and dinner. So theoretically, you can have everything else, but if not great culture, you will not have a great employer brand. So strong culture is the common denominator among successful companies, and I mean, there are great peoples who have talked about it. So Steve Jobs says a strong company culture can propel a business from verge of bankruptcy to greater heights, right? So I will Now, quickly talking about some of the data points, why culture is important. So, companies have appeared in Fortune's 100 best companies list every year. So, I mean, the culture is directly proportional to higher revenues, higher employee engagement, and blah blah blah. So, I will share these slides with all of you. Summarizing it all, as per my understanding, creating a great employer brand primarily. So, as an HR person or as a management of the organization, I need to focus on these four aspects, right? So, first is attraction. So, how do you ensure that people are aware about good things that you are doing? So, how do they know? How do people outside know that Indira College has such a great, auditorium? Right? How do people know that Indira College is organizing, these grand slam events for last 10 years, and maybe there could be great, marketing and branding minds available in this campus. Unless I know as an employer that this could be a possibility, I will not know. So first aspect is awareness. And similarly, I need to ensure that companies or organizations are aware of, students are aware, or prospective candidates are aware about my brand. And that's one of the reasons why I'm standing here talking about my company in front of you, right? So that's the awareness aspect. The other critical aspect which many a time gets missed is, candidate engagement and attraction. So while there could be candidates wanting to, come on board, and there could be candidates who do not have a job, and ultimately they will come to you because they do not have any other job. But the research has shown that most often not, people who are getting an offer, most often not, they have more than one or two, more than two or three offers, right? And that's the critical point where they get to decide which is the one which they will choose, right? So one is the choice, and the other one is how do you ensure that you onboard them smoothly, efficiently, and they are engaged all through this process, because the world is very, very dynamic. Last year, the year was great resignation, right? And I, as HR, know there were many people backing out after accepting the offer. And I see many of us nodding our heads, right? Because they were, getting multiple offers and they were confused. So how do you ensure that you are engaging with your candidates in the time you are onboarding them? And after that, of course, EVP is also connected to the candidate hiring, but ultimately once the company employee joins your organization, what is it? What is the value? So marketing is a concept of unique value proposition. Employer value proposition is nothing new, it's just similar. Right? So what is the unique value that you are bringing to the table for every employee which is joining your company? And of course, I talked about the exit and alumni management, right? So these are the four aspects which I think are very, very critical for employer branding. Now, this is a slide which has stayed with me for quite some time, and let me spend some time about it, right? So, Josh Bersin is one of the great minds, great HR minds, and great HR technology minds of this, last maybe decade. He says that in today's transparent job market, employment brand and employee engagement are one and the same thing. And this is the model I have taken from a Deloitte survey. They call it the irresistible organization model. So if I have to create an irresistible organization model, primarily from an employee engagement perspective, which is the third leg of employer brand, which is the EVP, right? These are some of the things that I have to take care of in the organization, right? So I have to ensure that in the organization, I have meaningful work for each of the employee that they join. And mind you, my employees are not joining from the same campus, not with the same experience, not in the same function. So somebody is joining in HR, marketing. Each one of them have to be selected to fit the role that they are going to be working in. Hands-on management and the last one, trust and leadership, goes hand in hand. So many times your immediate manager is also the leader, and your topmost leader is also the manager, right? So you have to ensure in the organization that management is very, very hands-on. They are taking part in coaching, developing their teammates. They are investing in overall development of the employees. And beyond that, I mean, positive work environment is very basic, right? And beyond that, do I have the opportunity to develop and grow in the organization? So if you talk about basic HR principles, you will see something similar, as the top engagement drivers. Right? So these are some of the things that I would like to talk about. Closing remarks. So this is how we develop employee value proposition at Raymond Consumer Care Limited. So primarily these 5 legs, which ensures to us to build the credibility in internal and external market. And since we are a new organization, since we are a young organization, we are doing more and more activities around this, right? So CMB's compensation benefit is very, very important for us because we are competing with best names in the industry. So because we are in personal care, no choice but to compete with HUL and PNGs of the world. Because we are a young company, very important for us to ensure that each of my stakeholder, each of my constituent is clear about what is it that are the organization values, what is the mission, what is the values, and what we are trying to go at. Career, I already talked about career and learning goes hand in hand, and overall work environment. So these are the basics of employer brand and creating a great employer brand. So with this, I will close my monologue. I am open for any questions. I have been handed a note which is 2 more minutes. So yeah. So what makes Raymond Consumer Care different from the other brands? Great. So we are the complete man. So good question rather, and I've been answering this. I mean, of late in many of the forums. So what is it that that is the winning proposal that the company brings to the table, right? So Raymond has been one of the iconic brands this country has, right? For various reasons, the first leg, which is the business soundness, has been missing, but there is a lot of work going on there. Coming back to the FMCG entity of Raymond, so we clearly feel that we have some of the iconic brands. So talking about Raymond or Park Avenue or Kama Sutra, I am pretty sure I'm pretty sure 100% of you would have heard of each of these 3 brand names, right? So we think that we have very, very strong brands. The other piece is we are in the right category, right? So again, most of you would be using some or the other kind of perfume, right? And we are sitting in Pune, but there is a lot of other smaller towns and cities. So ultimately, what I'm trying to tell you is that the penetration of these products are very, very low in India. And as India grows, as India becomes more and more developed, penetration is going to go up. And same stands for sexual wellness. I'll not talk more about that. All of you know.
Thank you so much, sir, for answering that question. Due to paucity of time, we would unfortunately not be able to take more questions. But thank you so much, sir, for sharing your insights on how paramount it is to have a great culture in order to build a great brand. Let's hear it for sir, guys. And now, I would like to introduce you to our next speaker, Mr. Harjeet Khanduja, Senior Vice President, HR, Reliance Jio. Sir is an international speaker, author, poet, influencer, inventor, and an HR leader. Known as R.K. Lakshman of Business, Sir is currently working as a Senior Vice President HR at Reliance Jio. Sir has 4 published patents, and his books Nothing But Business and How Leaders Decide are Amazon bestsellers. Sir has been a LinkedIn power profile, TEDx speaker, guest faculty at IIM Ahmedabad, board member of Federation of World Academics, global thought leader, and global digital ambassador. Sir features in top 200 global leadership voices and ET top 20 HR influencers. May I now request Sir to please address our audience.
We have just been joined by one of our guests for the second half. Please, join me in welcoming Mr. Shreyan Shukla, Associate Director, Disney Plus Hotstar. Pleasure to have you with us, sir. Over to you, sir.
Please give me a huge round of applause. I do this beforehand because afterwards there is no guarantee. She is still laughing. You know how I landed here? I was about to sleep. It was a dark night. And my phone rang. Ring, ring. I picked up the phone and somebody on the call said, "कौन बोल रहा है?" I was like, "कॉल तूने किया है? You called." But me being me, I said, "मैं बोल रहा हूँ." And you know what the other person said? ये तो कमाल है, इधर से भी मैं ही बोल रहा हूँ. Then I understood it must be a call from Indira Group. And then they told me, "Come over." I said, "It is 11 o'clock in the night and I am in Mumbai." He said, no, not now. In Brand Slam. I said, "Okay, fine, I will come. What is that I have to talk about?" He said, "It is a marketing event." He said, "I am an HR guy." You know, like, that time I came to know the lady was so convincing. And hats off to your, means whosoever teaches you MBA. She said, "You know, HR is twice marketing." Then I was like, "Okay, explain it to me how it is twice marketing." He said, "What do marketing guys do? They sell the company to the customer. And you HR guys, you first sell the company to the candidate. And then you sell the candidate to the company." I said, "Okay, fine." So I prepared the presentation. But I don't know marketing. I'm learning. I can tell you how you can be a brand for your institute, how you can be brand for Indira and whichever organization you join. And that is what we are going to talk about today. It is going to be an interactive session. So I am going to interact with you. And you are going to interact with me. We are going to talk about how to make the best ROI of your MBA, whatever you are doing. MBA, PGDBA. And before we move forward, one is statutory warning. I use a lot of movie references. In case you are not a movie goer or a movie fan, you might have difficulty in understanding the presentation. Although no parental guidance is required, and all the images are used for educational purposes, copyright is with the owner. We are done with it. So let's start the interaction. What is more important? You have been taught. What is more important? Knowledge, skill, or attitude? Wow, attitude is more important, right? Say it loud. Attitude. Okay, let's try to figure out which are the jobs. Look, all the jobs are primarily knowledge, skill, and attitude combination. But tell me a job which is primarily knowledge. Interactive, huh? You have to also tell. Scientist. Awesome. So I was also thinking, this is similar to scientist, right? Judge. He has to read the whole constitution to decide. That is what leaders do. Tell me one job which is purely skill. Hair cutting. Wow. The next Javed Habib. Don't laugh at him. Javed Habib has a huge business. In this age, you can actually pick up anything, like brushing teeth, and you can make a business out of it. That I will brush your teeth coming to your home. So tell me a job which is, acha, you told me Javed Habib. This is a job which is based out of a skill. How do you determine which job is a skill? For which you need training. That job is a skill. You need training for driving an airplane. So this is a skill. Tell me one job which is purely attitude. HR is attitude. Okay. You want me to give you attitude? Let me show you which job. You purely need attitude for doing this. If you have the right attitude, you can do this. And this is very, very important. Now, all of you who are vouching for attitude, let's compare salaries of three guys. The judge, the pilot, and the person who is doing the attitude job. Whose salary is more? Not the pilot. Judge's salary is more. Knowledge is given more importance in the society. Then comes skill, then comes attitude. And you might be thinking, ये झूठ बोल रहा है. Fine? You are not convinced. Because everyone has been telling you attitude is more important, right? I will prove it to you. You all of you watch TV? Yes. Acha, they gave you enough time to watch TV. Tell me one TV show which is knowledge. CIT? What, man? CIT? KBC. You're right. Knowledge. You just need knowledge to win KBC. That is a knowledge-based show. Tell me one show which is a skill-based show. Master Chef. Excellent. Alright, Master Chef is also a skill. You are right. This is my version. Huh? So your version and my version can be different. And tell me one TV show which is purely attitude. Big Boss. Roadies. Purely attitude. Now tell me what is the prize money for Kaun Banega Karodpati? 7 crores. Fine. What is the prize money for Indian Idol? 50 lakhs. And what is the prize money for Attitude? 38,500 rupees. So whosoever has been telling you that attitude is more important is not telling you what you will get for attitude. One of the students in similar kind of a setup came to me and he said, "Sir, everyone has been telling me that attitude is very important and I have a very good attitude, but nobody is giving me job." So I showed him cake. I said, "Do you eat cake or do you eat cream?" You eat cake or cream? Cake. If cream is on cake, then it has more value. So if you have attitude on your skills and knowledge, then it is of value. If you only give cream, then you get 38,500 rupees. Understood? And we are going to talk about a couple of more things and then I will stop that. What is that employers look for? So there are different types of jobs. So one type of jobs are like after campus you want to have a job. One is get a high value job, which is an entertainment job. So you get more money, but you do entertainment. Second type of job is high impact job. You have seen this movie? Oh, awesome job. You get a lot of excitement, but you don't get money. And there are third kind of jobs where you get best of both the worlds, that you become executive assistant of the chairman of a company. You learn also and you get good money also. Or you can actually start your own venture. You become an entrepreneur. You have all these options open for you. Now let's talk about how you see ROI is totally utilized in the eyes of the beholder. How you want to see it is totally up to you. You want a high impact job or a high value job or a high impact and value job. When I was passed out from my college, I wanted a high value job because I had a need. It was ghar chala. But I got a high impact job. And that I realized later. Let's talk about how to get a HBI job. And don't confuse it with HIV job. This is HBI. So first is you can compete among yourselves. Fine, fair competition. I have the better skills. Second is you can be in the place com. You have a place com, right? Okay. So then you decide इसके पैर में गोली मारना है and all that. Third is you distract others. Like he used to throw magazines one day before. So you can do that so that you can study and others can follow their passion. Now let me tell you, you can adopt any of your strategies based on your comfort. You need to understand what is that high value employers look for. And if you know that, you are going to create an impact on your college as well as on yourself and the employer you are joining. अरे इतनी मेहनत से मैंने प्रेजेंटेशन बनाया, you are yawning. ऐसा कैसे कर सकते हो? सुबह 6 बजे उठ के मैं आया. How can you yawn? I can yawn. The first thing which high value employers are very conscious about is time sensitivity. You would have seen, IIMs बहुत अच्छा होता है. Fine. What do they teach in IIM? It is not that they teach anything different in IIMs. It is just that if the assignment is to be submitted at 6:12, if you submit it at 6:13, you get 0. They basically make you follow those deadlines. That deadlines are very, very important, and for each and every organization which is competing, they want deadlines dead on. And if you understand that deadlines are important, then you are no lesser than any of the IIMs, because your course content is same, you have fabulous professors, you are in a good institute, you are interacting with the industry stalwarts. These are the things which make a difference, that how you value time. Second important thing is Bill Gates, not Bill Gates. What it is called is analysis and articulation. And how do you learn that? You learn that Microsoft Word. Can you type a page which doesn't have, I will not say grammatical errors because right now you have Grammarly that can correct, but can you write a page? Can you articulate something? Can you do analysis on Excel? Can you make a PowerPoint presentation? Fine, which can connect with people? If you learn these three things, that is good enough for most of the employers in the industry. And this is very practical thing I am telling you. Third thing is, what do you see here? Quick. Swimming pool. Wow. Already in Sunday mode. Swimming pool, what else? That's good observation. Swimming pool, what else? Skyscrapers. Wow, excellent. You are able to see the skyscrapers. Most of the people are not able to see it. What else? People. That's great. Good for you. Explore career in HR. What else? Trees. Very good. What else? Sea. Wow. That's really something. Awesome. Huh? Whiskey wife. My wife is not here. That is why I am here. Are you able to see this? This is called big picture. And how do you start making out a big picture? When you start studying how our industry is going. What our previous speaker was talking about, what is happening in the industry, how the industry outlook is, where the market is going, and you start creating a big picture, then what happens is you get a job at the beginning of your career, and if you start appreciating big picture, then the top guy starts recognizing you as a potential talent and your growth becomes much faster. Fourth thing starts with E. The first three word TAL. This is execution ability. You have seen Chuck there? Basically, if you can get things done, that is something which is most valued in the organization. Don't laugh at me. You know what is the specialty of this guy? Why we hate as well as adore this guy? Because he asks questions. He is a big question mark. What has happened is, in our education system, we have been taught to read and mug up. And then in the examinations, we are asked questions. But moment you get into corporates, what happens is, you are supposed to ask questions. And you know why this has happened? Because Google has come. So Google has all the answers. Now, if Google has all the answers, what you have to do is you have to ask questions. What do you think a CEO in a company does? Does that person answers questions? That person sits and asks questions. Why are we not doing this? What is happening in the market? What is happening here? If you learn how to ask right questions, then this is called the nerve of asking right questions, that everyone in the organization goes berserk. And last one is tenacity. You would have heard the Taj attacks. These guys, how these commandos are trained. Have you seen their training, Antim part? If you have not watched, watch that. Making sure that they open each and every door, not killing a single civilian, not getting hurt themselves, and kill the targets only. That is tenacity. They work 21 hours a day to build that habit. Talent is about building that habit. And the summary of this whole presentation is, once you get inside, enjoy the ride. Market is good. So it is not that you will need companies. Companies will need more. Companies will need you more than you need them. So all the best, and thank you. Now let's do some marketing. This is the marketing thing now. Brand slam. So take out your phones. Take out your phones, and in your phones, go to Amazon and search for this book, How Leaders Decide. I'm not asking you to buy it. What I'm asking you is to put this book on your wish list, on your reading list, whatever that says. And whosoever does that, one of them will get a copy of the book right now, and I will sign it for the person. Fine? Now this is marketing. And this is the HR guy doing marketing. So he's saying Amazon crashed. That's great, and I would request the wonderful lady who was doing the anchoring and was keeping us engaged to decide who is the person who is going to get the book. So one criteria is, of course, you have put it on the wish list, and rest of the thing she will do because she does it better than all of us.
That's sweet. Coming from you is great. Such as you were saying something. हाँ, I know. Come on, prove your worth. ऐसे बोली लगाते ना. Prove your worth. कौन है वो? Who deserves this? One thing you love the most about this session, I mean, we all love so many things about this session, but एक takeaway जो तुमने लिया, पसंद आया तो book is yours. हाँ? Oh my God. मतलब चौड़े में ऐसा मुझे ब्राइट कर रहे हो कि मैम हम आपके स्टूडेंट हो, हमें तो नहीं होगा, सब एक समान. Okay? So yes. हाँ? Order place किया. Oh, that is nice. I like the answer.
international poet, so I might be having a name. I can't write poetry and recite poetry in the name of Harjeet Khanduja. That sounds so unpoetic. अबे R.K. Lakshman. R.K. Lakshman poetry लिखते क्या? क्या बात है?
It's not improved by
अच्छा उसका आंसर तुमको मालूम है? Thank you. So she will give the book to you. Let's have a selfie and then we will end the session. Fine? Make some noise. Thank you.
I have it, I'll give it to you.
Thank you, sir. So, competitors, dictators, or distractors, choice is yours. There couldn't have been a better way for establishing that, for showing attitude its right place, that is behind knowledge and skill. I hope we all enjoy the ride as we look forward to kickstart our corporate careers. Great messages, sir. Thank you so much. Let's hear it for sir once again. Moving ahead, I'd now like to take the honor of introducing our next guest, Ms. Akanksha Sane, Senior Director, India HR Delivery, PTC Software India Private Limited. Ma'am has over 22 years of experience in managing human resources, having an exemplary and results-oriented HR leadership with vast people management experience and expertise across multiple HR disciplines. Ma'am has worked in HR roles with global companies of repute, namely Merck's Lines, WNS, Tech Mahindra, to name a few. Ma'am's current assignment is with PTC Software, where she heads HR delivery for India geography. Proficient at navigating a complex global environment and establishing strong stakeholder relationships, Ma'am's expertise lies in designing and upgrading HR frameworks and policies, building high-performing teams, building organizational capabilities, and completing complex projects in a fast-paced global environment. As a DEI champion, under Ma'am's aegis, PTC Software has been adjudged one of the 100 best places for women in India 4 years in a row. And now, before I call Ma'am for the address, may I request Chetan sir and Madhuri Ma'am to confer the HR Excellence Award upon Ma'am. Can we have the award, please? Yeah. Thank you so much, Chetan sir, Madhuri ma'am. And now let's hear it for Miss Akanksha Sane.
Thank you, everyone, and a warm good afternoon to all of you. I think Pune is getting warmer, so I hope it will be a warm afternoon. I can't have both my hands occupied, so I'll probably just stand here and talk. I'm good with this. Thank you. All right, so I think that was a rather entertaining presentation by Mr. Khanduja. I think it was really fun, and I liked the way you talked about attitude. And I think that's a very big message in the subtle way that you've given to all the students, that yes, attitude matters, but on top of skills and knowledge. So which is a wonderful message, and I take that as well with me. So with that, I move on to my presentation. Of course, my presentation may not be as interesting as my previous ones, but my previous presenters. But let me make a humble attempt to see what I can do. Okay. So let's begin with the basics. In HR, we always like to begin with the basics. Start with the basics. So we'll talk about paradigms. What are paradigms? So paradigms are the assumptions, models, or beliefs that hold, that affect how we understand ourselves and what's happening around us, right? So a lot of times when we think about something, when we want to do something, our actions actually are all colored by paradigms. And when you're talking about building brands or changing your brand strategy, paradigms or paradigm shifts will be important in that. Yeah. So, and the business of paradigms, we see the world through the framework of our paradigms, as I said. So it's extremely important to understand from an organization's point of view what kind of paradigm we are in. We are often unaware of the paradigms that influence the way we make decisions. And hence, one of the things we do in HR is about self-awareness. Pehle pata kar lo ki bhai, do you know yourself well? Do you, understand what you want? And then go and change the world. So, very important to understand that what is it that shapes our thoughts? What is it that we are trying to address here? Right? And when someone challenges our paradigms, we often reject the idea because we think my idea is great. This is how things will happen. This is how it can only be. Right? So very important to look at perspectives, look at what others are also telling us. We need to spot new opportunities, and those will only come when we have an open mind and be open to accept all the other paradigms that probably may exist at that point in time. And radical innovation, obviously, that will change the way the business is done. I think that's the most important. So if you are not clear about what you want to do, how you want to do, then obviously you can forget about radical innovation, right? So very important, when you are innovating, when you are moving the digitalization path, to ensure that you have some of these things in mind. Okay, let's quickly talk about brand equity. Most of your marketing students, so you would already know, you would be familiar, but I'm talking about some of the HR folks here who may or may not be completely in know of this, but this is what it is. And by the way, I think I agree with what Mr. Khanjuria was saying, the lady whoever told him that HR is twice marketing or branding. I definitely agree with that, because there's a lot more to HR than just building the basics. Right, so it is perceived quality that comes from brand awareness and reputation, and it drives a lot of things for the organization in a very subtle way. And hence, the three aspects of branding, I think employee-based branding, which we are seeing a big shift in change in today. There is money on the table for organizations to actually, focus on employee branding. Focus on, of course, consumer brand equity and financial brand equity was always there. But there's a huge focus today on employee-based brand equity. Also, DEI, diversity, equity, inclusion is also a very, very big aspect today when it comes about branding. So, as HR professionals, as marketing professionals, I think it's important for everyone to look at what are the emerging trends, and then accordingly focus on brands. Okay, why is employer brand equity important? I think it's basically all about how well our employees perceive our brand, how well they talk about our organization, or how well they speak about the organization to people outside, and that's why it becomes very, very important to have this ingrained. I think all HR people today are also, brand conscious. They're ensuring that their company's, reputations or brand outside is built in a positive way. So there's definitely a lot of, insights and involvement from HR professionals in that. And, at the end of the day, this is what will help your employees stay or move on in the organization. And none of us want to sit and recruit. I think the last year has been very, very painful. There's been bloodbaths when it comes to hiring and recruiting. But even in those times, in what was happening last year, brand is actually what stood out. So people opted for brand. Of course, there was people, candidates who had like 3 offers, 4 offers, but what they were selecting were not just money. It was about also how strong your brand is. And I think even for all of us, maybe, I don't know if there's any people who worked in Google here or worked in Amazon here or Alphabet here, but we all think they're great brands. And how are they great brands is because of what they do. Right? So there's a perception that you're creating that yes, we're a great place, come work with us. I think what are the key factors that we are looking at here? I think brand loyalty. Obviously, when we talk from an employee perspective, how long can your employees be with you? And I think it's always good to introspect, figure out what's working well for your employees, what's not working well for your employees. That will obviously help employees in a lot of way to build that loyalty. And loyal employees will obviously be your loyal brand ambassadors outside. Provide role clarity. So as much clarity that people have about what they are doing, they will do a better job, they'll be more happy, more satisfied. So the question of मैं ऐसा क्यों हूँ या मैं ऐसी क्यों हूँ will not arise as long as they know what they want to do. Right? Brand awareness and image. I think you need to educate employees or people around you from time to time in terms of what they should be saying, how they should be saying. So there's also a lot of brand related guidelines today, policies in the organizations on what people should be doing. So have those kind of programs for employees, for even your vendor partners, NGOs, CSR partners, whoever you're working for, give them a slice of your brand in some form or shape, because they also become your extended brand ambassadors in some way. And then brand commitment, of course, and quality. I think examine what's working, what's not working, how you can improve on the existing. And again, as HR people, you're not supermen or women. Let's not take it upon ourselves all the time to do all the things. Please ask for help. So you have to have your businesses involved. It's not a one-man show. It's not a one-department show. It is obviously how you integrate in the bigger scheme of things, and push yourself to be on the table. Don't be a postman or a postwoman. Don't just pass messages from here to here between departments. Play an active role, and that's how you will be involved in brand building for the company. Openness, again, important. Be open for feedback. You can do your surveys, you can do listening sessions, focus groups. There's just so much that happens in organizations today. Be open to feedback. Take feedback with a pinch of salt if it's not positive, and work towards it. Right? So that also helps you bring, build a better brand. And employees will see that you are acting on their inputs or insights. And that's very, very important, because it builds trust. And trust obviously is the foundation of whatever we are doing. So even customers come back to the brand because they have trust. So there is obviously an element of trust that comes back when you're open, when you're listening, and you're acting on the feedback that you're receiving. And knowledge dissemination. Please tell employees what is required. Share information time to time. If you have do workshops on culture building, do workshops on what the brand means, because the brand can mean different things to different people. Hence, it's always important to have one unified face of what the organization means by the brand. So knowledge dissemination is also equally important. In human factor, even though you may not be active brand proponents or from the marketing function, but the human factor is always going to be there in whatever you do, especially after the pandemic. So there is definitely more empathy, more concern that you will see, and the edge factor obviously will contribute to the profits or losses of the organization, and hence needs to be looked at in all aspects. I think a very great example, when we're talking about DEI, was around the Cadbury's ad, which was just switched. There's nothing different about the ad, but it just switched. If you saw the ad like 20 years ago, there was a cricketer, male cricketer, who was playing cricket, and he hits a century, and his girlfriend jumps in with a Cadbury, and it just got reversed. So it's just human elements that will define brand. So think on the lines of making ads more human, making ads more in line with what are the trends, or designing policies, processes which are more in line with the current trends. Okay, these are some dimensions of employee-based branding. I think, like I spoke about internal brand management, employee brand knowledge. So obviously it comes from the role clarity and brand commitment. And the last one, which is on brand citizenship behavior, employee satisfaction, I think very important to measure. And these days, people are very, very open in sharing their feedback. So do make time to do this activity in your organizations, wherever you're working as HR professionals. Intention to stay is something that you can gauge from this again. And positive word of mouth from the employees always helpful. So do also be on the lookout for what kind of reviews are people writing on Glassdoors, etc. That also gives you some insights or inputs on what you could do to make your brand more stronger and effective. Okay, I think there's also a huge role of geopolitics in branding, and I think very, very important for us to be focused on some of this. I think post-pandemic impact, all of us are dealing with. Some organizations are doing better, some are not. So look at what's happening and then accordingly devise programs. So if you are attracting talent, how you could do that in a post-pandemic era. Let there be more empathy reflecting in the language, in your let's say descriptions or whatever you're updating, on websites, etc. Talk more about what you are doing as an organization to support employees. That will help. Recession is another factor which is impacting. So a lot of times our brand budgets will get impacted because of recession, right? So what do? You cannot stop branding. So in those scenarios, obviously, your employees are the go-to people, and try and see what best we could do with our employees. War obviously is creating another havoc. So again, be mindful of that. Food shortage. If you are an opulent company in the luxury segment, be mindful that the world is not really in a great shape. So your ads or whatever branding that you're doing is probably in line with what's happening around the world. And India Rising, I would say every person here should be very, very proud of what our company is doing. So if you are, whether you're an Indian company or an MNC, whichever part of the world you are in, you should definitely leverage on India Rising. So in your brands or in whatever you are doing, ensure that there are some elements of India Rising. Right, so that's a short and sweet take from my end on employer branding. Thank you so much for listening to me. In case there are any questions, I'm happy to take them. Yeah. So thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Thank you, ma'am, for taking us through various new concepts, and an example being the EBBE. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, I am Mayuri Vaitsar, and I'll be taking the event further, wherein we would invite few more HR stalwarts to share their insights with us. So, I'd like to take this opportunity to introduce you all to our next speaker, Mr. Debashish Ghosh, Senior Vice President, Berkadia Services India Private Limited. Sir has over 18 years of experience in managing end-to-end functions in HR. Over these years, he has helped various organizations attain business outcomes by realizing the true potential of their human capital. He currently serves as the Senior Vice President and the Country HR Head of Berkadia. Prior to joining Berkadia, he was associated with large multinational companies and Indian conglomerates, managing multiple leadership roles in HR. Sir has been awarded with two of the most prestigious awards in HR credentials in the world, which are Senior Certified Professionals and Global Management Leader. Sir's recent achievements include recognition by the Silicon India magazine as one of the top 10 most promising HR leaders 2020 and featured in Forbes India magazine as India's 50 best HR leaders 2021. Sir is regarded as the HR thought leader and influencer. He speaks regularly at various industry forums, HR conclaves, and academic institutions. Sir is an official mentor and an advisor to several universities and business schools. Sir, may I please request you to come on stage and address our audience? Thank you.
Not even a bathroom break. I don't need one. You all need one? Are you all there? Okay, all right. Ajit was talking about he's not there. Good, I'm happy. Because he spoke about the fact that all of us need to be good at PowerPoint presentations. And today I don't have one. I'm glad that he's not here. I hope he doesn't come back during my next 25 minutes. Usually I have it, but see, that's how luck plays with on you, right? I come from Hyderabad. Have anybody been to Hyderabad? Okay, alright. What is Hyderabad famous for? I knew it was going to come. Is there anything else Hyderabad? By the way, biryani is the right answer. What else comes to your mind? Charminar? Ramoji Film City, okay, alright. What else? Have you heard about pearls? Yeah. No? Yeah. But the best answer is what I got the first, because when you talk about Hyderabad, we think about biryani. Now to make a biryani, it's very interesting, right? Many things get into making a biryani. Let's say a chicken biryani. For vegetarians, we can go with paneer biryani as well. But let's do chicken biryani. Let's see. Now, I'm not a master chef, but I know a little bit of cooking, and I'm sure you know as well. Can you tell me what are the few very key ingredients that you need to make a good biryani? Say chicken biryani, rice, a good quality basmati rice. Yeah, what else? Good chicken, yeah, chicken paneer, yeah. Masalas and spices have to be the best quality. Yes. What else? Yeah, the main ones. Yes. What about some good ghee? Yeah. So these are obviously the 3 or 4 main things without which you obviously cannot cook a good biryani. Now, if you think about biryani as a company where everybody comes together, one thing is HR department, one thing is marketing, another thing is finance and whatnot. Which one of these components are HR? Is it the ghee? Is it the rice? Is it the paneer or the chicken? Or is it the masalas? Yeah? The cook? Okay, alright, yeah, I'm sure. Might be the cook is a CEO here who gets the people together. Rice is HR. Okay. I mean, it is, I think all the answers are right. For me, I had deliberately not given the option E, which is none of the above. For me, the most important ingredient that goes into making a dish, biryani or whatever, is the salt. Imagine having the best quality of chicken, best quality of rice, and masalas and spices and ghee, but you overdo on the salt and underdo on the salt. But we never say ever, right? आज बिरयानी में salt बहुत बढ़िया. We ever say that? You ever say that? Have you ever said that? I mean, but if we ever underdo or overdo it, we do say it. Yeah, salt barabar nahi. And if it is not right, no dish will be correct. So HR is actually the salt. And therefore, when you do HR, or you don't do HR, when you see HR, you don't really have to be hungry for appreciation, because nobody will tell you. You know what? You are the most important binding team of the organization, and you should be okay with that. It is not a place to be the chicken or the masalas. I think you have to be the salt. But what happens if the salt is not there? Right? And that is when your people will start missing you and feel the importance of you. Right? So you are that salt. Don't be hungry for the seat in the table. You already have it. You have to realize that you have the most important seat in the table. Okay? Of course, there is an element that you cannot overdo HR as well. If you too much of a salt, it is wrong as well. So all the budding HR leaders should also think that way, that there can be too much of policies and procedures and too much of cutting the autonomy and empowerment of people. That is also more of HR. It has to be the right balance. For us, the culture of the company is the brand of the company, and the brand of the company is nothing but the salt. You don't really see it. Can you really define the culture of the company? It's very hard to define, because every company has a different culture, every company has a different brand as well, but it works for the individual companies, isn't it? But it is the most important. And when Harji talked about something like how leaders make decisions. When you make decisions, right, you should put culture and the brand as your North Star, as a guiding factor. When you are ever confused as a leader, how do I take a decision, either this way or that way, you should think about your culture and your brand. At Barkedia, which company I represent, we have a value. Or we believe people matter. Very simple. We believe people matter to us. And this is a value that is not unique. It can be common across many organizations, might be spelled, articulated differently, but people matter to all the organizations. But we keep this value as a guiding factor, as a brand, as a culture to make decisions. I can give you a couple of examples very quickly. How we make decisions based on that. These are real examples, because when you come and listen to us, you obviously want to know what is happening in your company, right? So there is a situation, a lot of examples are there, but I can think of one or two immediately. Maybe I'll share one for the interest of time. So there is this employee of ours. She was a manager, and she has been working with us for a couple of years, and then she had resigned. She was serving her notice period. The notice period in our company is 2 months. All right. In our organization, all the employees and their dependents, the parents, the spouses, children, are covered in the medical insurance. Some of you know about this. In case I get hospitalized or my family member was hospitalized, the company takes care of the expenses. That he was covered under medical insurance. So as long as you work for the company, you are covered in medical insurance. Okay? So it so happened that on almost the week before her last working day, her mom was diagnosed with a very serious health condition. Very interesting. Okay? Today is the 11th, on the 6th, 17th of Feb is the employee's last working day, and today her mom was diagnosed with a very serious health condition. She had to be operated upon. the mother, but operation had to happen after a month. But after a month, the employee would not be our employee, and therefore her mother won't be covered in a medical insurance. And she has to like shell out about 10 lakhs of rupees, which she did not have. So the decision in front of us was that should we extend the notice period to 2 more months? Should we do that? I'm asking. What is that employee? Because I believe people matter. The employee came to us with a request saying that, you know what, can you do this for us? How many of you think we should do this? Okay. Rest of it is there's no for us. It is no yes. There's no maybe. It's a yes or no, right? So see, some of you think we should not do it. Let me give you another nuance to it. This employee was actually, unfortunately, her performance wasn't good, and she was actually have been giving a lot of coaching and a lot of feedback, a lot of performance improvement plan, and she was actually being in a way asked to leave. And you had already hired a backfill in her place. So there is already an employee as a backfill, and this employee was not performing well. In this case, what do you think? Should we extend the notice period or no? For the people who should have said that yes, extend notice period. Yeah? Should? Okay. I'm not here to really answer the questions. I think I'm here more to raise curiosity and ask better questions, because these are things that has come to us as we think about leaders and our culture and our brand. How should we preserve our brand by making those decisions? And there is no right or wrong answer. If somebody said yes, have the person extend, somebody says no, don't have the person extend. I think both are right in a way, but we decided to let the person stay for 2 more months and kind of have her mother operated, and she obviously appreciated that. One more thing that came up very quickly was that almost similar. It was, I think, 2020 peak COVID times, and I think in the month of May, when typically COVID started in the month of March. And then May was really things were getting worse. So now our bonuses come in the month of Feb. So people get very happy after getting bonus, and what happens after that? People start to tend to leave after that. Generally, you face this problem when you leave companies as well. Generally, it happens that way. So there was a bunch of people, about 5 of them, who had actually got a job from one of our competitors, who are actually ramping up and joining that company. Okay, so in the month of March, they had resigned after getting the bonus because they're going to join a competitor, right? And they were joining after 2 months because you have a 60 days notice period. What happened in the 60 days was very, very interesting. The competitor, because the COVID was in its peak, decided not to ramp up the business and revoke their offers. Okay, so they practically, this is the situation. Okay, they don't have a job at Brigadia, they don't have an offer from the other company, they were nowhere. And they came to us to see if we can stay back. We had also did not require them, unfortunately, because business also were not doing well, and we were okay to let people go because they were anyway additional headcount for us. Because you are also going through not a good times. Every industry faces situations. So the question is, would you keep them? You'll keep them? Yes. They could additional headcount. I mean, you could save money for your company, and that's a lot of money, because we went through really bad times in financials as well. By the way, money is not a bad thing. Okay, we have to be profitable. If you're not profitable, we'll not be able to do our business. Can't even take care of people. What did you do? Keep them? Okay. Now I don't say what we did. We can discuss it in our tea times or whenever we catch up. But these are things that will. One side there is a brand we have, or will people matter? And other side we have to decide based on that. Sometimes there could be a bit of a tension between that, and I think that's when building a brand but maintaining and nurturing it is two different things. Okay, and that is something I want to share with you. One quick thing. The second thing I want to share with you is not about the companies as well. It is also about individuals. It is about all of us. I will take the names of a few people right now. Okay, once you hear the name of these people, just say loud. What is the one thing that comes to your mind the moment you hear that name? Whatever comes to your mind immediately, right? Okay, you're okay with this? Okay, the first name is Ratan Tata. Trust, philanthropy. Nobody said money, charity. Second name, okay? MS Dhoni. Captain Cool, leader. Okay? Okay? Next. You're all getting it right. My boss's 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 boss. Warren Buffett. What comes to your mind? Warren Buffett. Investment stock market. None of you said he's the sixth richest man in the world. Mukesh Ambani. And if you said rich money, there is nothing wrong in that. It is okay to earn, be rich. In India, we have this thing about rich ho to kuch acha nahi hai, kuch garbar ho gaya, nothing like that. Okay? What about Adani? We are not. No, I want to say this very responsibly is that we do not know what the reality is. I think lot of onion peels have to be peeled out. But I'm trying to make a point, Adani making that if I had asked you the question a month back, what would you have said? Might be growth. So the point I'm trying to make is that it might take years for you to build a personal brand, but it might take just an event to break that. That is the power of a brand. Not only the companies have it, but also individuals have it. The question that I think all of us need to ask of ourselves is like the way we spoke about Dhoni, we spoke about Ratan Tata, Mukesh Ambani, Adani, Warren Buffett. There are a few adjectives that came to your mind. There are a few things that came to mind immediately, right? That is our brand. Let's not confuse us with any corporate jargon. What comes to a people's mind when they think about you is your brand, nothing else. Jeff Bezos says something very, very interesting, and I think that is a one sentence masterclass of brand building. He said, brand is something which people talk about you when you are not in the room. None of these people are in the room, but you're talking about them, right? All of them in the same level. So the question to ask is that what is your brand? When you leave, Harji talked about ROI. I will add to that. When you do your studies, when you go back, go on to your lives, what is that brand of you that you want to live on? When your colleagues and your fellow students think about you after 2 years, would they think about you as somebody who's very, very helpful, had a great attitude, has great skills and competencies, were great in HR or finance? Or they think about you as somebody who was very rude, who never helped? Why do you think that is important? Because brand builds networking. When you become experienced, when you become leaders, you don't get jobs by just applying on Naukri.com, right? Today I have a bunch of great network. If I have a position open, I just pick up the phone and say, hey, listen, I have something very interesting in my company. The CIO role. Would you like joining us? But imagine that person, I had a very bad experience with that person. I would not never hire that person. So that is the power of brand. Right? So I want to encourage you as you go through your journey, think about what is the brand that you want to live behind. Not only to your organization and and the institute here, but for yourself in front of your colleagues, because people will have a perception of some way or the other. The last point I want to make is that I was given only 20 minutes. I don't think I must have left. Is the brand has to be very, very unique. One of the biggest brands in India is Shah Rukh Khan. Yeah? He really sells. We might have haters and lovers of Shah Rukh Khan. So I don't love his movies so much. I'm more of an Amir Khan fan. But you cannot beat him on the game of branding. He's a masterclass of that, right? So Shah Rukh Khan lives in a place, in a building in Mumbai, and the name of some Shah Rukh Khan fans are there. Saurabh Ganguly tells the story about Shah Rukh Khan. How does Saurabh Ganguly knows about it? Saurabh was his Saurabh was managing the captain of KKR, Knight Riders, and Shah Rukh Khan obviously is the owner of KKR. So he shares a beautiful story about Shah Rukh Khan. I love the story and end with that, right? Shah Rukh Khan, when he came to Mumbai, he just didn't have any, he was not from any typical Khan family or Kapoor family. He was a regular guy. And that's why I love the guy a lot more because of that. He really worked his backside off to be successful, right? But when he came to Mumbai, he obviously faced a lot of issues. He didn't face any success at all. In fact, it was failures and failures and failures. He talked to many directors, many producers, many agents, but he used to give like numerous, those auditions, screen tests, and still he was not being successful. And he struggled like that for many, many years. And one thing that you should do with this, I've not been to Bombay, but I think there's a place called Bandra in Bombay where Manath is. It's a sea-facing thing. So every day his routine was you will see a lot of failures, and he used to live very close to Bandra. So there was a bench that he would be sitting on and then looking at the sea and reflecting on his life. And he would be thinking, here I am, I cannot do an action like Sunny Deol. I cannot dance like a Mithun or a Govinda. I cannot do an action like an Akshay Kumar or might be a voice like Amitabh Bachchan. I don't have a body like Salman Khan. I cannot act like Amir Khan. So I really don't have any hope. I have to be good at something, right? So he used to sit on the bench, and just behind the bench that he sat was the Mannat house. Mannat, by the way, was not built ground up. It already existed. And it actually is a very normal house. It's not a palace or a bungalow, really, if you see it. Now he has added a few floors. At that time, it was very, very simple place, owned by somebody. Right? He said, but if I ever become successful, I will actually purchase this house, whatever the house is. I want to this is my goal in life. Okay? But how does he do that? Because he's not as good as anybody. And then he asked his team members, KKR team members, so how do you think I become successful despite having no qualities? Then team members, you might have great attitude, you might be don't give up, and persistence and whatnot, hardworking and whatnot. And Shah Rukh said everything is fine. All this is good, all of us require that. But while sitting on that bench, Shah Rukh said that I decided that I cannot be like Govinda, I cannot be like Salman, I cannot be Amir, I cannot be Akshay, but I can be me. And there will be no Shah Rukh Khan ever before. There will be no Shah Rukh Khan after. If you see him, it's very unique. It's absolutely unique in many ways. He's not conventional. He's not even very good looking, I would argue. He said the day I realized that I did not be anybody else, I just had to be my own brand, I just had to be Shah Rukh Khan, that was the start. I got a lot of clarity in my head that I will be successful. I suggest that you find that clarity in your head. You need not be anything else. There are two big sins in our lives which comes in the way of brand building, personal brand building. One is comparing, the other one is complaining. In the world of social media, we always try to compare, somebody, even if I'm going on a holiday to Shimla, I was happy till the time I saw my friend going holiday to Maldives. Right? I was happy to get a might be a good jacket from Zara, but I saw my friend getting a good jacket from, I don't know, Gucci. I'm unhappy. Thanks to social media. So you're not creating your own thing, you're just being dictated by somebody else. And what happens is I start complaining and blaming other, apart from everything else, everybody gets blamed. So I can start blaming Mithun, I can start blaming this, I don't have this quality. So once you stop complaining and comparing, you start the journey of your brand building. Okay. So I wish you all the very best with that, and hope you build your brand. I hope that at the end of 2 years or 1 year that you're left, you should be able to have an answer for your friends that when you're not in the room, what do they think about you? Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. It will take years to build a brand, but even a smallest incident or a smallest event would be the reason that it falls apart, is my learning from this session. And I hope that you guys have also elevated your minds through the session right now. Thank you so much, sir, for sharing the valuable thoughts. Moving ahead, I'd now like to introduce our next guest, Mr. Raj Tanwar, Chief Strategy Officer and Head HR, Advantage Club Technologies Private Limited. Sir is an official Forbes HR Council member and a well-known as well as a recognized HR professional in the industry. In his 2 decades of global cross-cultural HR experience, he has worked in various industries including IT, oil and gas, pharmaceutical, engineering and manufacturing. Sir is currently the Chief Human Resource Officer and Chief Strategy Officer at Advantage Club. In his previous role, Sir has led Concentric's global digital talent strategy across 40 nations. Leading newspapers, business journals, TV stations, and international conferences feature Sir's opinions and perspectives. He has also received various prestigious industry honors for his contributions, recent one being the ET Global India Leader 2022. Sir, I please request you to come on stage. Can we have a huge round of applause for Sir, please? Sir, the stage is all yours. Thank you.
Good afternoon to all of you. A little louder. Good afternoon. So we are going to have a very, very interactive session. I have a couple of stories only. I don't have much to share with you, but if you may be able to take away something out of those stories, then obviously my purpose here is fulfilled. What will happen if there are too many brands? I want to hear from you. Competition? What else? Imagine there are 200 brands in front of you and you have to make one choice. What will happen? Confusion. Absolutely. Decision making would be difficult. What else? Sorry? Saturation. That's exactly what's going to happen if you hear so much about brand in the last 2 days, am I right? You'll be confused who out of all of us that you should be listening to. And what is that the takeaway that you're going to take back? And that is the theme of my presentation today, or my takeaway to you, is disruption. And that's exactly what has happened to me in my life too. So I started my life, like all of you, in the city called Pune, beautiful city. I've been a student of Symbiosis, and then further, I'm an alumni of Ahmedabad. My life started with very, very simple. There's nothing flat about it. I'm building my own brand, nothing else. So my life started very simple, and I was discussing with Chetanji that what did I learn from MBA institutes? May I ask a couple of you, what did you learn here? Can you share a couple of your learnings? Marketing, finance, HR, anything else? Sorry? Are we heading towards lunch immediately after this? No, am I right? Or is it a difficult question asking in front of faculty, what are you learning from here? My learning of these all time is how to hold your pee when you really want to go for a pee. There is no other way. If the faculty is standing and they are only staring at you, what to do it. So that's what I learned in last, couple of years when I was in college. And why did I learn that? Because there was so much happening around me. I was a law student, let me tell you. I had no shame in saying it. I'm a very ordinary student who later tried becoming an extraordinary person because I felt I have much more than what I could give it to myself when I was not giving it. I scored very ordinary, like 30-40% if you really ask me, barely passed. In my 7th, 8th, I got a little better. When I came to 10th, 12th, started reaching up to 60, 70%. Stood 7th in the university and then moved forward. How did it all happen? And it also happened to me in MBA. I was least interested. I was one of those students who would hardly go to class, would go, either I'll end up fighting with the faculty or faculty will end up fighting with me. Because what they are teaching, either I will not like that, or what I'm telling, they might not like it. So somewhere there was a disconnect all the time. And the placement season happened. And I'm telling you, this was way back in 2002, when 9/11 just happened. All companies were going back. And me, typical me, son of an army officer, was there. And I had taken loan, to be very honest. And I didn't know what to do with this loan now, it was sitting on the top of my head. I was so disturbed, placement pressure all the time high, wanted to make maximum money, didn't study well. But then I knew what I am going to do. So what I did is, and many of you would have done it, I'm sure placement season is over. If not, it's a lesson for all of you how to do it and how to handle it. What I did is I stood outside because see, the best of the best students will go to the placement coordination committee. I don't have to tell you either they are failed. No, I'm not going to speak about that. So I was not in the placement committee either. So I said, "Ab kya kare? It's very difficult ho gaya life." And as I said, professors were not liking it too. Same. So what I did is I stood outside, exactly outside the rooms where the placements were happening. And any student will come out. We all do cheating, am I right? We ask, किस तरह के question पूछे? अच्छा, typically क्या होता है? There are only 15 or 16 questions which keep on repeating. You know, an interviewer will keep on asking. And exactly what was happening, he was asking everyone what is it they're asking inside, and there's some set of questions which are getting repeated. And there was one question, tell me something about yourself. And the second question was, where is that you've done your internship? I said, I've cracked it. So there is a person, is the CHR of a great company right now, my friend. He said, why are you so happy? I said, I've cracked it. He said, how? I said, I'm placed now. So he said, are you sure? I said, I'm 100% sure there's only one company which is going to call me. And I'm very, very sure I'm going to come back with a placement offer. And he said, what happens after that? I said, after that I'll decide what I want to do in life. But I will not do what you all guys are doing. I'm not going to stand in the queue. And I was very, very clear about it. I waited for that company. The company did come. I was obviously shortlisted. I was shortlisted than many others. It was not the first time. But all those I was trying. What I have to speak, what I have to do. I was by purpose, not myself getting selected in it. That company came and I cracked it by design. And what I did is, I spoke, tell me something about myself, fundamentally very different other than the great people will tell you. So typically people will start with, telling about you. I started with something very, very extraordinary. And I started with the qualities that my father imbibed in me. Son of an army officer, I'm an Aryan. So whoever understands, and then I had prepared a kind of pitch for myself. And that pitch worked so beautifully well. I was placed. I was not only placed, but I was the highest salary grosser that particular season in my campus, beating all the toppers. And why it could happen? It's as simple as that. I did something a lot of people are doing today. I disrupted that space. I just quickly read that space that I'm in, realized what's my niche, and I attacked it. As simple as that. If you do it, believe you me, you don't have to build brand. Brand will follow you. It's as simple as that. You understand what I'm saying? Keep it very, very simple in your life. Listen to 100, do what you do best, understand the space you're in, attack that space, move out. So a beauty of it is, if you keep your brand alive for too long, you're a threat for many people. And if you sustain for too long, there's another problem with that brand, there are too many which will copy you. So if you build, you need to know when to go down and when to exit at the same time, come back. And that's a science you will crack over a period of time. So let me begin by telling you, this world is full of disruption. And very, very quickly I'm going to tell you that 6 months back, we were all talking about great resignation. How to retain people. Now we are all talking about how to throw people out. The world is cruel, believe you me, and there is nothing called as brand. It does not exist. This word does not exist, let me tell you. There are brands which are throwing people out. There are brands which do not even honor the offers that they have given. So where is brand life? I'll tell you. I'm starting with a pessimistic note because I have to be a hero by the end of the presentation, right? I can't be just talking all negative. So what is happening in today's world? There's a lot of disruption that is happening. And believe you me, even half of the students sitting here and my experience that I have seen, around 40 countries where I have worked, believe you me, no, very rare people come with an entrepreneur mindset. Very rare people are attentive in what they do. The world is highly disengaged. You'll be surprised to know the latest Gallup survey says that 83% of people globally are passively engaged. So how do you create brand in a situation, in a scenario like that? So let's talk about now. If you can live in the power of now, you have greater ability to make your brand survive, and every time you have to discover a new now. And I'll take a small little example. Have you, and be very honest about it. Anyone of you had heard of something called as Open AI till last year, September? Any one of you? Had any one of you ever heard something called as Chat GPT up till January this year? Is there anyone in the room sitting here who doesn't know about Chat GPT? Until you made your assignment and you don't want to declare it here, that's something different. Look at the power of disruption that it's doing. It's called as Google Killer. And Google is actually losing billions of rupees because of that, because they're trying to copy and they're trying to become like somebody else. The moment you do it, I'm sure you would have read the story where Google has lost 100 billion because of a single mistake. What happens? Disruption. They realize the space they are into, and within that space, they realize their niche. ChatGPT is not trying to do hundreds of things at the same time. Google is still doing 100 things at the same time. So the beauty is, if you live in the now of the brand, you can create disruption very fast, and you move very fast. If you move faster than your competition, then the brand is going to stay and exist. If you are not doing it, you will be eliminated very fast. And I'm talking about behemoth brand like Google is having run for money. You must be thinking I'm taking an exceptional example. No, let me take another example. BlackBerry was the way all of us, the people of my age, they have communicated. One fine day, Apple came, Google came, and they were wiped out. And so has happened with Nokia. And I can take numerous examples of wherever you want to figure out, and I can tell you that. So, if you have the power to disrupt the ecosystem that you are into, if you have the essence of now, you can create that journey. Now, let's understand the kind of ecosystem we are in. We are today in a globally diversified workplace, and I'm going to relate with both marketing and HR students sitting here. First of all, my designation itself is a misnomer. If you look at it, the Chief Strategy Officer and then HR, what it has to do, both the things together. Thank God, at least you're looking at this designation of mine. My previous designation was CMO and CHR, which is Chief Marketing Officer and Chief Human Resources Officer. And then I did very well for a company called Concentric. We had more than 110,000 people that I was leading up till last year, March, across 7 different countries. And when I joined the company, we were just 12,000 people. And when I left the company, we were 110,000 people across 7 countries. I used the same strategy that I used that time. BPO space and IT space is too cluttered. It's very difficult to make a niche for yourself. So whenever you get into that space, you have to make sure that you understand that, read that space very well and attack. Obviously, I'm not going to go point towards point, but what I'm going to tell you here is that as HR professionals, you have to deal with a lot of challenges which are there in today's world. Globally dispersed workforce, engagement is an issue, quiet quitting is an issue. So whenever you join a company, you have to first start looking at company, where can I disrupt the space in HR? And I'll tell you, and this is just off the cuff, when somebody asks me in Forbes, we have a Forbes council where we meet every month and we talk about what is the future of HR. And one such topic reminds me, there's somebody who said that, hey, how is HRMS going to be in the future, the time coming ahead? Believe you me, HRMSs are changing far more sharply than what we are looking at. The world has not changed in last 2000 years as much as it's changing in last 20 years, just 20 years. The new age HRMSs are based on Web 3.0, where every employee, when they spend time on it, they earn tokens, and when you earn token, you can burn those tokens back. And if it's getting a little technologically very high for you, let me tell you. Today, when you apply for leave, what do? You go and tell your teacher, am I right? That's what you do. You go and tell your dean or faculty. The same way for my HR colleagues which are sitting here, when you apply for leave, you go to an HRMS and you apply for a leave. That's typically how it happens. You'll be surprised to know there are platforms now coming into place. The moment you apply for a leave, the platform will ask you immediately back. Is it a medical emergency? Are you traveling to some other city? Is it a movie ticket that I can book for you? Is it a child or parent care what you need? And the world is phenomenally changing beyond that. A leave, same boring leave, a transaction will now become far more exciting. So the moment I apply for a leave, and after leave, this HRMS will ask me, what can I do for you? And that's the power of employee experience going to be in the time coming ahead. So somebody can book an appointment for you. If I'm traveling outside, a taxi will be booked for you. And by the way, all this in some or other way happens on my platform. That's called as Advantage Club Technologies Limited. I'm not selling it here. I'm just telling you. But that's the power of these transactions are going to be. And a lot of people sitting here in each other relate to it. You've never thought giving such beautiful employee experience. Now, I have a lot more to talk about, but are you ready to face this challenge? And I'll explain you with a small little story. And a couple of my presentations are there. That's only takeaway for you if you want to take it. But I will, as I said, I'll narrate it in terms of stories to you. So when I started studying HR happened to me by mistake, by the way. It didn't happen to me by my choice. I came out of Pune railway station and I didn't know, which side to go, left or right, which side is the institute going to be. I had no idea. I reached the institute and there was a counseling happening. I knew that I have got some good scores, but I didn't have any idea which stream to choose. At least all of you have now. Google is there to help you, your parents are there. At my time, there was nothing like that. Absolutely nothing like that. There were two sort of streams that were either finance or, and I never liked numbers. I used to hate numbers at that time. And second is IT, which I love, but at that point of time, I felt I'm not the best IT guy. So, somebody then told me, choose HR, it's easy. As I told you, I was always an easygoing guy. Let me tell you, I've never been the best or the hardworking guy, but I have no share in saying I'm always the smartest of the guy in the lot. I'm like Harjeet Khanduja, he'll not tell unless he'll come on the stage who he is. Me and Chetan were talking, he decepted us for a very, very long time. So I'm exactly like him, but in a different shape and different form, both in size and otherwise. So for me, it was very, very clear that HR karna to karna hai, there was no other choice that I had left. But I started reading HR a little way beyond, even I'm talking about 20 years back the way it is right now. Like I don't know, I'm sure there are so many people sitting here. Can anybody tell me which is the first law that was made in the world for employee well-being? Today we talk so much about well-being, am I right? Anyone knows the first law which was ever made? You can Google it, you will find it difficult to even Google it. Again, what I'm saying is niche. Find a niche. And I used to hate, I hope Mr. Gadkari is not here because he used to be a law professor. I used to hate him when he used to come for teaching. But law, I had to study. There was no other way. HR no law no. What I used to do, I used to study the other way around. Again, find your niche, create a disruption if you can do. And my takeaway from this session is going to be disruption. If I can teach you disruption today, nothing like it. And I'll tell you how did I do it. So it's called as Fatal Accident Act 1850 because half of the world was colony of Britishers at that time. And that was the first law which came towards the well-being of employee or at least support an employee at least when he's dead. At that point of time there was nothing well-being. But Maria to kuch to dena na in return. So they brought in this law. And the world moved sharply at that point of time from, and I call it as classical UPSC, which is utilities were there at that point of time. Ke banao, kaise bhi banao. Produce it as much as you can produce, at least make. And then came productivity era. So utility, productivity, then came sentiments. And that's how even the role of HR changed. So when sentiments came, a lot of concepts like HRBP, employee engagement, HRD started cropping up. And then came C, which came last, and it's just come right now, which is customer orientation to employee. And it only happened after 2015. There are a lot of people who will debate about it, but believe you me, it never existed before that. Because we never talked about give customer. We talk a lot about give your customer an experience the same way you would want, the other way around. Treat your employee the same way as you would want them to be treating your customer. So the customer focus was always there, but employee focus was not there. Why it happened in 2015? Because fast forward when so many startups came, so much of disruption came, people started quitting great companies like Apple, whether it's in Bay Area or it's here. And it started somewhere early in 2010 onward, but 15 it came to its peak. For people, it didn't matter if they were working in Apple or they were working in Amazon. People started quitting their job left, right, center. And they started joining startups. They started looking at their career and these disruptions that were happening in pockets. Okay, and when that started happening, they immediately realized that if customer has to be treated the way it has to be treated, employees have to be treated differently, and that's how the concept of employee experience came into it. And employee experience actually is something that is creating disruption in this industry, and that's where we are also there, and I'm going to talk quickly about it. So the future of employer branding, because you'll have to look at this concept altogether very differently, lies in four aspects. One, I would say, what is that you are into? If you're creating the disruption, in which space are you creating the disruption? Two, what is that the overall impact that you're going to leave because of this disruption? Three, are you adding any value because of this disruption? And four, do you know how to exit? And again, time and again, I'm telling you why. Because sometimes you get too much closely held up with that particular brand. It's very difficult to see that brand going low. And you end up making mistakes. Sometimes it's okay to let your brand lie low for it. That's also a strategy, am I right? You would have heard of blue and red ocean strategies. And there are different kind of strategies. Sometimes you need to lie low. Just listen to it. You must have seen there's a Coca-Cola and Pepsi war that happens. There are times when Pepsi just keeps quiet. And you must be thinking why Coca-Cola is sponsoring every event. So as a CMO, as a strategy guy, I realized that it's very, very important for you to know what's your low. And that low may not be happening because you're low. That low is happening because you're strategically underplaying it. And it happens many times. And I'll tell you, Apple does it beautifully well. Before they launch any product, you would realize they're silent, complete silence for at least 2 to 3 months. Not trying too much of, and then suddenly you would realize there is something or other. They leave nudges out in the public, and you started picking up. So what happens? That disruption happens calculatively, and if you're doing that, you're there. So what is happening in employee experience space? The technology advancements are so high, believe you me, that brand that you build today may not have any relevance tomorrow. So you need to start thinking on innovation, and believe you me, you have to do it in your career also. If you're a pure play HR person, I'm not saying anything wrong about it, but add a skill to yourself. Like, all of us, I can only take a couple of names, but whoever you would realize that has done something better in life, because the way they are disrupting that space is they're adding another skill. Otherwise, most of the time, there is a single skill that you would realize. Like Hardeep, it's called as career cushioning. Hardeep is right now career cushioning because he has a great career with Reliance Jio, but at the same time, he's a great book writer. He's a great philosopher. He's a great author. So what you need to do is you need to disrupt your space, and he did it so well by designing the way he did it. And you need to do it too if you want to build your career. And the same is happening in HR industry very, very clearly. Sorry, I'm trying to take away the sales pitch of this presentation which I have made to now takeaways for you. So build brand and changing paradigms. You have to be future ready. First of all, there is a generation that we had. We've been talking about it, X, Y, Z, and then came millennials I talked about in the past. Now the today's generation are boomers, and many of you are sitting here, and many of other set of people will be coming and joining you very soon. the preferences change very fast, and there is a thumb rule of what you call it as 2, 3, and 5. What I mean by 2, 3, 5, you would remember that always. Whenever you speak an answer in your interview, or whenever you interact with your manager, or whatever PPT you create, if the picture recall is there in 2 seconds, you're successful. I can tell you what I mean by that. When I saw Khanduja's presentation, I will never forget that sloth ever in my life after that, because it remained on the screen for the longest time. So that's a 2-second principle. A 3-second principle is a voice, if you can remember. For 3 seconds, if you've heard it, and you never forget Amitabh Bachchan's voice, any other voice. So whatever content that you're creating, if it has got the ability of within first 2-3 seconds, if you hear it, you can latch onto it. You would latch onto it for the rest of the time. And 5 seconds if it's a video, if you can see, and you can recall that video. So whenever you create a content or whenever you give an answer, please keep this rule of 2, 3, and 5. It's very difficult to keep it up to that, but show to your colleagues and say, or your students, like other friends, and say that, do you think it's making sense, and take a feedback before you work on that brand, and be future ready. So as HR, what you need to do, and these are some takeaways which I really want to pick up one by one. Very fast I'll go on it. Hybrids are the future. Believe you me, nobody's going to pay salary in the near future. You must be surprised what's happening, but it is happening globally. People have started accepting their salaries in part and parcels. That means total reward 4.0. People are accepting cryptos, people are accepting certificates, people are accepting shares, stocks, RSUs of all kinds beyond salaries. So if that is what is happening in this space, believe you me, that's happening on a road. You know, there was a time I could never imagine a battery will drive a car, but just 3 years back, EVs are now here, and you see cars have been driven both by fuel and by batteries. Hybrids are everywhere. Banks exist, but at the same time, you have ATMs. Hybrids are going to be the future. You know, there's a time when I used to wear a watch only for wearing a watch, but it's not just a watch today. You can do everything on this watch. So hybrids are the future, and so is your career should be. Your career should not be one-way focused, only HR or marketing. Think of it as creating a hybrid, whatever you can create. Technology drives innovation. There is no shortcut to it. You know, there are disruption happening even in education space. You see so many institutes with so much of hard work is built in 20-30 years. Then an institute like Emeritus, which just comes in 4-5 years and just disrupts this industry. The same way is happening everywhere. Innovation is just simply killing the brands that are there. Focus on the big picture. I always say that. Try to solve a problem that you have, you've identified, or keep a larger focus for yourself. Rethink tools that measure work, sometimes not just volume. And believe you me, when you start looking at things fundamentally different, you start demystifying them pretty fast. Transforming the way we work, build an emotionally intelligent workforce. What I mean by that here is that today's generation, believe you me, they don't want to take gyan from too many people. You know, and we've been as HR professionals, we've been talking so much about well-being, but when a survey was actually done on a very, very specific set of closed individuals and asked, what is your definition of well-being? You'll be surprised to know that. They said well-being is my choice, my time, my activity, and impact which I decide. You don't decide. And as HR professionals, we have given well-being, I don't know of what all kind. Gym memberships बांट दिए हैं, musics बांट दिए हैं, नहीं क्या क्या करते हैं. And you'll be surprised to know when the concept, and it's a new concept which is coming up, it's called as flexible well-being. That means I decide at what phase of the day what I need. Like right now, I just had a discussion with my boss and I'm mentally upset. I came out and I want to listen to music, so I decide. So that is what is happening. So please keep that in your mind. It's getting very, very personalized and transforming the way we even assume things are happening around us. You have to introduce flexibility. As I said, your brand or either you or whatever you're doing in HR needs to have a flex. HR is known for rigid policies. Don't do it anymore. It's not going to work. Or so goes in marketing too. By the end of the day, finally, even Google had to bend down and agree to come on Apple platform and the other way around. So has happened with Microsoft. Microsoft would never launch Excel sheets for iOS, but they did it finally. So what you have to realize is that you have to be flexible. The world can only happen and grow with brands. Last two slides. Each day comes with a new challenge. Be prepared for it. And this is the last slide that I would want to tell you on the brand attributes. It's very well studied and researched by McKinsey. That's not our contribution. But it does clearly tell you if you're trying to create a brand for either yourself or the workplace that you're in. You'll have to have a very, very differentiated strategy. So with this, I come to an end. Sorry for the small little tweak that I said. This was more of an advantage for a presentation that I had to quickly tweak it because I realized that all of us were talking the same, and I wanted to be slightly different and whatever I could do. But remember, disruption is the word that I would want to tell you in the closed ecosystem that you operate in. Thank you so much.
Thank you, sir. That was indeed an informative session for us, sir. I now like to take the session forward by introducing our next speaker for the day, Ms. Arnabi Marjit, Vice President HR Lupin Limited. Ma'am has more than 26 years of implementation experience in the arena of strategic HR across Indian, American as well as German multinationals. Ma'am's industry exposure spans automobile, manufacturing, FMCG as well as the pharma and biotechnology. Ma'am has successfully managed implementation of HR processes as well as change management initiatives in cross-cultural environments across geographies. Currently, Ma'am is the diversity champion of the company along with being the chairperson of ICC. Ma'am is also driving the human capital element of ESG for the organization globally and is a part of the HR and IR core committee of CII and MCCIA. Ma'am, I request you to please come on stage. And before starting with the session, I request Chetan sir and Madhuri ma'am to please come up on stage and confer the HR Excellence Award upon ma'am. Please, can we have a huge round of applause for ma'am? The stage is all yours, ma'am.
So goodness gracious me, I'm petrified. I'm standing in front of an auditorium full of hungry students. It's very scary. And there were rock stars before me who spoke. The stage was on fire. And I don't have a presentation. Because I thought at the time that I'm speaking right before lunch, this is not really a time where you would be looking on the screen and reading through a verbose slide because, I've been there, obviously, many, many moons back and do realize your sentiments at this point. Everybody's looking at the watch and just waiting for it to move. So to start with, let me acknowledge the elephant in the room. How many people from HR here? Students. Okay, they're all sitting here. Anybody here who's not on social media? No, right? So everybody's on social media, everybody watches Insta Reels. Yes? YouTube videos, stand-ups. And aren't we all a butt of all jokes? Yes or no? Let's own up. Trust me, we all are. It's not just the students, we all are. So, what are a few things that you get to hear? And here I'm talking about HR as a brand, okay? Not employer brand, HR as a brand. Not just them, it's all of us who represent the profession. So, what are the things that you hear? Come on, everybody knows. don't try to be nice. No, we know it's all out there. There are tons and tons and tons of stand-ups who only make a living out of demeaning HR. So what does HR do? Rangoli, yes, absolutely spot on, full marks. I wish I had a award to give you. No, it's always Rangoli. So HR is just busy running around doing Rangolis. What else? What else? Games, picnics, birthday gifts, and picnics on weekends when you want to spend time with your family. Appraisals is like the worst possible thing. I was told by somebody from the business, you guys spend tons of money and ensure everybody is dissatisfied. Yeah? Because like one of the earlier speakers mentioned, as long as somebody else gets more money, you're never really happy or unhappy rather. So what we typically come across these employees when you ask somebody, oh, you got promoted, right? So congratulations. And you turn back and say, but it took a lot of time. So he's not very happy because somebody got it faster than him. You look at an employee and say, you got a promotion plus you got a special increase. Isn't that awesome? So yeah, that's right, but that guy got more money than me because his base salary is more, so his percentage increased, so whatever. It's always, you're always trying to catch up, trying to engage employees, yes, through rangolis or birthdays, that's how the world views us. Let us acknowledge that. That's the way the world has been viewing us, and I'll shortly tell you why things are slightly improving for all of you and for all of us. It's because you people, it's all because of full marks to the woke generation. I would give it to you, you're the woke generation, okay? And I believe in the evolution of human race. So you're far more evolved than all of us who are sitting in the first row. Just by sheer, all of you know about evolution? Charles Darwin, yes? Yes, no? Yeah? So you're far more evolved, and I'm not saying that because I'm standing in front of a room full of hungry students. I'm saying that because I truly believe that we all as a human race have evolved, and you are far more enlightened. When it comes to generally the society, you're far more enlightened. Again, going back to social media, you watch those film songs that used to get played in the 80s? Anybody? Yeah, you shudder today that how such songs were scripted and played. Yes or no? You remember those advertisements which used to come on television or on print media? Yeah? So isn't it like today that we look back, we think they were very regressive? Yes or no? No? I mean, those olden ads I'm saying, weren't they very regressive compared to the ads that you see today? Aren't the ads today far more progressive? The advertisements? The brands are very, very, very conscious about how they portray genders, right or wrong? Yeah? A washing machine ad would ensure always the male member of the family is washing the clothes. Yeah, we just heard about the Cadbury's ad. Yes, the gender reversals are happening, and I'm not saying that it's just happening on television. It's also happening in our lives. It's also happening in societies at large. And you must be wondering, where is she going? This is HR, and then this is a brand slam event, and why are you discussing something so idealistic? Okay. So before I move on, I don't have a presentation, but I have a quick video. Would you like to watch that? Yeah. Okay, so let's first watch this and you'll get your answer.
Who am I? I'm going to be buying what you're going to be making. I want to know you're making a better world.
I give my money to the one who never robs the earth.
I'll spend my fortune on you. if you promise to think of the less fortunate too.
I want to know you're making a more equal world.
On investing in technology to put a man on Mars. But wait, why can't it be a woman?
I'll click on your app, I'll walk into your shop. As long as you're fair to the farmer and the squirrel. I'm gonna be buying what you're gonna be making. And if you make the world a little better too, no one will feel richer than you.
Wasn't it beautiful? I see you and those children. Isn't it? You would also believe in it, right? As the future citizens of this corporate world. Don't you believe in all those things that the children spoke of? Yeah? So, coming back to what we were discussing, yes, we, as corporate citizens, everybody today wants to have a little bit more money, a bigger car, a better house, all the rest that comes with it. But this generation today wants a purpose. And they are looking for a purpose to their lives. They're looking for a purpose. They're also looking at things a little bit more in detail when it comes to choosing an organization. Okay? The organization that the citizens of the future would like to work for. Okay? Is this organization one that hurts the environment? And by hurting the environment, I mean that you really work under conditions where you're mining, you're taking out resources from the Mother Earth, but you're not replenishing the way you ideally should be, or are you mining more than what you should be? Are you felling trees? What does your business truly do? You all heard of carbon? Yeah? Yeah? Yes or no? Yeah, so carbon footprint is big today. So when you read about all these celebrities jetting around the world in their big Gulf streams, you don't look up to them. And I'm so proud of you that today you people ask questions that why is an entire plane flying for a person? Because of the carbon footprint that that particular plane is leaving behind. Why can't so many people, travel? Today we see, even in the city of Pune, people riding bicycles. We see EV. I myself drive an EV. I'm a very proud owner of an EV. So you are focusing today on saving the planet Earth, which earlier used to be a very government thing. So that's not all about. Sustainability is all about the government. They are supposed to do their job. They get paid to do their job. They get elected to do their job. But that's no longer true. Today, a lot of the responsibilities have been moved to corporates. And when I say move to corporates, it is not optional anymore. Okay, so all that you heard today, did it relate to finally the products these companies are going to be making? Yeah, now someone is going to buy them. I come from a healthcare organization called Lupin, and we are a public limited company. We actually have to go to the market and get the money. Now, people are not going to invest in an organization if they get to know that you are an organization which is not supporting the environment, you are not building relationship with the larger society. That's the social bit, and you don't have a transparent governance process in the organization. So I'm referring here to ESG. You can Google it. Today, it's all about sustainability. ESG stands for environmental social governance. And social in the middle, yeah, that's what HR does. So that's where HR today is no longer sitting at the high table, but HR is actually crucial to bringing in that extra dollar to the table. The investor will invest if you have the social pillar up out there and if you're doing well in certain parameters. The channel partners, the various partners and vendors that you're working with, they will agree to work with you if you tick all the boxes and you ensure that ESG is taken care of. Potential employees like you would like to join an organization If you go down there, check, it's all out there in the, you can Google all of it. So all these public limited companies have complete disclosure of their ESG parameters, and you can check and find out what are the matrices and where they stand. There are third-party agencies like the Dow Jones Sustainability Index, right? So DJSI, there are multiple bodies, there's so many of them who all the time are taking this data from the public domain, from the disclosures that the organizations are making, and they are rating us. So all of us get rated, and guess what? We get rated on the way you people get rated, in a relative way. So this year we did a lot of things in ESG, but others did more. So next year our rating will go down. Okay, so this all may be again sounding very high flow on that. What does it entail? It's a very nebulous kind of thing that I'm talking about. So let me put some actual elements into the social context. So one of the key aspects of the social context is how diverse is your organization. Everybody here understands diversity? Yeah, the difference between sex and gender. I think all of you must have read a lot around it. So since you're approaching lunch, can I tell you a quick story on diversity, because it's seemingly becoming very heavy and big words. So let me tell you the story of the House of Diversity. Now there was this house built by Mr. Giraffe. Everybody seen a giraffe? So Mr. Giraffe built a beautiful house, which was really a tall one, because Mr. Giraffe wanted a good, the air had to flow through the windows, and the space utilization was to its optimum. So he built a very beautiful tall house, and he was very proud of his house. He actually won the Best House Award of the Giraffes. But Mr. Giraffe had a very good friend, that was Mr. Elephant. So one day Mr. Elephant was walking down the road, Mr. Giraffe was inside the house. Mr. Giraffe looks out and sees Mr. Elephant, and they wave at each other, and Mr. Elephant walks down and wants to meet Mr. Giraffe inside his house. He wants to see this beautiful house that Mr. Giraffe has built. What happens? Can Mr. Elephant enter Mr. Giraffe's house? Because it's got a narrow doorway, so Mr. Elephant tries to enter but is not able to enter. So Mr. Giraffe says it's fine, no problem. He's very, very good with his tools. He quickly comes, he opens the nuts and bolts of the door and allows Mr. Elephant to walk in. So he broadens the doorway immediately, and Mr. Elephant walks in and is very happy that, oh, it's a beautiful house, and he walks inside. At that time, the phone rings, and Mr. Giraffe gets called inside his house, and he picks up the phone and starts speaking, and Mr. Elephant suddenly hears a loud noise. And he's scared, he thinks something has happened to his friend, so he rushes in to check out. And there were a few stairs, and so what happens? The stairs come crashing down, half the house is gone, and Mr. Elephant is lying in this rubble of wood. And he looks around and he says that, what just happened? So Mr. Giraffe walks down and says that, why did you try to climb the stairs? I was just speaking to somebody in the other room, you should not have rushed in. He says, I was just trying to help. So Mr. Giraffe says, this is not acceptable because you are too heavy for my house. Please join the ballet class and learn how to walk. Okay? You can also look at joining an aerobics training so that your weight gets reduced, because without this, you're not really suitable to walk around this house. So what would you feel if you're Mr. Elephant? Whose house is this? It's Mr. Giraffe's house, right? And would Mr. Elephant really feel welcome there if he's supposed to go out there, reduce his weight and come back? So this is exactly how the organizations today are operating. It's an analogy wherein there's something called affirmative action. So we have built the house for a particular gender, And then we expect the other genders, or today, it's a continuum. We don't say that there's only binary men and women, so it's a continuum. We expect all genders to do what? To come in and adapt themselves to this house, which was actually built for one gender. It's your job. You're supposed to accept, whatever we've built. Yes, we will have affirmative actions. We will, change certain policies, give you certain extra leaves, and get you some parking slots, etc., etc. But otherwise, you better adjust yourself, because this is how most organizations today look at diversity. I don't want to sound very gloomy, but I hope you're getting the point. It's not that there is lack of intent. Everybody wants today to be diverse. It's a very important metric that every organization gets measured on. But it's just that for hundreds of years, the organizations have been built for a particular gender, able-bodied human beings. Try entering any random office complex in a wheelchair. Right? There'll be stairs, you suddenly don't know how to walk in, and because you are on a wheelchair, the lift buttons may not be reachable, the coffee machine may not be reachable, somebody tries to get into the washroom, you can't use it. You're getting the picture? So all organizations have been traditionally built for able-bodied, one gender. Right? So today, the new generation, again sitting out here, doesn't look at the world in such a monochromatic way. You look at the world as a world which is diverse by nature, because all of you are studying together, both men, women, everybody, all genders studying together. And you all understand that there are differently abled people in this world, and everybody has to coexist. If you even look at it binary, those days are gone when you have to create business case why we need women in workforce. 50% of the planet has women, like it or not. That's how it is. So quite naturally, your organization is also a microcosm of the rest of the world. So diversity is something that you're supposed to thrive in. You are not supposed to build a business case out of it. So diversity and inclusion, the data that all public limited companies today are mandated to disclose. It is not just what is your ratio. So if I'm taking care of ESG in my company, it's not just that I'm asked how many women work. It's not like that. Every human resource parameter has to get reported. You can Google it actually and find out for my company. Everything gets reported basis gender. So out of the number of people who hired this year, how many men, how many women? Out of the people who resigned from the company, how many men, how many women? Out of the people you've trained this year, how many men, how many women? Out of the people you've promoted this year, the list goes on and on and on. The pay increases that has happened this year, what are the parity indexes? So everybody today needs to know in the external world what you're doing to build a diverse organization, so that these kids out here, when they grow up and you go out there, you buy our products and you're comfortable to work in an organization that we built. So this is one tiny bit, diversity and inclusion. There is also something called employee volunteering program. Okay, so what is an employee volunteering program? There used to be a time, I don't know if you've already studied in your texts, that all profit-making companies had to spend some 2% and give it to CSR. Yeah? So, कर दिया, society का काम हो गया, you go and give it to some NGO somewhere, and you've done your job. You've published it in your annual report and you're happy. Today, that's just not enough. So while we as a company have a foundation, a separate entity which only does CSR, we are to report how many hours of volunteering work our employees have done. And it's not about paying money. There are a lot of people who actually pay money to, sponsor education of children and a lot of good causes. So that's wonderful. You keep paying all that money. But how many of your personal hours have you gone out there and invested in the betterment of the society at large? And how does HR come in? Like, you must be also thinking, what is she talking about? How does it all relate to HR? Now, HR has to not just do rangolis and not just take people out on picnics, but has to actually be the conscience keeper of the organization to motivate employees and to make sure that these volunteering platforms are created, that there's enough and more opportunities for the employees to go out there and volunteer. Because today's day and age, that is how you are. You know, like I mentioned, you're far more evolved than all of us sitting out here, because today it's not just money, it's also the purpose of your life. Each person is looking for that. So it's a very different woke generation. So today, each of these are things that we get measured on, and HR is a custodian, even for something like human rights. So why I'm mentioning all of these is, please ensure that when you even appear for an interview, or by the time you go and join a company, doesn't matter whether you're in HR or you're marketing or wherever. Because today you have to know all the elements of sustainability, of people sustainability. Otherwise, we don't exist. The earth doesn't exist, the society doesn't exist. We have to understand that it's not just the G20 or those 37 countries and all that, and the UN pacts that India is signing as a country. As citizens of this world, we also have our due. That we have to, there's certain pledges we have to take and certain things that we have to give back to this society and this world. So human rights, which you all thought was what? Anybody has any idea about the aspects of human rights, the 10 pillars of human rights? Do you study this? You do? Oh, that's wonderful. Because people would say, oh, human rights is activism. Oh, JNU mein hota hai. Huh? So there are these people outside JNU who are, paying for blood, and they are the ones who are the human rights activists. Well, it's not so. Human rights, as 10 pillars of human rights, is something all organizations have to sign up for, that we are ensuring that all our premises are audited by third parties and abide by all the 10 tenets of human rights. Now, just to give you one example, what these things comprise of. Say a young labor enters the main gate. Very simply, I'm saying, I'm not getting into the details. A young labor enters the main gate. Do you know in India what is the cutoff age for child labor? 14, 18, 14, 18? 14, yes. So 14 and above is accepted. You can enter the premises, but all companies follow 18. Yeah, 18 is young labor, so both of you are right. 14 is how the UN defines children, that up to the age of 14 you're a child, and after that you're no longer a child. But in India, all companies follow 18, but that's young labor. So say a young boy or girl tries to enter the gate, and you have the security guard who checks this person out, and this person has come from some vendor, and gets a feeling that kuch to sahi nahi hai, that looks very young, and tries to probe a bit and realizes that this child, I'm saying child because not really an adult, is actually a child. It's like 16, 17 years old. So what do you think the security guard should do? It's a very serious offense, for organizations. You cannot allow child labor to walk into the premises and to do anything for you. What would the security guard do? Yes? Sorry? Yeah, so he finds out that actually he's child labor. He's actually 16 years old. So what does he do? So this is what the awareness building training is all about. All the security guards in all the premises after the assessment needs to get trained that you do not scream at that boy and you don't tell him that police mein de denge because you are entering our premises and you are a child labor and you should not be here. But it's supposed to speak very nicely to that child, because that child is maybe trying to come to work because that person wants what? A livelihood. Yeah, it's life versus livelihood. So the person wants just to get a livelihood. So you cannot persecute that child. He's just supposed to make that child say, call up the vendor, that whoever the contractor arrives, the conversation happens between the contractor and whoever the department head who's called that particular contractor engaged. And not to disrespect that child and not to scare that child or give that child to the police. So are you understanding? It's all about respect, respecting human rights, respecting the right to life, respecting the fact that as human beings, we should not get discriminated under any circumstances, whether it be for our race, religion, age, looks, whatever. Because there are cases where you find in a lot of remote areas when people try to enter the gate and then they check certain papers. I mean, that's where it starts, not just a top management training. It starts with the security guard. When they look at their identity card and they start what? They start referring to their caste and religion and stuff. It happens. Say, idhar khade ho jao, udhar khade ho jao. So all of these boxes now have to be ticked off. We have to ensure that there is dignity of labor, there's dignity of, and all this gets audited by a third party. The third party signs it off, and it has to get all of that this third party does has to get further assurance certified and published, so that you get to get your ESG score. So basis your USG score, what happens? You get your investments, you get to draw money from the market, you get employees excited to join your company, you get various partners to engage with you. There are a lot of international partners who are not happy to engage, like the Zara story. There have been so many such stories of child labor, sweatshops and all, so they would not like to engage with you unless these certifications are there. So thereby I'm closing by saying that HR doesn't necessarily today as a brand do rangolis alone. HR today is the conscience keeper of the organization who's sitting at the board making presentations to make sure that the organization sustains itself. That's how crucial the human resource function today has become. And while I'm taking care of my business HR and all the rest that you just heard, I also lead talent management, leadership development globally, but nothing gives me greater pleasure than actually upholding the social pillar of ESG, because that's what makes me proud of what I do as a human resource professional today as a brand. So that's all from me. Thank you.
Thank you so much, ma'am. HR is definitely an underrated, sector in an organization, and thanks for putting light on it, ma'am, and putting light on the diversity and human rights in an organization. So it is now time for a well-deserved lunch break. Thank you for patiently listening. Students are requested to please be seated until the dignitaries leave. We will have a 40 minutes lunch break and we will resume at 2:15 p.m. Students, please be seated until the dignitaries leave, please. of 10th edition of Indira Brand Slam Summit and Awards. So we had a very engaging first half wherein 6 industry stalwarts spoke to us, addressed us on various interesting topics. In this half, we have 4 speakers lined up and also a panel discussion. Before we move towards that, we would like to begin this second half by conferring upon Marketing Excellence and HR Excellence Award on some very deserving awardees. And to do the honors, may I please request Dr. Pandit Mali, Executive Director, Indira Group of Institutes, and Ms. Madhuri Sathe, Executive Director, Corporate Relations, IGI. Madhuri ma'am and Mali sir on stage, please. Okay, so sir and ma'am, we are first conferring Marketing Excellence Award and then we'll move to HR Excellence Awards. So the first awardee is Head of Marketing, BE Commercial Vehicles Limited, Mr. Sharat US. It's Marketing Excellence Award. Sharat sir. Our next awardee is Founder and CEO, Time Chain Labs, Mr. Rohan Sharan. Our next awardee is Senior Executive Talent Acquisition, Premier Campus Recruitment Team, LTI Mindtree, Mr. Anirben Mukherjee. Now we have Executive Director, Pinnacle Mobility Solutions Private Limited, Mr. Hitesh Thakur. Last but not the least, we have Associate Director, Disney Hotstar, Mr. Shreyan Shukla. Audience, take a round of applause because these are alumni. Can I please request you all to kindly come forward for a group picture? Malisa Madhuri ma'am, we have one more awardee, but he hasn't reached yet, so we'll confer before the session. Yeah. Congratulations, all the awardees. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So, without any further ado, I request my student Kruti to please introduce first speaker to the audience.
Good afternoon, everyone. And we have a dynamic list of speakers ahead of us. So I'm introducing the very first speaker in the second half. Mr. Sharat US, Head of Marketing, VE Commercial Vehicles Limited. Sir has over 18 years of experience in sales, product and people management, marketing and introduction of new products. Sir joined L&T as a GET for sales of earth-moving equipment. Later, Sir joined Atlas Copco and held various positions as territory manager, key account manager, product manager and regional manager. After spending 10 years in Atlas Copco and Epiroc, Sir shifted to Volvo and is currently heading the marketing of Volvo trucks for India. Can you please join me in welcoming Mr. Sharat US?
Thank you. Am I audible? Yes. Thanks. Right. So, can we have the presentation? So when I got the call from Arpana, I was like, why am I being called here in the first place? And I did not even know about Indira. And then, because I have lived in Pune for about 2.5 years, not much association here, for the last part of my career I've been outside Pune. So I started with, okay, I don't know, and then I'm going to address this group of students, Gen Z, so to say, and I'm a millennial. Gen Z, there's a huge generation gap. I mean, you guys have been growing with TikTok, shorts, reels, and we are still in the old age of test cricket while you are into T20s, right? Short attention span. So then I thought, okay, uske upar lunch ke baad ka first session hai, so even more difficult. And then this was supposed to be a brand related. So then should I start with Volvo brand? I thought, nahi. Yesterday I met the coordinators and they had a lot of questions. How has been the corporate life? Why did you switch from one company to the other? So all such questions have been coming up. So I ये सब लेके mixer में डाल दिया, juice बना दिया. I'm like to give it to you in some format. Let's see if it clicks with you or not. Right? So I started with I don't know, and I don't know is a tremendous possibility. If you think that you know everything, then you won't open up your mind for anything else, right? Like a full jar of water. So if you are with I don't know, then you are open to accept anything that comes. So this particular audience, now you will ask this question to me. मेरे पास YouTube का प्रीमियम सब्सक्रिप्शन है, मेरे पास Google है, Siri है, Cortana है, आजकल Chat GPT भी है. तुम्हारे पास क्या है? तो मेरे पास एक्सपीरियंस है and complementary to that थोड़ा ग्रे बाल भी है. Right? So I thought I will share this with you guys. And I thought let me talk about this brand, you and me and our life. It's nothing less than nurturing any other corporate brand. Like nurturing you and me is as difficult as that. So yes, we are in this VUCA world. Volatile, uncertain, complex and ambiguous. Everyone knows about this. So it's all about how we handle this particular, or everything that comes onto us. A person is successful or unsuccessful depending on how he reacts to this stimulus. So, okay, मैं थोड़ा फिल्मी हो सकता हूँ, थोड़ा सा overboard भी हो सकता हूँ because I have been growing up on Hollywood movies, Bollywood movies. Good old days, I also used to run a Facebook page on movies. I attended lots of courses on life excellence. I'm a big fan of Sadhguru Jagi Vasudev. I've been reading lots of self-help books. So yeah, and using all of that, I have been maintaining a blog too. I can share that with you. So this heavily influenced I am. So pardon me if I go somewhat overboard during the process. Okay, so we talked about the journey of our life. Let's consider that as our brand. And you guys are already into management, so you are somewhere around here, I would say. So I would skip the infant part. So where do we begin? We begin with studenthood, where you are currently. Slides change करना था ना, student of the year 2 use करना था आपके लिए. You can relate more to that probably. Anyways, so simple question: how did you all end up here in MBA? Accidentally, या passionate थे, या ऐसा was the reason? Multiple answers, right? I can give some example from my background. Okay, I did mining engineering. आप लोग सोचेंगे mining में कौन engineering करता है? So back then, don't laugh at this. I had been reading a lot of adventure novels. Clive Cussler, if anyone have heard of that. So there was something on deep sea mining, space mining, and all that. I got fascinated. Wow, mining is an amazing subject. तो घर के पास में NIT सूरतकल था, and मुझे वहाँ पे सीट मिल रहा था in mining. As this kind of a kid grown under the wings of my parents, घर से ज़्यादा दूर नहीं जाना है. I might get into smoking, drinking, girls, distractions. तो ये सब करना नहीं है मुझे. घर के पास रहते हैं. So parents के निगरानी में. So let me be a good kid. That's how I got into mining. Do I have any regrets? Absolutely not. So this happens. And also, how did I do my MBA? I did my MBA through distance education from Symbiosis. शादी कर लिया था, जॉब था हाथ में, बहुत सारा टाइम था. So I was like, क्या करें? चलो MBA करते हैं. So this is how I have been living, right? Okay. Most of you, because during lunch I was also talking to your placement officers, and I could understand a dream job is something all of you would be looking forward to. But is there something called a dream job actually? Otherwise, everyone would have got into a job and lived with that throughout their life, right? Last week in news I thought, okay, my first company was by the way L&T, Larsen & Toubro, and everyone knows AM Naik. You know, he's been with L&T since 1965, 50 plus years with one company. ऐसा होता था in our parents' era. One life, one wife, one job. This was the criteria earlier. Not anymore, right? I got into L&T and 3-4 years, nahi bore ho raha hai. Time to switch. That's how this generation thinks. कुछ पसंद नहीं आया, immediately discard करो. Now, be it a job, be it a partner, whatever. So, generally, somebody was asking, my coordinator was asking. Generally, when we get into a job, and fresher need not be just after coming out of college, okay? When I join from one company, switch from one company to the other, तब भी मैं fresher रहता हूँ. And it's like, ये सारे job मेरे सर पे क्यों डाल रहे हैं? I am supposed to handle marketing, and when I got into this company, मेरे सर पे ऊपर logistics भी डाल दिया, volume planning भी डाल दिया. हाँ, हम लोगों को स्वीडन जाना है, उसके लिए presentation बना के दो. So this happens. Somebody was asking me, how is corporate life? So this is how corporate life is. But then over a period of time, you get to live with it. 3.5 years now all these jobs being dumped on me, I feel, take it, just another day at work. That's how I feel about it. Otherwise, yeah, over a period of time in the corporate world, you may feel it's kind of a rat race. There are so many meetings happening. 30-35% of your time is spent on holidays. Now, you don't know how do you utilize those holidays. Reviews रहता है, reports रहता है, presentations रहता है, everything comes with a deadline. And then, depending on what kind of company you are into, the culture, that makes a big difference. So there can be some companies who are very strict with the rules, some companies who give a free hand. I was also told that students here are very fond of Atlas Copco. Even I am very fond of Atlas Copco. I spent 10 years, the longest span of my career was spent with Atlas Copco. क्यों?
rules nahi the. Like when I joined Atlas Copco, I was made as head of sales for Karnataka. तब तक उनके पास कर्नाटका में कोई थे नहीं. So it was like a barren territory for them, and I was the only person in Karnataka and given a free hand. एक कार दे दिया, लैपटॉप दे दिया, फोन दे दिया, जाओ जो चाहो कर लो. And that kind of freedom will give you courage to get into the market, to get into explore new customers, and then come back and say, okay, this is what I want to do. This is how I want to bring the story of Karnataka for Atlas Copco. That happened. So about 5-6 years I spent with Atlas Copco in Karnataka. In addition, I got to handle Kerala also. Then I shifted to Pune, the head office of Atlas Copco for India, where I was handling product marketing. Then I went on to head southern region for Atlas Copco, which also included Sri Lanka, Karnataka, Kerala, Tamil Nadu. So, yeah, if you stick to one company, get to understand its culture, and you are able to manage it, then you can actually stay a long time with one particular company without getting bogged down, without getting bored. ये भी नहीं आएगा कि some people may think, is there something called a good salary? There is nothing called a good salary. For a short duration of time, good लगेगा. उसके बाद, oh, okay, he's getting a little more, so it's not good anymore for you, right? Yeah, you are always running a rat race, usually in a corporate world. Okay, so once I landed into a job, I joined L&T as a GET, 2004 pass out, and SAE L&T had come to my campus. I was the topper in my batch, and I got placed. So that was what? I was 22 also, and then चलो job आ गया है, आगे क्या करना है? शादी कर लेते हैं. Life में आगे क्या है? So I did this. I had certain criteria. ऐसे वाला लड़की चाहिए, सुंदर चाहिए, सबको चाहिए सुंदर, tall होना चाहिए, she should be talented. So I looked into my database. ऐसा कौन लड़की थी मेरी जिंदगी में? हाँ, ये वाला cousin थी मेरी, सुषमा. So I pick up the phone, call her up and say, Sushma, I think you and me make a good pair. What do you think? Shall we get married? Out of the blue. इससे पहले इसके बारे में कुछ डिस्कशन नहीं किया था. This happens. So what I mean to say is, if you have a conviction, you will get tremendous courage to do what you have conviction in. So I did this. Did it give me a result? Absolutely not. She was shell shocked. So did not give any response. तो वो किस्सा वहीं पे खत्म हो गया था. There is a silver lining. 1 year later, she actually contacted me and said, okay, 1 year back you had given me this proposal, I'm ready to think about it now. I still mean to say, अगर आपको you are on the side of truth, you have conviction, go ahead, you don't have to hide anything. I would say she was my first girlfriend. Let me talk about my second girlfriend now. The way I was in engineering, right? Seedha sada, padai, no drinking, no alcohol, no girls. That's how I came out of college. लड़कियों के देखने के बाद थोड़ा दूरी भाग जाता था. Then I get into this job in L&T, and I am put into sales. And sales, your survival depends on how you talk, and also in how much you travel. So I was traveling extensively, and somehow, ऐसा होता है मेरे साथ, I bumped into some girl during my travel. So my second girlfriend I bumped into in one of those sales journeys. पूरा 1.5 years चला था मेरा love story. Long distance, because she was still a student of medicine and I was working in Hyderabad. So Hyderabad and Bangalore, somewhere in the middle was Bangalore. Bangalore is where we used to come and meet during weekends. And then मम्मी का call आता है every evening. कहाँ हो? मैं बैंगलोर में हूँ. क्यों आए हो? समता आई थी, उससे मिलने आया हूँ. कहाँ पे रुके हो? इस होटल में रुका. समता कहाँ रुकी है? सिम होटल में साथ में. Right? So again saying, if you have the conviction, you can be open about everything with anyone. So आप लोगों का हाँ ये सब मेरा जॉब मिलने के बाद हो रहा था, आप लोगों का शायद अभी हो रहा है, right? This sometimes it can be like this, and आजकल ये भी possible है ना? Okay, so finally I did not marry any both my first and second girlfriend. I married Sushmita. That's my wife. So how does it work with life? Man is ever greedy. तो एक घर ले लिया मैंने बैंगलोर में, उसके बाद यहाँ आ गए, चलो एक और घर ले लेते, so that's my house in Pune. It's never ending when as you grow, your wants are unlimited. That's how man. So ये सब होने के बाद भी when I went to Italy, ये भी देखा मैंने, हाँ ये भी चाहिए मुझे, right? And it goes on and on and on. You can keep achieving something in your life, and 6 months, 1 year later, you will get bored of it. Then you will want something more. And this journey goes on and on until you. Okay, these are some of my memories. Many of them in Pune, because you have a lot of hill stations here. So I am a very fond cyclist and a biker. So Pune was heavenly for me. तो ये सब करने के sorry, that was not supposed to come here. जेम्स बॉन्ड का अर्सला एंडर्स जैसा नहीं लग रहा है ना? So this was me coming out of Mediterranean Sea in Italy when I visited there. Anyway, so ये जर्नी चलता रहेगा until you are on your deathbed. The only thing you need to be aware of when you are in your deathbed, do I have any guilt? Do I have any regret? Because when you are in a deathbed and you have these two emotions, it's pathetic, right? ये सब कर सकता था मैं जिंदगी में और मैंने किया नहीं. So brand new, I would say, live your life to the fullest. But okay, थोड़ा फंडा देने वाला हूँ अभी, moral science. Pardon me for that. Okay, I started with I don't know. So there are certain things you know, which can be a very small speck, and there are certain things which you know that you don't know, and then certain things which you think you know, but in actual you may not know, and there is a huge amount of things which you don't even know that you don't know, right? If you put that into perspective in everything that you do, that you are a mere speck in the whole scheme of things, पूरा universe देखेंगे तो what exactly are you? Nothing, right? But then when you get up in the morning, you are like, oh मेरा problems इतना सारा है, मुझे आज college जाना है, assignment है, ये मैडम ठीक नहीं है, बहुत गाली देती है. So all of this becomes your reality, or the big problems for you. Whereas in the whole scheme of things, this is actually nothing. So always have that perspective that your problems are in reality, if you take a helicopter view, is actually small, can be dealt easily. You need to have work-life balance, and for that, all of these things are necessary. Fitness is very important, more so when you get into corporate life. और एक और बात बताता हूँ, spiritualism automatically आ जाता है when you get into a corporate life. It's not like you want it. It becomes the necessity for your survival. Otherwise, with all the politics going on or the rat race, it's difficult to survive without spiritualism. So I would say this is the right time for you to get into some kind of spiritualism. Okay, yeah, always try to set an example. This is given from a corporate perspective, but you can take it from a student perspective also. Do what you want others to do, show it to them that this is how I am expecting, and then you can expect. Otherwise, जिंदगी भर ऐसे ही करते रहेंगे कि no, he should first do this. And generally मियाँ बीवी के साथ होता रहता है कि he should first come and say sorry, उसके बाद मैं उसको माफ करूँगी. Not right? No, you first do what you expect the other person to do, then you can expect whatever you want. Humility. Everyone knows Avengers, right? Thanos had a noble cause, but at what cost? half the humanity on earth I will destroy so that the other half can survive better. No, that's not the way to live. So you should be open for everyone's survival, or you should be looking forward for everyone's goodness. Lot of text there. Everyone has watched Game of Thrones, I'm sure. Tyrion Lannister was a very, very knowledgeable, wise person. So whatever weakness he had, he never fell for that. Right? He took his weakness and used it as his strength. I won't go deeper into it. Do we still have time? Yes? So I have been introduced as the head of marketing for Volvo and मैं life का फंडा देते जा रहा हूँ. Do you guys want to know about Volvo? Yeah. Automobile industry in general? Yeah. Okay. So let's skip this. Okay, everyone has watched Three Idiots and lots of management fundas around Three Idiots, so I won't go deep into it again. This was end of part 1. Part 2 अभी तुरंत शुरू होने वाला है. Not like बाहुबली की एक साल wait करना पड़े सीक्वल. Right, I'll get into Volvo, and before that, let's get into a little bit of automobile industry, because people were saying that our kids are very fond of automobile sector. So let's understand Indian automobile sector little bit, superficially at least. So how big is Indian automobile sector? And when we say automobile, it can range anywhere between 2-wheelers, 3-wheelers, 4-wheelers to massive trucks like Volvo. लगभग 2 crores of automobiles are produced in India every year. Out of that, almost 80-82% is only 2-wheelers, right? That is what, about 1.6 crore of 2-wheelers aa jate hai every year. Then about 4-5% is 3-wheelers, about 12-13% becomes 4-wheelers. The balance is what we call as commercial vehicles. And I belong to the commercial vehicle sector for the past 3.5 years as part of Volvo. So commercial vehicles includes everything from passenger transport, goods transport. So your buses, your trucks, everything becomes part of the commercial vehicles, which is just about 3% of the entire Indian automobile industry. So how big is this commercial vehicle sector? I'll go now deeper into commercial vehicles. Good times, I would say financial year 17-18 was good times for the commercial vehicle sector, where we produced almost 10 lakh commercial vehicles, buses, trucks put together. Now, out of that, if we have to look at the big players in the automobile sector of India, globally, yeah, Daimler is number 1 in terms of both revenues as well as number of trucks sold. Volvo comes about 3rd or 4th because we have some Chinese companies also in between. Volvo produces about 2 lakh trucks every year. But in India, we are very, very small. Tata is by far the market leader in Indian commercial vehicle space, almost 50+% market share, followed by Ashok Leyland, 25-26%. Then comes PE Commercial Vehicles, the legal entity to which I belong to, which has both iShare as well as Volvo brands. But Volvo as part of it is producing hardly 1200-1300 trucks every year. So if we actually look at market share in terms of trucks, we should be less than 0.5% market share, because we cater to very few segments. That was an overview of how is Indian automobile market segregated. Now I'll talk a little bit about Volvo. We live by these values. We move the world we want to live in, and driving progress has always been our motive. What is Volvo into? Generally, Volvo बोलने से आपके दिमाग में आएगा 1 buses, right? 2 cars. How many of you knew that Volvo cars don't belong to Volvo at all? 20 years ago, Volvo sold off Volvo cars to Ford, and then it has changed multiple hands. Currently, it's with a Chinese company called Geely. Although Volvo cars in India are assembled in the Volvo plant in Hoskote, Bangalore, very next to the Volvo trucks assembly line, cars don't belong to Volvo at all. But the brand is retained, right? Why? It's a big brand, so you just can't put in a Chinese name called Geely. कोई खरीदने वाले नहीं होंगे. So yeah, Volvo is into 4 major verticals: construction equipments. The plant in India is in Bangalore, Kenya. Trucks plant is in Bangalore, Hoskote. We have buses. Again, buses are manufactured in Hoskote. Buses in India also are not manufactured by Volvo alone. It is manufactured by the joint venture now, VE, Volvo Eicher Commercial Vehicles. And then we have Penta, Volvo Penta, which is more into industrial and marine engines. Ma'am, please let me know if I'm overshooting my time. I know you are hard pressed for time. So, we are present globally. If I have to go into the history, 1927, Volvo was formed. 28 onwards, trucks started coming out. Currently, about 95,000 employees worldwide. Production in 19 countries, but catering to about 190 markets. And how big is India for Volvo? No, we don't figure in the top 20 also in terms of the truck sales numbers. These are smaller brands under the larger Volvo brand. We already spoke about Penta. Rockback is, we acquired part of Terex, the dump trucks of Terex, which has its factory in Scotland. So that has been rebranded as Rockback. Renault Trucks France is part of Volvo Group. Prevost and Novo buses are bus brands under Volvo. Mack is a truck brand only limited to US, part of the Volvo Group. Arcus is all about defense trucks under Volvo. And then we have certain joint ventures also. SDLG is a Chinese company. We import SDLG commercial construction equipment and sell it in India under SDLG brand, not as Volvo. Eicher is the joint venture formed in 2008. It's a 50-50 joint venture where Eicher currently produces about 75,000 trucks and buses in India, and Volvo produces, okay, this year we'll be producing about 1,700 trucks and about 300-350 odd buses. Then there is Dongfeng Trucks in China, cell-centric. How many of you have heard of cell-centric? Many, right? So, globally, Volvo and Mercedes are stark rivals, competition. But for this future technology of fuel cell electric vehicles, Volvo and Daimler have joined hands to develop this technology. And we already have made a proto truck on fuel cell electric with the collaboration of Daimler. And 3 years down, we should be having these trucks on the streets, right? We'll not go into numbers, but yeah, just for your information, Volvo is hugely dependent on trucks. 60-62% of the business comes from trucks. Next is construction equipment with 25%. Buses are only 4%, whereas India mein Volvo bus ke liye jana jata hai, right? Actual reality is this. Brief journey, 96 is when Volvo signed an agreement with the government of Karnataka. 98, our factory in Hoskote was up and running, and Volvo has grown in India mainly because of its back office support, the kind of innovative aftermarket services that we brought in, the telematics services we brought in. Now sitting in Bangalore, I can look at all the 7,000, 7,500 trucks that are running across India. Now you'll ask me, चल कहाँ रहा है Volvo trucks? Roads पे तो दिखता नहीं है. So we are predominantly present in mining because mining is, high performance requirement. The gradients are steep, the temperature is high, reliability is a must. Now something happened when Volvo came into India. तब तक Tata Ashok Leyland trucks चल रहे थे, which used to run about 12-14 hours every day. When Volvo came in, we gave them trucks, the contractors, we gave them trucks which could run 20 to 23 hours every day, consistently for 365 days. So our trucks started clocking 6,000, 6,500 hours every year, which was never heard about in India. What else could Volvo do? पता नहीं आपके कॉलेज के सामने कुछ ब्लू कलर Volvo trucks जाते हुए देखे होंगे with a long trailer called delivery return on it. Yes, sir. Right? So what miracle did we do in India? Generally trucks in goods transport run about 14,000-15,000 kilometers every month. Now Volvo gave trucks to these express cargo segments. आप Amazon में order करते हैं, 2 दिन में आपको delivery चाहिए. चाहे वो goods दिल्ली से पूना आना हो, दिल्ली से बैंगलोर आना है, you want it in 2 days. Now, how is that delivered to you? So our truck starting from Gurgaon comes to Bangalore within 45 hours, and another loaded trailer is waiting here, which will be hooked onto the Volvo truck, goes back 45 hours to Delhi again. So non-stop it is running throughout the year, clocking almost 2.5 lakh kilometers every year. No other truck in India is capable of doing this. Okay, so these are some of the achievements. I wouldn't go more into it. This was a joint venture. Eicher, what businesses they are into, Eicher ka plants kahan hai, Eicher ka range of trucks and buses. Volvo Group in India, I already spoke about trucks, buses as well as construction equipment, and yeah, R&D. Proud to inform you that apart from Sweden, which is the hometown for Volvo, the largest R&D center globally is located in Bangalore. We have about 2,500 people sitting in Bangalore catering to the research and development of Volvo globally. This is our plant. Now this plant has the production, we have competence development, we have sales and marketing, we have workshop, we have telematics monitoring from here, we have a driver training center. Every driver who is driving a Volvo truck or bus needs to come here, get trained here, certified by us, only then he is allowed to drive. We have a 2.2 kilometers of test track. This is where you see that, and we also have a helipad there. So fantastic facility. This is the range of trucks we are producing from this particular plant. So mining में ये सब trucks देते हैं, construction which includes road construction also, these two trucks, and long haul these two trucks. Sometimes you must have noticed, कभी-कभी मेरे घर के सामने खड़ा रहता है, huge consignments, over-dimensional cargo, heavy weight. It can be like huge reactors, windmill turbines. All of that are carried on Volvo trucks alone. आपका ये चंद्रयान satellite जो launch हुआ था had to go on a Volvo truck. So ISRO is one of our biggest customers too. Yeah, you must have seen this in the Republic Day parade. So Volvo supplies trucks to defense also. So Arjun tank was, it is an old photo where a satellite was kept on it. This year Arjun tank was kept on a Volvo truck, and it was paraded on the Republic Day parade. Otherwise, yeah, we are into special applications where if we can't produce those trucks in here, Bangalore, we directly import it from Sweden. Some huge statistics, let me not get into that for the lack of time. This is our aftermarket support system. We are present across India. Wherever our trucks are, our technicians will be present, our spare parts will be present. Okay, I saw one of the theme was sustainability in this brand slam, right? And everyone is talking about sustainability these days. We all have signed the COP26 accord. Everyone wants to go carbon neutral. We are also sticking to the 2040 time span. So as we stand today, we only have diesel engine powered trucks. But we have already started supplying LNG powered trucks, liquefied natural gas, which is little more less carbon emission compared to diesel. For the past 2 years, we have been giving electric trucks globally. About 2,000 odd trucks have been given. Now, last year we have started giving heavy duty electric trucks also. So that has started here. Now, going ahead, this particular portion of battery electric and fuel cell electric is going to grow. By 2040, we will not have anything to do with fossil fuel at all. If it is an IC engine, it can be either powered by hydrogen or biodiesel, not actual fossil fuel diesel. Or it will primarily be dependent on battery electric or fuel cell electric. Now, all of this has to coexist because each one of the technology has its own merits and demerits. So, we will have those 4 technologies going ahead from 2040, but no more diesel. Okay, filmy हूँ तो यही से end करना था मुझे. So thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for your patience.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you for your valuable thoughts. Thank you for walking us through the journey of Volvo, and of course for sharing your inspiring life journey with us. Thank you so much. Moving ahead, our next speaker for the day is Mr. Rohan Sharan, founder and CEO Time Chain Labs. Sir is the founder and CEO of Time Chain Labs and a BSV blockchain ambassador who is recognized as one of the top 30 blockchain influencers in India. Sir is an alumnus of IIT Kharagpur and a systems architect with expertise in product management and blockchain solutions in the fintech and legal tech domains. An international speaker known for his expertise in new age technologies, please join me in welcoming Mr. Rohan Sharan.
Yes, am I audible? Good afternoon, everyone. I'm going to talk about today of right now you got an experience of how it is in corporate space, but how is it in a startup space, why I started my company after I graduated from Time Labs, and how I want to inspire you guys as well to do a similar thing in the new space. How many people are inspired by technologies, are from a technology background or engineering background? Yes, that's 30-35%. That's good. How many people are aware of blockchain or cryptocurrencies? I knew it. So you're a young crowd. I'm sure all of it you have been experiencing trading with cryptocurrencies, trading with Bitcoin and other coins in the market right now. And I'm sure you must be aware of a lot of coins. I'm going to talk about how I built Time Chain Labs and how what I learned in the process was very different journey than traditional way of how you build a corporate. In the beginning, why I began after IIT to start a company was because I had a vision. I had a vision of the new internet that can be built using blockchain technology. And that vision just grew stronger because from my college days itself, I was working in the industry, working on different projects, on different hackathons, and that already set my path towards this industry. And that vision was so strong that either I had to join a company which did something on those lines, exactly the way I wanted to be done, or I had to do it the way I wanted to be done. And in the process, I learned there's a lot of jargon you learned in management, which you think is jargon, but actually when you go into the process of setting up your own organization, it's all valuable concepts. You just have to get the context of why it's valuable. So I'll tell you about how I even started my career as a technology strategist. I was employed even in my internships as drafting the technology strategy for different companies. And in that, I developed a philosophy of how to look at an organization and how you yourself look at yourself as part of a bigger organization. An organization, in the word itself, you can see the word organism is there. You are an organism. An organization is a bigger organism that is consisting of smaller parts. Your departments are like organs. Each department has a function like an organ. And you, as an employee, are a cell in the organ. And just like an organization is in an environment, and that environment has competition, it's hunting for survival. You have to feel it. It has different parts. You have different parts of your organs, like your eyes, your mouth, your nose, your ears. All of these are senses, and your head is management. Your head manages your body. Your head is the most important part of your body. That's where your decisions come in from. That's where all the directions of where the organization goes comes from. Every other part, the operations, is just operations. It just follows what the head demands, what the head has chosen the direction for. Your market research is very primary because that's where you get your input. Your eyes and your ears give you the input of what is there in the environment currently. That's your market research. And then you take decisions. You think and you take decisions. That's the decision making, the management. Management provides the clarity and the direction where the energy of the organization needs to go to get sales finally. Sales is like the food you feed to your body that gives you the energy to function, the operations to function, the cells to be healthy, the employees to be healthy. You can even think of this in terms of beyond the business. Beyond the business is government and civilization, the human civilization in general. All of these are bigger organisms actually. Organisms made of smaller organisms. And your family your closest form of organization, the smallest unit, is actually also a part of organization. And in all of this, what you're doing is constructing a vision and understanding of a world that I want to impart to you, that it's a supply chain of different things. A family unit is producing humans. That's the unit is formed as a business unit actually to produce humans. You have organizations, a business organization that produce goods, and they are part of a bigger organization, which is the government, which is producing the entire civilization, which is part of many smaller businesses part of it. When you have the holistic picture of what the entire supply chain of everything is about, then you can have a technology strategy that encompasses everything. You're not missing out on anything. A holistic vision of everything. And that came about because I'll get into it further, how blockchain is even very closely linked across all the spheres. So how do you adopt a technology strategy for something that just spans across every single thing? As I just covered this already. So when you start an organization, it has a vision. As a head of the department or a head of the company or organization, you have a vision for what the world is right now or where it is heading, and what your role or what your positioning will be in that environment to strive, compete, thrive, and have success in it. The most important part for any organism, as I told you, is sales. You can either have your vision implemented through an organization that already exists by being part of it. That inspires you. A vision that inspires you, you join an organization or you build your own organization. That's your entrepreneur or an intrapreneur. In our company, the way I have constructed it from the beginning itself is we promote intrapreneurship. We want different employees themselves to be leaders and themselves to get all the support they can from inside the resources of the organization to start their own ideas and be their own heads of sorts. Build their own small organization and teams on their own. So from the beginning itself, if you have a leadership structure that even comes about later on as corporate matures, this is the importance of it, that it's always a leadership-driven company which can grow and scale at a massive scale very quickly. For that, you need to have a vision of the environment you are in, because the environment itself is changing. It's a dynamic landscape. It's a very competitive and dynamic landscape, and it's continuously changing, and it requires you, even in the forest or the jungle, just fighting for survival, you have to be learning constantly. Constant learning, constant training. You have to be fit for survival. In order to sustain, you need to be fit for survival and be on the cutting edge. The cutting edge is where technology comes in. Latest tools and techniques that gives you edge over your competition. Whatever tools, whatever technology is there that can let you take a bigger food of the pie, a greater share in the market, and win. So your technology strategy requires you to have an edge that is sustainable over a long term. And for that, you need to have a holistic picture of the organization as a whole, the supply chain, and which sector are you targeting. Let's say you are targeting other businesses, which becomes B2B, which are other organizations. Then you can be targeting families itself at the lowest level of the organization, or homes. You can be targeting the government itself, government as your customer. You can be targeting universities. You can be targeting end consumers. These are the major meta industries you can think of. And what is the most important thing in an organization, in an organism, is a blood. Your blood is your circulatory system in your body, which gives energy to your cells. And in the bigger society, it's the money, it's the currency. Currency is the circulatory system of the bigger organization, which is the society. That gives you energy. You have more money, you have more funding, you can do more activities towards the direction you want. And that is so important to realize where it comes to in the future is an evolution of money happens when you have even Bitcoin coming in, as I will bring it in. How the importance of the quality of money is the quality of the blood in your body. If it is impure blood, you're not incentivizing the good organs to be gaining more and more, who are performing better to be gaining more money. That's how a good system of quality of money is more important than the quantity of money. How important the quality is of the money, that everything, every action, every transaction is happening for a good. A value exchange is happening for a good instead of corruption. Sales as literally, organizations basically hunt, right? Organizations hunt, organisms hunt. They hunt for what? Animals hunt for blood on the market, on the forest. And organizations hunt for money, which is basically the same thing as I told you, on the market. Bitcoin evolved money as a new form of commodity on the internet, which commoditizes data. This is what I want to impart to you, a clarity of what Bitcoin is, because currently in the industry there's a lot of jargons and a lot of misconceptions and a lot of misdirections that exist. So Bitcoin is a peer-to-peer cash system that was made for the internet. And to understand it, you have to get the context of what I just told you about. The quality of money is so important. Honest ledger or honest money was mentioned 14 times as the creator of the white paper wrote in the white paper of Bitcoin. Honest money. Having an honest money system that is stable and sustainable over a long term. That's what he created when he created the blockchain. The blockchain is the technology backing Bitcoin, which is an honest ledger for all events that happen. Anything that's valuable to be recorded is recorded on the ledger. And soon, everything as it moves towards the blockchain, or rather something I like to call time chain, as it records whatever is valuable on time, at that event in time, on the time chain, and builds an economy of data around it. The money and the quality of money, you need to have an attitude towards money of good, because money is a good. Money is a good that enables you to have a medium of exchange between two transactions, and it is a tool for becoming the medium of exchange, solving the double coincidence of wants. If it is not there, the friction between transactions, we started from barter all the way, and barter is not scalable. You can't have a society forming or civilization forming around barter, because two people, when they transact, I want A, you want B, but I don't have B. So there's a medium of exchange coming in the middle, and that's satisfying because everyone wants money. That's the medium of exchange that's most common across all transactions. So it becomes the intermediator across all transactions. So in the theory of economics, the most sellable commodity on the market that everyone wants naturally becomes money. So gold was the most and sustainable commodity on the market, so it naturally took the position of money on the market as a commodity. So money, in order to become real money, it starts as a commodity. And that's how Bitcoin actually even is, as I move forward and tell you about the attitude of money, is that it is a good because it's a measure of how much value you create on the market. It's actually a measure of how much good you do to other people, if it is good money, if it is good quality money. If the money is earned through corruption, if your system allows for things of money or transactions to happen with corruption or through stealing or through involuntary exchanges, then it is something that could be bad, that you have more money. But if your entire circulatory system or the circulatory system is good and all transactions are positive, in which there are win-win interaction between entities, because that's when a transaction happens, you want to earn as much money as you can. And you need to strive and feel good that you're earning. Because that attitude needs to be there. But otherwise, what I see in India is people have this conception that earning money is bad. It's a measure of how much value you're creating. It's good. Bitcoin is commoditizing data. What is the unit of data? It's bits. Megabits, megabytes, gigabytes, all of that is bits. Bitcoin was made as the currency for the internet, the commodity for the internet, I would rather say, because it's commoditizing data. We imagine a new world of data in which we have micropayments powering a data economy. A data economy that can be made where you have a Google search and you pay 1 paisa for it. You do a Wikipedia page load, you pay 1 paisa for it, or something around those lines. Micropayments. Micropayments are small amounts of payments less than 10 paisas on the internet. That's what Bitcoin was supposed to do. An economy of data between IoT devices. Internet of Things devices also produce a lot of data. And they transact with each other and they exchange data and act upon data. One sensor responds to me and tells me that someone entered the door. The other sensor somewhere else entirely turns on the light because someone entered the door. And all of this managed through a common ledger, a global shared ledger that can mediate data. Internet was supposed to have a payments protocol part of it, but it wasn't completed in 1990 when it was launched. Bitcoin completed that payments protocol. Micropayments were mentioned as small casual transactions on the internet in the Bitcoin white paper. It was not supposed to be about what has currently happened with it, which is speculation and prices and just trading it instead of using it for micropayments. The blockchain, which is the technology behind Bitcoin, is even greater than just about a commodity or just currency. It's a ledger which innovates in banking from the double entry accounting system that exists in banking today to a triple entry accounting system. A double entry accounting system requires reconciliation between two entities or two transactions that happen which are not connected. My account in banking has a debit entry and a credit entry. Your account has a debit entry and a credit entry. When I do a transaction, my debit entry is there. In your books, you have a separate books entirely from me, and your credit entry is there. Now they are not reconciled, they are not linked. And there's another accountant comes in, they do the reconciliation, it's manual, it's expensive. What a triple entry system does is it links both the records onto a common shared record, which is having the debit as well as the credit, and it links and timestamp it on the blockchain. So that becomes a third entry, which becomes the public record of what happened, linking all the records. So that shared ledger benefits comes in when it is a shared ledger. So that's where the shared ledger technology is about. What blockchain really is a shared ledger. A global shared ledger for all events that happen in time. So that other entities, other organizations can interact and respond to other events that happen on the ledger. You can have privacy that's controlling what data is on the ledger, public to everyone, and what is out of the ledger and private, but the proof of that information is on the ledger. Or just a trace of that information is left on the ledger, so that you have a proof that something happened at that moment in time. That is what the time chain is really about. It's proving something or some event that happened in time. So it's required or valuable for important contracts, important documents, anything that's worth recording at that time to prove that that happened in time in a reliable way which cannot be destroyed, because it's the most reliable infrastructure for recording anything. That's what the blockchain is. A new world of the internet which inspired me to start my company as well is the MetaNet. It's also popularly called as Web3, but soon you will start hearing the term MetaNet. MetaNet is a new internet of micropayments of data. You can have Wikipedia page you made as an asset of yours because you're earning micropayments for each page load that happens on Wikipedia. Each page load is only 10 paisas, but 10 million page loads happen on Wikipedia because Wikipedia is the second most visited site after Google. So at scale, it can become a thousands of dollars earning machine or just one creating a page on Wikipedia. That could be a revenue source, an asset for you with just micropayments. Because on the internet, everything happens at scale. And that's the new model of the internet that moves away from advertisements and moves away from subscriptions. Because right now, everything on the internet is powered by advertisements. Google, YouTube, Twitter, Instagram, all of these are advertisement networks. They're content distribution networks that are not valuing data by itself, but rather having a monetization strategy of using advertisements. You don't need advertisements when you can value data directly. This is the difference between what we are disrupting. A free market in distributing transactions and information and data. That's what the blockchain is about. It's a free market in block production and consumption. It's a free market in distributing transactions all the time. Versus you have a monopoly of content distribution networks, CDNs. Google is a CDN for links. YouTube is a CDN for videos, content distribution network. Twitter is a CDN for small posts, tweets. Facebook is a CDN for larger posts, big posts. Instagram is a CDN for photos. These are all content distribution networks. And what they do is they control the distribution. They can either censor you because they have a monopoly on the distribution of that content, or you have to pay them in order to get distributive access, in order to market your post or whatever you want to market. And that's what the business model is. That is totally disrupted when you have a free market. Continuously, every 10 minutes, you have a new blog, you have a continuous distribution happening. Every 10 minutes, there's a competition happening to distribute everything. So the monopoly on distribution of one single entity gaining a lot of power over everyone's data. And by the way, all the contribution of every one of you, all the data is owned and used to make the machine learning algorithms and the competitive AI of Facebook and Google. Because all of their AIs is built using the data that we gave, and the users never got anything from it. The customers of Google are not us. We are not paying for it. You're not paying for it, you're not the customer. Who pays for it? The business who pays for it is the advertisers. What they want to be shown to you is shown to you. So when the incentives go backwards, and actual incentives for the Google search should be you pay a micropayment, you get the best search results for you, for your interests, because you are paying for it. This is the micropayment economy of the internet that we want to do. And that goes across a lot of use cases of the blockchain technology as a shared ledger, a global shared ledger. It has disruptions across sectors, particularly in fintech, in banking, in supply chains, and also in gaming and metaverse. What is happening as I go forward is even big data, as I told you, right? It is about a data economy. Data, machine learning, and AIs are getting built through the ledger, which are interacting with each other as agents. And the wallets, the digital wallets are the key to it, all of it. Because as you all are pretty aware and holding and have dealt with the blockchain or crypto sphere, it's all about wallets. The wallet is the entry or use to the ledger. Like the entry to the internet was email. You have an email account, you can sign into applications and use everything. Now, with the new space of the internet, it's about a digital wallet. You have a digital wallet, you can sign in with your wallet to applications and use that applications, have micropayments in it, or earn through micropayments through it. So, wallet is the gateway to the blockchain of the new internet. So, a globally shared ledger periodically achieves a shared ledger instead of continuously distributed databases that have to be connected with APIs and continuously have to be developed again and again, the infrastructure to connect different databases. Let's say in a supply chain, you have one entity, me, having a data silo of myself, of what the status of something is right now. And another entity who's going to take the item from me, they have their own database and their own record of what the status of the item is. And now, when I update my database, they are not getting the update automatically. They have to update the database according to their own thing, and we have to reconcile between each other. We have to develop cross API communication between our databases to do all this. And how many computational combinations of databases and combining with each other can you make? You need a shared ledger which all the databases are connecting to, that has a common state or what the state of the current item is on the supply chain that can be used, that is more efficient for every business in the supply chain to use. That's one use case there. The disruption of money goes beyond just having micropayments, as I told you about. It goes into programmable money. What you can do is write smart contracts. How many of you are aware of actually of what smart contracts are about? Very few hands. Have you seen? The smart contracts are actually programming money itself of what the conditions for the payment to go through are. Let's say you need 5 signatures out of 100 signatures for a payment to get unlocked or spent. A financial instrument can be made using smart contracts. A share is a financial instrument. Other financial instruments like derivatives can be made using smart contracts. All of them are financial instruments, right? Let's say a video is tokenized by you. A video has a revenue coming in. Let's say you're charging some micropayments for each view of the video. You don't have money to raise for the video. So what money to get to make the video? So what you do is you tokenize the revenue stream of the video that you will get, and you raise money with those shares of the video that you gave away on the market by tokenizing it. And then you're able to raise money to make the video, and then when the revenue comes in, the revenue is split across all the people who contributed to making the video either through assets or the photos that they gave, premium photos, or let's say through monetary value that they gave. That is the new economy of the internet. But what is happening right now is what I call the great crypto bubble. It's a market of speculation like what was happening in the dot-com bubble in 2000. It was a great bubble and it burst. And right now what is happening is what is exactly replicating the dot-com bubble. It's bursting. It will pretty much crash a little bit more, just like a dot-com crash. And then you have real businesses building on the real solutions and real use case of the blockchain technology, rather than the speculations around different coins that is currently happening, which will build the new internet. And we want to be part of that new wave of companies that build using the proper understanding of what the technology is about and what the technology is going to achieve. And we do not participate in the speculation that's happening right now and see through it and position ourselves for the future of the real benefits of the technology. We provide blockchain application development for enterprises through our expertise and of understanding in blockchain. We help startups incubate their own ideas because we know for a new internet to be made disrupting all of this, we cannot do everything. We need to support entrepreneurs, some of you from here, to build the new applications that build the new internet. We have products. Neutron is our own wallet. We have incubatees like Riser, which is doing a real estate tokenization on the blockchain, where you can own fractions of a property and invest and gain from benefit of a property without having crores. What are the different sectors of disruption that the blockchain is doing? And not just blockchain. To make your technology strategy, you can have an overview of what are the different sectors that the cutting edge innovations are happening in. You have AI chatbots, which you might just have heard about. An AI chatbot, like ChatGPT, is disrupting Google search itself. Did you imagine Google search will get disrupted? ChatGPT is doing that. It's just happened recently. That's how innovative things are getting. Internet of everything. As you get more sensors getting connected and more internet of devices getting formed, which are also going to get linked with the blockchain, you will have a proper data economy. You will be aware of what's happening across the city. You are right now, you don't have access to data. What's the traffic right now in some area in Bombay? You don't know. You make decisions then through smart cities that are coming up, through all the data and what the information is telling you about what it is. It goes into even agri-tech and sustainability tech, which is the focus of the government. Agri-tech is something that can revolutionize and expand our economy a lot, because India, a lot of it is agriculture. A lot of Indian economy is agriculture, and a lot of technology is not used there. There's a lot of development that can happen there. Sustainability technologies are supported by the government, and even blockchain comes into a lot of sustainability because you can trace different items by tokenizing it on the ledger and have a trace of where it's going, whether it's getting wasted, and whether you can recycle it and use it again. We ourselves have developed a carbon credit system as well. Carbon credits are tokenized on the blockchain, and different corporations or entities through the supply chain can track their carbon credits. There's a marketplace for carbon credits. There's a company called True World making an application for that. And this is what comes into aspect to, let's say, innovate on new frontier technologies. You have to take care of the legal aspects as well. As entrepreneurs, we tend to forget or not care about, in the beginning, about the legal aspects of things because they're disrupting the entire sphere. But every single law or regulation that applies to every single bigger corporate will be applying to you, and pretty much applies to you. You have to take care of that into consideration, and you have to smartly navigate the landscape to innovate and smartly move across regulations, because new regulations will be drafted for new technologies which are on the frontier, but it does not exist yet. That's something that comes across in the space when you launch your own startup. There are government programs, by the way, which support you with sandbox programs by, let's say, Reserve Bank of India and others, that provide you an environment where you can experiment and launch your solutions without worrying about the legal aspects of it that much, because the regulations will get drafted around it. Product management is a new discipline that you as MBA students can really look into, because this is the most sought after discipline in the technology sector, because you decide actually what the feature of the product is as a product manager, what you always wanted to do. It takes you to the discipline between design, technology and management about what the feature of the product should be. Interconnects across design, technology and business management. We have a course launching soon as well on that. Careers that you can take up in the space of blockchain as well are Web3 marketing, particularly community engagement, community management, community expansion, because in the Web3 or the MetaNet blockchain space, it's a lot about communities, or large-scale communities. Large-scale communities, because your customers are also what you're including as part of the community. And you're building a community across your brand, and then that helps with the content marketing across technology sectors, which provides deep, in-depth understanding of technologies. We ourselves are working with internships, offering internships on these roles of content marketing as well as community management, as well as expansion into rural districts as well. We conduct meetups, conferences across India that expand the awareness of blockchain technology. Blockchain for Enterprises is a course. It's a free course. You can always get into it, do a certification program for it, and you also qualify for many corporates to look into you, for hiring you for internships, have a certification for it. We will be launching our own certification for product management on blockchain particularly, because it's so key, because right now in the blockchain space, people don't have the understanding of the technology, what it is for, how you build the product around it, what things have to be on the ledger, what things don't have to be on the ledger, what you don't need a blockchain for in many cases. All of that requires deep understanding of a product manager, a specialized product manager who understands the technology. And we can be training you to become a product manager who understands blockchain to the depth. The last thing is a blockchain incubation program that we are launching. We are working with corporates to work on different solutions, and the next cohort or the next phase starts in May. You guys can be contacting us to apply, and that's pretty much it. You can build your new vision of the new internet and be part of it through us. I look forward to working with you guys. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. That was indeed a very informative session, and I'm sure our audience also must have noted down multiple learnings from the session. Our next session is a panel discussion, but before we move ahead with the panel discussion, may I request Madhuri ma'am, Mali sir, and Komal ma'am to please come up on stage to confer HR Excellence Award upon one of our awardees who have just joined us. Our awardee is the Human Resource Head, Bosch Chassis Systems, India Private Limited. Mr. Mohan Patil. Let's hear it for sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. And now, our next session is a panel discussion on the topic Managing Workforce Ecosystems in Changing Paradigms. May I now invite our speakers for the panel discussion. Before we dive into the discussion, I would like to take a moment to introduce our esteemed panelists who will be sharing their expertise with us today. We have on the panel today Mr. Mohan Patil, Human Resource Head, Bosch Chassis Systems, India Private Limited, Ms. Preeti Sakre, Human Resource Lead Assistant Manager, Tata Group, Mr. Anirban Mukherjee, Senior Executive, Talent Acquisition, Premier Campus Recruitment Team, LTI Mindtree, and the session will be moderated by Mr. Raj Tanwar, Chief Strategy Officer and Head HR, Advantage Club. We were also supposed to be joined by Ms. Shikha Singh, AVP Human Resources, Kolte Pati Developers Limited, but due to some exigencies, ma'am could not be with here today, but we'll definitely have her for some other forums. So, a panel discussion on managing workforce ecosystem in changing paradigms. Can we hear it for our panelists and the moderator?
Over to you, sir.
Hello. So let me begin by building a small little context here. The way we work, the ecosystem is very, very vast nowadays. Earlier there used to be 3 or 4 kind of employment models which used to be there, either a full-time job or a part-time job. But now, because of pandemic, hybrid, there are so many kind of employment models which have started coming in, which includes gig economy. Within gig, you have career cushioning, you have people who are doing a single job, but along with that, they do quiet quitting and they learn something at the same time, or they not happily engage. So there are different kind of work models that are coming in. And these work models are also disrupting the way industry is. And today's panel discussion is all about that, because many of you are HR students here, and you would want to know how these models are evolving, how these models are developing, and what are organizations doing to ensure that staff is happily engaged in this workforce model. So let's talk about a little bit and understand, from their experience, how pandemic has impacted them and how's their workforce changed. So my first question is to you, Preeti. When pandemic actually happened, what happened to your company? How did you cope up with the ecosystem that your company had? Because I assume you work for Tata Motors and you were not prepared for work from home. So how did it work for you? How did you manage to bring employees' productivity at par when they were not at office?
Yeah, good afternoon to you all. Yeah, today's topic, it is like how we are changing after post-pandemic it is. So, if I said about there are drastically changes that we are adopted. If you have seen before 2019, so it is more like we all went to offices, then after we resume our work and all. And we are more interacting towards people to people. Now we are more interacting towards digital form, right? If we are sitting at Pune and we have to connect with the Delhi people, how we are connecting? Through? Yes, through Internet of Things, right? So there are many things that is drastically we are adapting that, right? Not even many of the companies, like it is not only about many of, it is all companies, they all are adapting how it has come out, right? So most of the things if I talk about, so it is like we need to first of all understand what are the situations are there, how we can engage our people, how we can interact, what are their present situations that they are feeling about it at. And then after how we are going to adapt a new change. So this is one of the things where we are more focusing on, become into a not only just we are sustaining in market or we are going up in a good situation base. It is not about that. We need to find it some good profitability also. Then after we need to engage our people and our workforce. It is goes into a good way. So in this case, we need to understand first of all that how we can go for the next mode. Then after what are the new things that we are going to adapt it. So these are the things we are more thinking about.
Are you still going to be hybrid, or like most of the people have come back?
We have to be present at office. It is fully engaged.
I understand.
Right.
My second aspect is about branding, and that's to you, Anirban, because LTI, you do a lot of corporate hiring. Help us understand specifically for students who are here, whenever they choose a particular brand or whenever they become a part of a work ecosystem, how should they choose a company? What should be going into their mind? Is it the package? Is it the role? Is it the brand? Because lately I have seen for startups, they are disrupting the space so much that people sometimes are even leaving great brands, but they're joining startups. So, what's your experience been, and what will be your advice to?
Yes, so hi guys, good evening. So, a very good question regarding how a fresher can choose any brand. Probably, I would say that as a fresher, I always tell all the candidates to not just go for any package or any job roles. They need to be very flexible always. Be it into HR, be it into marketing, you need to be very flexible because today's time, nowadays, whatever the layoffs are, it's just disrupting many things. So, going for any brand, if you see all the big brands, probably Microsoft, Google, and who were the top leaders in work-life balance and all. So, I guess the layoffs are coming from them. So, choosing a brand nowadays, it's not what we would means I would suggest, but you mostly see the job description, what kind of roles you want to work with, and if you are thinking that this job description is actual for me, then go with that brand. So not the starting point. Just as a fresher, you can't just go and chase all the CTCs or brand, but you mostly need to chase what job roles are, what kind of work that job role is giving to you, and you can chase and you can be into that organization for a very long time.
Great. So your recommendation is that it's a role which defines the larger part of the decision making, and other things then become secondary on the top of it. Absolutely. And by the way, if any question comes to your mind, keep your questions ready. By the end of the session, we will pick up some questions from you too. A very, very important aspect next, which is culture. And Mohan, that's my question to you. There are two ways of looking at culture. One is you look at a cultural fit when you go and look at people in the work ecosystem. What kind of a people would you like to bring into your work ecosystem? At the same time, there are audiences, there are students like sitting on the other side who look at us as a potential employer. They also look at the culture of the company. Now, for them, life has become easy through Glassdoor and a couple of other, which is coming into picture where you can read about them. But when you pick up, what is your message to the students that what should they do or how should they behave, in this work ecosystem, which is they'll be able to pick up and say, okay, this is the kind of culture that I should be working for in this work ecosystem.
Sure. Good afternoon, students. Good afternoon, teachers and colleagues. How are you? But I hope you are not bored because I know the session after 3 o'clock is always challenge. Even corporate was more challenge. Most of people, half of people sleeps, and the rule is only not to disturb your other colleagues. So we will not make a go. But I think very important questions and most important question for the students, because you are entering into very soon into a business. I will not say to job because today's job is we not offer the job, we offer the business to everybody for this. Because the gentleman said, finally the money comes from the business. Yeah, and if you have money, if you have profit, then only the business can be sustained. So what watch looking for the stresses. We work on the five principle of competency model. That is first is the entrepreneurial mindset. How the student has entrepreneurial mindset. We see from that what is the result orientation, future orientation. What does student give immediate result? What is the plan for future? How will act with this? Second most important aspect for me whenever I go for campus, because every year we have more than 20,000 students pan India, top school and engineering colleges, all IITs, COEP, any engineering college, we go for this. And second aspect, we most focus for the leadership competence, because that is most important. Because in future, you will be a leader, okay? And how will you lead for the workforce? How your attitude, how looking for the problem difficulties. And my friend said very clearly That brand is not matter, guys. It's not the what kind of interest having into the role. That's the matter. Finally, business you have to go and perform, right? If you from the top school, it's okay for me for 1 or 2 years, okay, at the end. But in long term, I expect the result from you. So that is why I said result orientation, future orientation is most important. A third competency which we in Bosch, we focus on the business competence, right? How the person look at the business, because you should have the aware about how my business going, how will we make profit, who my customer centric approach, that will be more important for this. So these are the 3-4 competencies. Last we go for the professional competencies. Like you are coming from which professions? Like if you are an engineer, okay, and if you are an engineer, but if you are thinking a very normal way, okay, which cannot be accepted for us. Being an engineer, we expectation that you should have some breakthrough solution, problem solving, mindset. That will be helpful for this, and most important for every organization, a learning curve. You should have a hunger for the learning new things. Because whatever, just I was very impressed with the presentation given by this gentleman. I forget his name, but he talked about the technology changing in every day. Like industry today, we industry 4.0, right? We say the generation 4. Industry 0 to 1, we took around 200 years. So moving from the manual energy to a mechanical energy, and then industry 1 we took 70, 80 years. Industry 3 and industry 4, we hardly move into a 4 years time. So just imagine how the technology. So they must be adapt with the technology changes. You must have flexible to adapt changes in any situation. And that is my message to a student, that you must be flexible enough to move shape your career into a time, because he said right, the layoff situation. Layoff is not for everybody, and believe me, layoff are only for the non-performers. Okay, so you have to go to the organization and you have to learn the performance culture. That is from my side.
Great. So competency then acts as a very, very big factor of why you select people. You look at that as a factor. Wonderful. Preeti, my next question is to you, and where I want to talk about in work model, there's a very important element called as internship, where you prepare, a kind of a work model for tomorrow. How is it structured in your company, and how do you define the entire model around internship?
See, for the internship, first of all, we are identifying some B-school and Tier 1 colleges where we associated with most of the people like from COP or from IITs also. And some of the colleges that is from B schools also. So we identify the students, those who have a good think about that they should go ahead with some most positive career-oriented things, like they have some dreams about it. And most of the things I prefer the people who wants to make their career, not only they're focused on job. आज मुझे यहाँ मिल रहा 15 लाख, मुझे पहले दिया था 10 लाख, वो कंपनी 10 लाख लेके गई, ये 15 दे रही, so we should go ahead with that. ये कंपनी ने तो कुछ नहीं दिया internship में, so don't think that they have not given up anything to you. Think that what you learn from there, because internship is a time period where you can learn most of the things where is your interesting to. Okay, if you are not getting anything from there, so that is your things that you are not able to get anything. But if you want to deliver anything for your future aspect, so first learn the things, then after it will comes to you, your money aspect. So this is one of the point that I am most thinking about that. It is not about kitna internship mein denge ya aapko kya learning. First of all, learn, because as a starting point, you should learn the things that if I am going ahead with first of all these of the aspect, like I am going as I am taking an example of your marketing. मुझे marketing में करना, should I go ahead with any marketing company, should I go ahead with any banking, or I should go ahead with any of the manufacturing company or IT or any of the company that is into engineering, right? Or any aspect where you want to go ahead. But if you choose the right company, that is okay. But if you are going ahead with some your skills that is not matched with the industry or your interest of area, so that would not be make you any sense in future also, because you're not going to give any 100% result on that. So decision that we are taking, it is up to that your area of interest, it should be match.
if you want to become an entrepreneur, if you want to become into a good position. So we find out the persons who are more skill set out, like what he has developed in that particular time period, within that 2 years that he has spent for his education part. So according to that, we are choosing the students and we go ahead with that part. So I add one of the things, one of the most positive things you should keep in mind. Don't go ahead only with the money part or only for a job that it is like they are giving a very good package or something like that. My colleagues, he already said about that. Go ahead with your skill set. If you are very good with the communication and interactions part, so go ahead with your skills part. Is expect that is get matched with your future planning that you are making, right? So choose the career according to your skill set also. So that is one of the things that makes a very good part for the future expert also.
Wonderful. And my next question is to you as CHR. Whenever I used to do work model, manpower planning, I used to look at learning and development as an essential element. And lately, even a factor of that, because you're from IT industry, my question comes from there, and I'm also coming from the same industry. Gig economy is playing a very important role where you have to actually don't have to hire people on your roles, but yet you can get very high quality work done by them. What's your view on that? And can you share some insights on how in LTI you manage that kind of recruitment, or how do you handle infusion of this kind of workforce?
So at LTI Mindtree, probably LTI, now it's LTI Mindtree. So before, when we were LTI, we had many, we actually used to plan the campuses. So before going to any of the campuses, we first know what is the role, the job description that candidates would do. So we won't just go and hire 300, 400 candidates from Pan India, but we actually have the demand numbers coming from each and every leaders, which are mainly scrutinized, which are planned before, that may it be this job role is for business analyst role or a business development executive or a management training role as a freshers. So I hire mostly 1 year MBA as well as 2 year MBA. So when the demand planning is done, we first check that 1 year MBA with some domain years of experience will go for this job, and for the freshers we will go for this job. So being an IT, I have seen many of the companies, they hire 2,000, 3,000 employees, but actually they don't have that kind of role which has to be honored or which has to be given to the candidates. But here at LTI, we personally dig into each and every job roles for each and every demand, and only then place a candidate or offer a candidate. So I guess this was your question, right?
Yeah, and how do you manage high-end skills where you don't have to go to campuses and neither you would be in a condition to hire such skills? How do you get them? Do you get them through gig economy in terms of getting them outsourced from somewhere? How does that work?
So there is this lateral recruitment team which is continuously working. But I guess any of the higher-end skills person or the candidate is not available anytime on LinkedIn, probably somewhere on Naukri or any other place. So probably the lateral team surely is the new thing that they are doing, that headhunting all this kind of high-end skill candidates. Probably some of the very niche IT skills candidates are not available anywhere. They are actually not looking for a job, but when recruiters or any of the talent acquisition team calls up to them, they give the job description and they tell them about the role that they are hiring for. Might some of the niche skill candidate or high-end candidate gets excited with that role, and might possible that they apply to that role.
A large part of workforce today is a blend of, and Mohan, my next question is to you, is a blend of full-time workforce and temporary workforce. When it comes to compensation, you have fairly clear-cut, culled out criteria in terms of band, salary levels, and so on and so forth. How does the benefit works for them? Do you have different benefits for different workforce models, or the same benefits are then extended to all? Give us a little deeper insight on that, please.
So I'm coming from the manufacturing industry, and we went to into auto sector. We have different kind of models, work models, because the auto industry is absolutely working on a very competitive way, and you just see the market last 3 years after COVID, it's a completely changed. Right? So we cannot be dependent only on work one specific model for this. We are fixed term employee. This work with company for many years. Then we also do like what Preeti has answered for this, the internship, because we require lots of blue collar workforce, and they're coming from the basic ITIs, engineering, diplomas. We engage them, and then we said we offer lots of kind of the we said initial for hiring for them, and this is come with the apprenticeship. The apprenticeship is the base of any manufacturing company. We hire them, we develop them, and they will make future workforce. Now your question will come to the how to be a package for these people. Absolutely, there is a different. We are not working with IT. IT is completely a different. So manufacturing is completely different because auto sectors work with more to the stability, the quality. I'm coming from the field where we manufacture ABS and ESP. So safety is a criteria for this. Just imagine my ESP, the program for braking system, which is using Tata's car, okay, like high-end car or maybe Audis, and at the speed of 200, 300. If my ESP couldn't work on the highway of US and Europe, and just imagine what will happen with this. So for us, we especially focus for the safety, and then compensation is completely different from the skill set. Because Priti said, we completely work on the skills. What kind of skill set, having the person, this depend upon the, the compensation go with this. And there is a huge difference. Okay, the starters could get around 10 lakhs and the mid management could be between the 5 times more than that. And the top key critical resource for me. Like, India become engineering hub. So you might be seeing Pune, every engineering centers are in Pune. That may be a Volkswagen, Bugatti, Audi, Bosch. You take a name, the centers are here, and that's become a very critical resource for us. So for them, we have a different compensation benefit package for this critical resource. Even they are not very highly qualified, even the ITIs. But for them, retention is the biggest thing for us. Because auto industry is 30% attrition, you just imagine. And we have a huge demand for Indian engineers across the globe, especially in Japan and Germany and France. So it's dependent upon the person's suitability. But it's very clear what kind of job they deserve for this. And it's changed. Like today if Bosch is hiring so and so and Tata Motors come in different project. So we need to require immediate competency for that, provide technology for that. And getting these people in the market is very difficult.
I appreciate that. Now I have last two questions and then we will open the floor for audiences. Any one of you, three of you can pick up this question. In any of the work model that we talk about, whether part-time, full-time, gig, women and diversity in particular, women in India as in leadership and diversity in large is in high demand. How do you as HR leaders ensure that you are taking care of diversity in the different work models at the workplace and care for that diversity? So I'd like to know different perspectives on that.
Maybe I'll answer from manufacturing side. We in Bosch, we highly focus on diversity. Diversity not only for the gender. We focus on complete diversity, equity, inclusion. Even we thought about engaging different kind of generations. Like we have a workforce coming 30 years experience, young JP candidate coming from that school, engineers, MBAs come from different colleges. So we maintain that diversity. That is one. Second, we have international companies, so we have rule that 10% people must be from the across at any location. Then we have India, we have a diversity ourselves. We have different regions, culture, and we have policies for for the equity for everyone. So that is a very important part for diversity. We focus that we have focus on women also. That we want 20% of my women's manager must be a woman, 20%. and that's the global, we have target for this. We're focusing for this. Then again, we need to support for this. Like, even manufacturing company, we changed our completely planned after COVID. We said we can also work from home. It's difficult for initially, but it was mindset. So it's possible. Even people work from a complete hybrid model for the people into engineering, sales, marketing, HR, finance. They can work from, and when required, they can need to work for this. And now we said they can work for anywhere, which people I don't require with this. So manufacturing also changed completely. Like Raj into ideas, and this is a need of change with this. So that is one. Second, we are doing lots of initiative, and we want more female at workplace. So if you go to my one factory in Gangaikonda, Tamil Nadu, the entire factory run by women. There were 700 employees, including plant head, security head, HR head, everybody is women. And that is one of the highest OEBC operation excellence in a world wash world. And that is the power of diversity.
Lovely.
I would like to add one point, as it is a part of diversity inclusions part. So nowadays, leadership point of view, if I talk about, so we enroll most of the women's employees for this. Like they should be in manager position and up to leadership team also we want that people. So for this we are initiate some of the programs, like they should be a part of most of the engaging teams, right? If we are talking about POSH, if you talk about any of the CSR drives or any of the global program that we are driving towards a global way. So, and in line also, in a passenger vehicle, there are around 1700 employees that are working in line only. So all the things that is working out, like manufacturing of all the parts, it has been done by women employees. So taking care of the security part towards their health and everything, so we take care of that. So if we talk about that nowadays, it is like most of the companies, they are driven towards this DNI part, and it is a very good initiative because most of the team that they are taking care of it. Thank you.
Also, that just want to add that it's not just about diversity, but nowadays the policy around working women or working mother has changed a lot. So within LTI and many of the IT companies have changed their policies. Probably for everyone it's in hybrid, we have to go to office 2 days a week. But if there is a working woman or a working mother, then the policies are completely different. So that's one of the positive things which we are seeing after COVID.
My last question stems from the fact that different work models create different challenges in cultural assimilation. And one of the very, very important aspects is employee care, which is shown by well-being. Safety being the highest standard, obviously, in manufacturing. How do you ensure that well-being is taken care of not only from a health perspective, but also from a work-life balance and so on and so forth? So give us some aspect and insight on these work models. How do you ensure work-life balance, not just well-being on the safety side?
Well, see, employee safety and care is a key aspect of every organization. Because every employee is an asset for us. It's maybe an IT company or manufacturing company. You can't make business without people. And we are, the last 2 years, we are applying for the Great Place to Work, GPTW. And then employee experience is, the key sense for this. And that has completely changed, people perspective. So in organization, we say people matter. We don't say, only we'll go ahead count. We say people matter. So when you hire any kind of people, we must be see, how can we take care of their, and we completely go out of, that. We said not only employee, we should become complete family healthcare. So how can we family can be inclusive with this, and we captures every employee and families, the health data with us. Data is very sensitive, confidential, but still we capture data and we work with this. Then what can we support for the families? Insurance is one part. Okay, there's so many well-being program for them. We support for the sports. We support for going for the after work. Even what he said just now. Okay, we also force employee to go for compulsory leave. In India, in a manufacturing company, people don't apply for the leave. They say if I apply for you, my boss will be unhappy with me. Okay, or sometimes boss will not be agree with you. So we said if you not apply for you, your 70% leave anyway we will lapse. So the 5 force basically lets them go and have time with family. Then this year we become with the approach family, leather with family. So they can be take a leave and we support for them at least in nearby MTDC or any hotel or club Mahindra. They can be go and stay with family. So that aspect brings lots of health awareness in organization, and that is happening into almost every manufacturing company.
Awesome. What are your take on it, Anirban, from a work-life balance perspective? How do you ensure that?
So there were many different leaves that were approved at the time of COVID. It was mostly if you are a COVID patient or some of the employees are, then they can take a leave of 14-15 days. Plus there were other leaves as well. If that employee's family is affected with any of the COVID, then he or she can take a leave or some days to help their family members. There were just family leaves that were getting approved wherein a person can spend time 1 or 2 days with their family. So those leaves were till now getting approved. So some of the work-life balance thing is one of the agenda for all the companies probably nowadays.
Any views from you before we open it for audience?
Yeah, and then after, as I add up that point, so it is not about only leaves. We are adding some insurance for the families also. Then after family payout is also get planned. If you are not well, so you can work from home also. So this is one of the flexible things that we are giving them. If you are still willing to go ahead with some of the other part of the locations where you can't travel it, because travel is one of the point where we are taking most point of view. So that is one of the part, like if you are nearby, so and it is important, so you can come down or you can be on offline mode also. So that would be a best point. And one of the things that if you want to engage for the well-being of the employees, so we connect to the team building activities. Then after they can share their points also, that these are the points that we can go ahead with most of the activities part. So we do engage.
Wonderful. I think with this we come to an end. A big round of applause for our panelists. Thank you so much to all the three panelists, Preeti, Anirban and Mohan. We open it now, floor to the audiences, and any questions from any of the students, we'll be happy to take it. Yeah. Yeah, please.
Hello. Hello to all the panel members. My question to all of you is that every industry has faced record iteration at some stage in the life. So when a particular scenario like that happens, where there is record iteration in a particular company or industry, where does the HR department kick in, or what are the first things that the HR department analyzes about the company or the industry in which they are functioning?
See, it's a very, very big question. I can answer it for the whole day. But I'll tell you what happens. Whenever there is a spur in iteration that happens, it happens because of a reason within the company. Now, you need to identify, and usually diagnostic study starts with the exit interview. So when employee come in, they have an interview for hiring. The same way when employees leave, there is something called as an exit interview that happens. And an intelligent HR person would be able to do justice with the statistics and data that they get out of the exit interview. You get to understand why it is happening. So if iteration is happening at the company wide, that means there is a problem with the brand or culture. But if it's happening in a department, you would realize there's an issue within the department. So as an HR head, what you do is you identify the nature of the problem. Is it a particular problem in a team? Is it a problem in a department? Or is it a company-wide problem? And then as HR leaders, our job is to go back, do a simulation, create a plan around it, sit with our CEO and tell him or tell her, whoever it is, that these are the reasons for attrition and I find these are the possible solutions to it. What do you recommend? HR never goes back and say that stop attrition. You can't, practically. You can only recommend But yeah, we are the source behind finding why it is happening. And you need to precisely get on to why it is happening. Otherwise, it's like it's finding a needle in a haystack. It's very difficult. So if your strategy is very clear, you'll be able to pinpoint the problem and you'll be able to fix it.
Maybe from my side, see, attrition is not a bad word. We require some attrition to be happy. Healthy attrition, we said. Because we also had young blood, young ideas in the organization. But what is Raj said, if you attrition more than the benchmark, like there's industry average, we took with this. And people aspiration, they wanted to higher study, they want to go for job. We can't stop people to leave the company. But when we have very high attrition, so we go into HR has to go into very deep because it's directly come to the HR. And then we need to find out the reason. There are so many methodology. Exiting to one part, but we can do lots of surveys in organization, this survey. Your managers feedback from your superiors, subordinates, peers. And that if you say any department something happening, the very something wrong, then we as a leader, we have discussion with the managers where it went wrong. HR need to jump with this. So if you last said if the organization wise completely the issue, then we need to find out if there is a culture. A second thing, career opportunity, and third, the salary. Because we need to balance everything, right? Salary is a major part in India, right? Second thing, India and China, because I did lots of work into both the countries. I have planned in China also. So we Asians matter for the status. What kind of my position, my promotion, because I don't have problem with me, but I have problem with my others. People are promoting last 4-5 years, right? So my wife will ask to others, what's happened with your husband? That also promotion in there. So that's something goes into different ways. So culture is Raj is absolutely said. If we as a HR, we need to focus more how culture can be developed. That the people can work very as a family. Because that's matter into any organization.
Any other question, please? Yeah.
Sir, there is talk going regarding Industry 4.0, the disruptive technologies. So my question is, how should employee balance? We talk about work-life balance. So how should employee manage the work-skill balance? As we are already engaged for 8 to 10 hours in the company. So the skill upgradation, how it should be done? That's my question.
Yeah, it's a great question. I can give you my example. I'm sure others can share their. See, I started my career as a HR leader, but somewhere down the line, I realized that I was not enjoying my career, let me tell you. So I have been a CHRO of companies like, and half of you would know, I've been CHRO of companies like Thomas Cook, Cipla, I'm sure you would have heard of Cipla, Concentrix, to name a couple of you. And I was the CHRO only for all these companies. Like, I could not become CEO. Let's accept the fact. From HR, rarely you get to become a CEO. So I was only becoming CHRO of 4 companies. And I said, I'll get old very fast. Now what? I'm already old. Half my hair have already gone. But I said, what will I do next? How will I change my career? Now, see, it's like you want to run the fastest. You've already done the fastest. Now in 4 companies, I've already been a CHRO. Now what will I do? In the other company also, I was getting a job only as a CHRO. So what I did is I gradually started building my skills on marketing. So within marketing, then by design, I built my skills on, I started with very basic marketing, ATL, BTL. Then I started learning TTL, performance marketing, content marketing. And then I went on and on and on, started learning about tags, hyper tags, meta tags, and then further got a little more technical into it, how do you create campaigns, social campaigns, and so on and so forth. I can tell you today, comfortably, I have a great period of time, I have built a skill that I could manage to get a job along with my HR role as CMO role. And that was kind of a win for me when it happened. Now, fast forward, today I work for a startup. Just the presentation before this presentation was happening on blockchain. I am at present pursuing my post-graduation in product management because I feel that's where the world is moving. So what you do is you anticipate in advance what is happening around the world. Never leave your core skill, what you are known for. Like my bread and butter comes from HR. But other things sit on the top of it. And that's why, a company of a sizable 100 million plus revenue has made me their company strategy head. So what happens is that don't get hung up to a specific skill. That skill is your core competence. That's your primary skill. On the top of that skill, keep on adding something or other which you feel is more relevant to you. So if you are somebody who's into marketing, if I were you, I will sure learn Web 3.0 marketing, which is very different from your TTL marketing, very different from normal digital, so and so forth. If I'm in HR, I would sure learn the next age HRMSs that are coming up, so that my skills become a unique skill within the larger skill. How do you do it? There are enough and more platforms that are available for 500 rupees, which is less than a meal that you eat. There are courses which are available on Udemy. There are courses which are available, and in fact, there are free courses which are available. You have to find out time for that. There's no dearth of knowledge in today's world. थोड़ा ज्ञान हो गया, but reality.
Maybe I'll also add one into this. See, Industry 4.0 is not a threat. Okay, it's not that difficult. Like Bosch, we have 32,000 employees in India, and typical manufacturing company. People are afraid when we talk about Industry 4.0. There was opposed by the unions that my job will be cut, I'll get laid off, and they approach to us. Nasik has the biggest factory. The people approach for this. We will not allow Industry 4.0 to come to company. Then we as the HRs come to our culture changes, just go and talk to the people. When we approach them, I'll give one very classic example of Mumbai LIC strike. Senior people sitting here, they might remember in 1988 when Rajiv Gandhi launched the computers in India, right? Computers. That time an LIC worker has a massive strike in Mumbai. They stopped LIC building, railway building, and they said no computer hatao, desh bachao. Okay, that was the slogan they gave that time. And just imagine if IT industry could not be in India, you just imagine what would happen in the country. Our country could be, worse than Pakistan, Afghanistan, right? So that is the power of IT industry, and believe me, nothing will happen with you. Just go and check your father and mother after COVID time. Everybody using smartphone very smartly, better than you and me. Just go see your company by the drivers. They using smartphone very easy. Nobody takes them. So it's not a threat. It's a learning opportunity for all of us. And I'm telling you, it's very easy to go. And what he said, you should have a learning attitude to learn new things. That's it. Work-life balance will not be at all come into picture of learning digital way. Not at all.
Thank you so much, sir. It was an absolute honor to have all of you as our panelists, sir and ma'am. Now it's time we move ahead with our yet another fantastic speaker. I would like to introduce you all to Mr. Hitesh Thakur, Executive Director, Pinnacle Mobility Services Private Limited. Former founder of an electrical two-wheelers company and lithium-ion battery pack factory, Sir is involved in a successful launch and rollout of various vehicle platforms like trucks, buses, and SUVs. Sir is experienced in developing new businesses in defense, railways, and solid waste management. Sir holds a bachelor's degree in mechanical engineering and an MBA with a specialization in marketing from the Army Institute of Management and Technology. I request Sir to please come on stage and address our audience. Can we have a huge round of applause, please?
Good evening. Backbenchers, my colleague. Can you hear? Okay. One thing Ransi said, I'm not good speaker. I will just try to manage. Always backbencher, speaker better nature. With the due permission with the faculty, HR colleagues, after my discussion will be the open and
Because I feel you people are tired. Whole day, lots of technology and this thing. So I just thought instead of talking too much about this startup, we will have a two-way communication. So please share the mic at the back. Of course, I will keep walking through this, so we will be at the balance. And I think 15 minutes, 20 minutes is enough. Backing up, so I think after that, next speaker is having a very good. I heard something on the Disney and so something good for you people. Some Disney movie. So I'm going to talk about little bit on my this startup. This is my second coming to your institute. I come 2-3 years before. For my earlier startup, that is what for the two-wheeler startup, some recruitment, I selected I think 3 or 4 students. They did the wonderful support to me in my startup journey, and really I appreciate. So for me, it's not a new institute. This institute is having the students medium, not high-fi, who really work fundamentally, and which is actually required in the corporate world. Not the people, not the employees who keep changing and going. We teach them and they again go somewhere. So I respect a lot your institute, that point of view. And again, last week I got I think 10 or 12 students from your institute, and I hope they will also take the journey forward with us. And last of my point of views are not a disclaimer, my legal advisor here, so it's not an official view of the company, though I am holding the position there. So people don't leave for money. Students don't leave for the money. And work-life balance or work-life balance and all those things are different. Things only few managers talks about that. Generally, people don't live for the money, and most of the people don't work for the money. They work for some respect, some satisfaction, and all those things. So here I am starting this about this company. You might have seen the name and everything we will discuss. The topic is very tough topic, brand, and how we create the brand and how this brand building is happening, and please participate so I can utilize your knowledge and we can apply here. So in my brand building, it will help. So this is basically the company. I am not talking on the name. We will come on the name. What we are going to do? We are going to do this stuff. Everybody is talking this stuff. The whole world. How? Why? We are going to discuss why democratize that technology. So we are not going to hide the technology. So our basic fundamental difference is we will share the technology. So we are creating the EV technology, electric vehicle technology. Automobile industry is 150-year-old, is died. The new sunrise industry is coming. That is the EV or the new generation vehicle industry is coming. So we are creating the technology for that, and we will share the technology. So this is a fundamental difference with any company which they create the technology, they restrict the technology. No, we want to democratize it. The EV will come when each and everybody in all ecosystem and all your stakeholders are adopting it. So how we will do that? Let's see. That is our thing. We have very clear-cut vision. We want to become global volume leader in this, not only in India. So about my first slide, you must have noticed, Bharat ki Eka. So proudly we say, India is going to become the world leader in the EV. There is no doubt about it. So, Prime Minister Modi to each and everybody, we believe it. So no other country will come in between. We are going to become the leader, and ICA will be the leader in that. I will skip lots of things. You people can find out on website and all. One thing is I want to highlight here. We are in the commercial vehicle industry. Commercial vehicle industry is our vehicle sell only on one thing. That is the total cost of ownership. Nothing else works in the commercial vehicle industry. इसमें कोई शाहरुख खान का ऐड और वो सब आके नहीं चलता है. फैमिली के मेंबर्स बोलेंगे जी ट्रक खरीद लो. ट्रक खरीदने के लिए ऐसा कुछ नहीं होता है. या बस खरीदने के लिए नो कलर ऑल दोस थिंग्स इन्फ्लुएंस. बस खरीदने वाला एमएलए कोई होता है, कलेक्टर कोई होता है, एंड एवरीथिंग इज ब्रांड कैसे क्रिएट करेंगे अभी हम बात करेंगे. So only one thing works in the commercial vehicle industry is TCO, total cost of ownership. That we need to understand as a manager, and we have to achieve, and that cannot be achieved by one company. That has to be achieved by the whole ecosystem and all the stakeholders in the society. This company is founded by Dr. Sudhir Mehta. Most of you might be knowing. He is a serial entrepreneur. He was the managing director of the MAN Truck. During COVID, he did lots of social work. Still he is doing. Pune airport के लिए बहुत कुछ फाइट करते रहते हैं. यदि आप लोग ब्लॉग देखते होंगे तो whatever is happening in Pune airport, वो सब now Pune city clean करने में लगे हुए. So that is a good part for us. We is engaged in other activities and we can perform. I will take pause here. If you people can see this, this journey is September 19 to till date. And what else you people can notice? What else you people can notice in it? And when we launched the brand in April 22. It's a 9 month. So red portion is the COVID portion. Everybody was talking COVID, mein ye hoga, wo hoga, ye hoga. We created this company to start whole business idea, everything on ground during this period. In lockdown. There is no lockdown. Lockdown is in the mind. There is no lockdown. Right? So the people were busy in a different thing. We were creating the company. We were creating the product. We were creating the technology. How? During lockdown, how we HR manager तो थे नहीं हमारे पास. How? That लॉकडाउन में बहुत कुछ अच्छी चीजें हुई. उसमें से एक हुई मून लाइटिंग. कुछ तो भी हुआ ऐसा. तो बहुत लोग अवेलेबल थे. So that's how everybody is available. All stakeholders are available if you are on the right track. So people are coming forward, helping, supporting. This is the journey. We have launched 2 of our products, bus and truck. Both are certified. Total Make in India. 2 electric vehicles. It's not like a big company in a country, and globally they convert their CNG to diesel, diesel to CNG, LNG, PNG, and from there to electric. जो भी कार आ रही है जो हो रही है 2 EV. बिकॉज हमारे पास कोई गाड़ी नहीं थी. हमारे पास लॉकडाउन था, तो we could not purchase the vehicle. So we created the 2 EV. So what is the difference between the EV and the 2 EV? 2 EV is made around the EV. Whatever the advantage of EV should come, it's the EV. And complete software is written in this city. The buses and trucks are running on the software written in this city. So somebody was saying Pune is a great engineering hub, this thing. Yes, Pune is the best place to start the startups. The best ecosystem. And especially in a lockdown. This is the market where we are going. Very clear-cut ambitions. We will go globally. We will not go to Europe, some strategic region. the technology what we are creating for the democratization. We are not creating for the premium and the countries which are selling only 300 buses. Here each city is buying the 300, 600 buses or trucks. So it's a market like minded people are emerging markets, we can say, their economies are emerging. We are also selling the factories. So it's a part of our democratization. If anybody of you wants to set up the factory, we are there to give you the factory. Complete design. You produce in your brand name and my brand name or XYZ brand name. So that is the one product we have. Moving forward, we will have a product. Again, very innovative. Need of the hour, the vehicle recycling, the battery recycling. That is also a product. It's aligned with the Government of India policy for the vehicle scrap. This is overall roadmap. By and large, we are there. This Monday at Bangalore, Prime Minister Modi launched our hydrogen fuel cell bus. He flagged up. You will see the video later. So, the 23 started with a good listing. We are at tech. Hydrogen fuel cell bus designed, manufactured in the city. Coming to the product, this is the first product. We did it during, just bear with me, 5-minute movie here, because we created this product, so you have to bear for 5 minutes. Please enjoy the movie.
We are at the helm of alternative fuel technologies. Pinnacle Mobility Solutions, a subsidiary of Pinnacle Industries, has introduced ECA with the goal to bring environmentally conscious mobility to the world. ECA is evolving solutions that make public transport safer and cost competitive. Presenting the pure electric, zero-emission bus, the ECA E9, a perfect step towards environment-conscious mobility. ECA E9 features a bold, futuristic design with modern styling cues. The build is sturdy and its lines are aerodynamic. Designed to be friendly and approachable, the ECA E9 has a unique yet prominent fascia which exudes reliability and trust. Capacity to seat 31 passengers and a driver and a standing capacity of 15 people. ECA E9 also accommodates a wheelchair with a foldable ramp. Side-mounted seats allow for ample space and easy cleaning, and the cabin is quiet with low vibrations thanks to the silent motor and the modular composite design. A powerful air conditioning system comes with demisting to ensure uniform cooling. The ECA E9 features front and rear air suspensions with ECAS for a comfortable commute. Best in class, 2,500 mm wide, ECA E9 is spacious for easy internal movement of passengers. ECA E9 is equipped with a powerful magnetic motor that generates 200 kilowatt power and 2,500 Nm of torque with excellent pickup and is capable of flying on surfaces with up to 20% gradability. ECA E9 has a battery which can provide a 200-kilometer range on a single charge. The charging protocol is DC fast CCS2.
So clapping is for disturbance or good movie? It's not completed. Okay, so we will continue. On the agenda, on the topic, what is brand? How to create brand? Can anybody tell what is brand and how to create? All are clear the second, third, fourth semester? Yeah, ma'am. First semester. So what is brand? Nike बहुत अच्छा brand है. सबको एक ही पता है Nike. तो वो तो consumer है, customer है. You can create. You can create. How will do in a bus and truck? Who is my customer for a bus? Who is my customer? The passenger, a student who is going in it, the worker, a driver, a city manager, or the company who is buying, or the financier who is my customer? The purple company which is buying? No, who is my customer? City travel, or city ride, city pride, city flow, or PMPL. Who is my customer? To whom I have to create the brand? And how I can create the brand? Please suggest me. I come to learn from you people. Ignited minds. And what is brand? हमको तो हमारे सीनियर लोग ने डरा के रखा है, वो बोनसाई बना देते थे उनको कि 20 साल तक तो समझ में नहीं आता ब्रांड क्या होता है. Don't talk about the brand. ब्रांड इक्विटी हम लोग मैनेज करेंगे सीनियर लोग. एंड बच्चों को तो नहीं बताते थे, कॉलेज में भी नहीं बताया एंड बाद में भी तो कैसे बनाना. हाउ वी क्रिएट द ब्रांड? वी हर्ड पहले मॉर्निंग में, आफ्टरनून में वॉल्वो एंड बिग 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 ब्रांड कैसे बनते हैं, कैसे बनाएंगे? प्लीज टेक माय
advertising.
So we try to find some solution. So we will align. आप लोग सजेस्ट करिए. So instead of finding the customer or consumer, we try to find the stakeholders. Who are the stakeholders? And then we can create around them. How? Again, key values, TCO. TCO चलता है, कुछ नहीं बिकता. Total cost of ownership. Reliability, safety, boss people are there. So safety, reliability. Commercial vehicle में safety, reliability होनी चाहिए. कलर तो नहीं चलेगा. उसमें एप्पल और वो सब तो नहीं चलेगा. तो I just carrying the 35 people. ट्रक है तो reliability होना चाहिए. And how we create the whole product brand and the company brand? So it should be aligned with the national cause, the global cause. सबको टारगेट पता है 1.5 डिग्री से ज्यादा यदि टेम्परेचर राइज किया तो अर्थ विल, so it should be aligned with the national mission vision, आत्मनिर्भर भारत. So all these things we are trying and we are going ahead. Only 8-9 months. In April we launched this brand. So for us, very confusing, so many stakeholders. What is your idea? Anybody can suggest how to focus, where to focus? We have to take care of everybody or only one? It's not Nike, it's not Coke, it's not PBR, it's not Anax. Very tough things for us. We brainstorm, we apply the design thinking, we love design thinking, the prototyping and all. इसलिए स्कूटर पहले बनाई थी मैंने बस बनाने के पहले. So prototyping, it took around 1.5-2 years to us to decide on the name, what name people are saying, Pika. Eka is coming from the Indian origin, from the Sanskrit or Hindi, Ekta, bringing together. All stakeholders come together, change the world. We are going to be a leader in the world. It's coming from there. It should be from E, environment, earth. 3 से ज्यादा नहीं होना चाहिए, याद नहीं रहेंगे, नाइकी 4 था, मेरा 3 होना चाहिए। शुरू के 3-4 लेटर्स में होना चाहिए, बाद में होता है XYZ में तो जोमेटो तो कहीं को एग्जीबिशन में जाते तो कॉर्नर में होता है। Sorry for my comments and don't take it. Zomato is a respectful company and Apple हमेशा ऊपर ही होता है, so ज़्यादा पीछे नहीं होना चाहिए। So easy to pronounce, इंडिया से जाना चाहिए वर्ल्ड में। So all these things we debated a lot. सेमीफाइनल में 15 नाम थे, कोई किसी का डोमेन नहीं हो रहा था, किसी का कुछ नहीं हो रहा था, तो भी zero down here. So this is the beginning how one can create a brand and how to take forward in a real life situation. एक रेडीमेड ब्रांड मिल जाता है, उस कंपनी में नौकरी करना, उसको पॉलिश करना, थोड़ा बहुत कार्नर्स चेंज कर देना, होता रहता है, चलता रहता है। बट हाउ टू क्रिएट ड्यूरिंग कोविड? I can speak on this because we did around 18 months work, 18 hours तो बोल सकता हूँ, but try to. How the whole design language we decided, मेरे ईका को मैच होना चाहिए, मेरे all the stakeholders को अटैक करना चाहिए, तो should be a smiley face, should be the smiley face. कार में फीचर्स लाइन होती है, बस और ट्रक में फीचर्स लाइन क्यों नहीं होती? तो बिफोर ट्रक फीचर्स लाइन है, सिटी में जाएगी तो वेव्स जानी चाहिए, कुछ एनर्जी फैल रहा होना चाहिए, पीएमपीएल की बस आती हुई दिखती है तो लोग जाने का मूड नहीं होता है। So there should be some attractive and we can keep changing the face, each मोहल्ले में कलर बदल देंगे, तो all these things on in the design and aligned with our vision. So this is how we are creating the brand. What the tools we use? We created a brand menu. We hired one of the best India agency for that. We are using it, social media, digital media, everybody is using. एग्जीबिशन में जाते हैं, सब जगह डिस्प्ले करते हैं। मैंने बोला मंडे को हमने लगा दिया तो ऑटोमेटिकली फिर ब्रांड में हेल्प मिलती है। Yes, please. So it's not only we talk about our brand, everybody is talking about our brand. PM is also our brand ambassador.
और हाइड्रोजन के जरिए डीकार्बनाइजेशन।
You can see my bus. It's running on hydrogen.
इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल्स की बढ़ती लोकप्रियता इस दिशा में बड़े बदलाव के संकेत दे रही है। साथियों,
So how to align with the national movement, patriotism, automatically brand create फिर होने लगता है। And brand ambassador can be the many people, multiple people. Okay. So this is the project for you people. I'm not going to discuss. You people take time, discuss with your faculty. But generally, automobile में 3-4 प्लेस पे ब्रांड्स हैं। कुछ रेड को फॉलो करते हैं, कुछ ब्लू को फॉलो करते हैं, कुछ ग्रे को फॉलो करके प्रीमियम, सुपर प्रीमियम, नए वाले बहुत सारे ब्रांड यहाँ पे हैं। अराइवल, वोल्टा, रिवियन, ऑल न्यू। 3 स्टार भी है, डेमलर। So you people do the case study, debate in your classroom, come, which is the best brand, how, and how we are creating. 1 minute, 2-3 questions if you have, otherwise the next speaker is waiting. Anybody is having any question? Please.
Hello. Yeah, good evening, sir. Sir, can you get funding for your startup if you have a not so good idea or it can do good in future? I know it's a tough question.
Question with the wrong person.
Yes.
Luckily for my both the startup funding was in place. Here, Mr. Mehta is so kind. Yeah, you can get, especially what size you are looking for. So it totally depend. What is the size you are looking for? You are like a value 4,000 crore write-off. So what size you are looking for? Yes, you can get. But it's tough. It's not easy. It's tough, but you can get. Mad people are there to invest.
Thank you, sir.
Do we have any questions? Okay. Thank you, sir. Thank you for taking us to the journey of Eka mobility, sir. Thank you. So, I'd like to introduce you all to our last but not the least speaker of the day, Mr. Shreyansh Shukla, Associate Director, Disney Plus Hotstar. In a career spanning of 15 years, sir has worked in the best media companies of the country, which are Hotstar, Prime Video, Z, and CNBC TV 18. Just recently, sir led the content and business strategy for Hotstar. Sir has a deep-rooted passion for content stemmed from watching numerous hours of films, TV shows, and cricket, and reruns of Sachin's innings. Teaching and tennis are Sir's other passions apart from playing with his 3 dogs, which are named Cherry, Minnie, and Disney. Please give a huge round of applause for Sir. Sir, the stage is all yours. We're very excited to hear.
Thank you. Can I have a mic? Good evening, guys. I thought you might have been slept off by now. I would have in your days when I was in your chair, but so good that everybody's awake. I thought I'll start with the question, how's the Josh? But I got that answer from your claps and your whistles. Okay, so I won't bore you with a very long presentation. You won't have to give me that check that sir khatam karo. I'll keep it smart. I'll keep it short and crisp. But before, because brands and everybody's talking about brands, let me start with my own personal journey a bit. What is generally a brand, right? People spoke about it in many things, and like everybody is an individual, a brand is also an individual, right? Some of the best brands that I have come across in my life are not industries, are not products, are not organizations. Those are humans. Somebody spoke about Shah Rukh Khan as a brand, right? And in some of my organizations, I had the privilege to work with him. One small incident I'll just tell you about it. He was the brand ambassador of our channel that we launched during my Z days called ANTV. So when we launched, we had a press conference and he was on the dais with our owner of ANTV, Mr. Pune, and they were addressing press conferences, they were answering questions. At the end of the press conference, he could have just left and went, he had done his bit. But then he said, I would like to meet the core team. And he wanted a photo. He said that, I would want to photo up with the core team. And he called everybody of us, and we were obviously excited. So imagine this dash was even bigger, right? Because it's Shah Rukh Khan, you wanted everything bigger. He was on a high chair there, and we were all coming up. One of our non-fiction leads, Sunanda Gupta, she was expecting, I think she was in her 8th month of pregnancy. And we were so excited, we came up. And she was obviously struggling, taking the long steps of time. Mr. Shah Rukh Khan himself went down from his chair, took the 7 steps down, hold her hand, and got on the stage. That's what a brand is, right? Nobody will ever forget that one moment of his, what he did. Obviously, Sunanda won't forget, and none of us. So that's the thing that, how do you build a brand? If you do those small things correctly, the big things will, take care of yourself. And one of the biggest brands, is sitting right in front of us, Madhuri ma'am, one of the people whom I have utmost respect for. Somebody had shown a presentation where, who is a leader, who is not behind with a whip, but who is the one who is leading the entire chariot, that we call a leader. Madhuri ma'am, I know for a very long time, since I was a placement cell guy, and I thought, my placement was last because Madhuri ma'am knew that I wouldn't be the first one to address. I was always a latecomer. But from my first day of placement cell till now, you for sure, Madhuri ma'am will be the first one to arrive and the last one to leave. That's a brand in itself, right? You learn a lot. So that's what, brands can be everything and what you relate on to. So I just thought that, I'll quickly take on to one of the things that we built a brand around in the recent months, and something which hope most of you would have seen or at least seen the brand awareness of. Anybody have seen this show? Cool. Half of my job is done. Okay, one important question. I'm assuming everybody is about 20, 22, 20, below 23, most of them. What's your first choice of entertainment these days? Would be your Netflix, Insta, Facebook. Not Facebook as much, but Insta Reels for the first for sure, right? When it comes to OTT platforms, I've worked for two of the biggest ones. Is it between a Netflix, Prime Video and Hotstar? Which is your first go-to brand? Okay. Any idea why Netflix is? And I'm aware of it. It's mine too. Why is Netflix the most preferred brand? Okay. If I hear correctly, and I've been asking this a lot of questions to youngsters, is that the brand, the content availability is as per my taste, as per my liking. The UI UX is fantastic. The recommendation engine is great. Most of three reasons would be the reasons why Netflix is your number one choice, right? One of my tasks when I have joined Hotstar is to get as close to that as possible. So in terms of brand, when you are designing the content, right, and you could use this entire deck, I'll leave it up to you guys as well. When you face your interviews, or when you're designing brands, or when you're designing content for your next company, you can use this as well. I'll just give you the guidelines. So when you wanted to connect with the youth, right, we knew that for them, Netflix was the first choice of content preference. Most of the viewers who had come to Hotstar were either for IPL, sports-led. We had legendary content, we had special ops, we had Arya, and we had Anupamas and Ye Rishtas and Gum Hai of the world, which, like me, like you, we are not that content consumers of that content, right? Our mothers are. But how do we shift? So in one of the brainstorming sessions, we said, let's take one of the biggest influence that India has and let's put him on a dais. And I'm sure most of you are aware about the phenomenon that Bhuvan Bam is, right? Amazing actor and that entire rags to riches story, right? And that's the power of internet in you guys. And somebody said, internet 3.0, 4.0. You will have that advantage which we even 15 years ago didn't have. If I wanted to be a creator, if I wanted to create content, if I wanted to tell my own stories, it was impossible for me to do by myself. This guy is a living example of how do you build your own brand. You don't need anything else. You don't need even anybody else. A good smartphone and you are there. So as an actor, he has done that. Even if you want to go into any other fields, right? If someone of you is a great chef, if someone is a great teacher, if somebody of you is a great coder, you could do so many things with the internet at your disposal. So one of the things that we started doing was, okay, if we have gotten this guy on board, how do we present it? Do we do what he generally does on his YouTube reels, or let's make him something too different? So we got this concept on board. So we always had the confusion whether to build my content. So should Taza Khabar as a show be bigger or Bhuvan Bam be bigger? So like sir was asking so many difficult questions. This is a real life question, right? If you are in our place, what would you have done? Build Taza Khabar on the back of Bhuvan Bam, or build Bhuvan Bam, the most biggest thing ever, and write the show along with it? Rightly said, right? He is the USP. He is the one why people would want to watch. So we put Bhuvan Bam in front and center of all of our communication. Yeah. So for those who have seen the show and for those who haven't, please buy my subscription and watch it. Don't share passwords. Okay. So 3 points, right? As a marketing strategies and overall and building the brand of the show and of the my lead as well. Bhuvan Bam exploiting the entire BBK Wines and his network. So even before the show was launched, right? This was one of the shows, and it's not a very expensive show for us. But we started the marketing for this the longest possible time. So 6 months before the show was launched, we started the marketing of it, and very subtly we started promoting it in his own network. So whenever any video of his would erupt, we would subtly start promoting Bhuvan Bam and our show. The name of his character is Vardhan. So media innovation started happening. I'll show you a couple of examples that what is a Vardhan and the story around it. Yeah. So Muft Ka Mal. I'll just put, if you guys can see the video at the right bottom, it's on Z News at done. If you can just pause it, please. Yeah. So I'll just tell you a brief story. Somehow he gets the Vardhan, and that's his name as well, that he can see the future. So how do you build along it, right? Couple of things what we very smartly did was all the future predictions on all the websites, right? That was hosted by Bhuvan Bam. In Star Plus, which is one of the biggest TV networks, when you see ke kal dekhiye kya aayega, right? There's another segment at the end of the show. We made Bhuvan Bam host it. Ke Anupama ke sath kal kya hoga? It's when Bhuvan Bam narrated it. So my job is done that I have a huge 5 million, 7 million viewer base of Anupama. They know the show, right? That's the way you integrate one content into another. You get one base of audiences flow onto another base of audiences. Some of the things, right? That he has almost a 25 million viewer base. I just needed to tell them that he's on our platform, come and watch. So on and so forth. And again, smart ideas, smart branding. The show, this guy sees the future in mind in the show that we built, right? So what we did was, anytime Disney launches a show, is at Friday midnight at 12 at midnight, right? What we did was, and this was like he breaking the fourth wall. Okay, because I can see the future, because I have a Vardhan, I'm gonna come and I'm gonna show my content 4 hours before. So instead of at midnight, we started launching the show at 7 p.m. or 8 p.m. which gave an example and which gave us 1100 subs more. Just to build the curiosity, just to building on the brand again. Again, awareness through many things. So generally if you see, if for an example we are launching a show called The Night Manager next week, it has Aditya Roy Kapoor and Anil Kapoor in the leads. Okay, I'm not marketing that show, but just telling you. The way we did it, right, is going to be very different because those are larger than life characters. You have always seen them on the bigger screen, right? I market those very differently because its brand value is different. Here, people are used to seeing him shorter clips, a 2-minute clips, 5-minute clips, as compared to seeing the movies of Anil Kapoor over 3 months or 3 hours. So that's why my marketing communication, if you see, shorter clips, 20-second clips, the way people consume Bhuvan Bam's content. It is in line with what Bhuvan Bam as a brand is, and he piggybacking on him. Make sense? Right? You can skip to the next part. There are many things. Next slide. This is the previous one. So the next slide, please. Again, integration. And one of the things that brands would love to do and can do, and you also need to study this further, is whatever assets that you have, build on to it. Supply one asset to another and make the most of it. And the privilege we have at Disney Hotstar is, I have the entire Star network, GEC network, and I have my sports network as well, right? So luckily for us, we had India Sri Lanka series going on at that time. So we made Bhuvan Bam go on the sets, use him there. One of the questions we kept on asking was, because you see the future, क्या होगा, you know, when India win or when Sri Lanka win. It was easier because India versus Sri Lanka, India would win all the matches. It was easier for us. So you know, we built our brand accordingly and kept in mind with what the tune of Bhuvan Bam as a brand was. And if you see the left bottom and the right bottom, right, those were the two frames where he was talking about the next ke kal kya aayega on the show. Then again, you know, basing on the topicality, at that point of time, one of the highest people who was being talked about across Google searches, across all, you know, influencer background. Any guesses? About one and a half ago, who was the most talked about influencer apart from Bhuvan Bam? Zakir Khan was one. Kenny Minajito is obvious, you know, because he's obviously doing more and more content basis. Zakir Khan was one. He had launched a show on Amazon Prime Video. They had done his own stand-up, 1.5 hours. So we took him on board. This was the one. Ashleep Bro was all over the place, right? He was talking about his own content. He was talking about that man bechara mujhe Shark Tank se nikal diya, blah blah blah. So we used him for a very specific case. If you can just play that video.
अरे पड़ेगा चाटा खड़े हो वहाँ पे। हेलो मैडम, भाई मुर्गी है क्या तू अंडे देगा? क्या मस्त दोगला आदमी है। जाना। हेलो मैडम, यहाँ पे ना टाइम का पैसा लगता है तो आप प्लीज स्टार्ट करिए।
मेरा नाम मधु है, मेरा फैशन ब्रांड है, उसका नाम है मधु क्रिएशन। तो ना ऐसे मेरा ड्रीम है कि मैं किसी बड़े मॉल में ऐसा एक बुटीक खोलूं, तो बस आपका पैसा चाहिए उसमें।
एक तरफ धंधा होता है और एक तरफ होती है टेक्नोलॉजी, और आपको दोनों को मिलाना होता है। जैसे अगर मैंने जैकेट पहना है, आपने तो सोलर पैनल का जैकेट बना दिया, मैंने फोन अंदर रखा, वो चार्ज हो रहा अपने आप, तो ऐसा कुछ नया करिए। ये कपड़े के धंधे में कुछ नया नहीं है, मेरे हिसाब से ये नहीं चलने वाला, तो मैं तो इससे बाहर हूँ।
कपड़े के अंदर फोन, ये आपका आइडिया है?
सिर्फ कपड़ा
आप क्या बाहर जाओगे? मैं जाती हूँ बाहर, और गली में दिखना बता।
अरे नेक्स्ट कौन है यार? भेजो जिसको भी है नेक्स्ट।
Sir, this is my resume. And hi, myself Peter, and I have a very famous Chinese stall Anakepe. इधर राइट से आगे है।
एक काम करना, गर्मा गर्म सी चॉपसी बनाना बस।
चॉपसी, sir, you first funding, then I sending चॉपसी।
कितने की होगी चॉपसी? कितने की थी?
150 sir, that's so।
अबे 100 रुपए की तो वैसे ही कुछ दे जाता है।
So sir, you take this काटा।
अरे पहले स्टार्टअप खड़े हो वहाँ पे, काटा देगा मेरे को।
Sir funding first sir।
तो दे दूँगा ना तेरे पैसे, इनसे दिला दूँगा। डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार वाले दे देंगे।
पैसे नहीं है सर आपके पास, मेरा रेज्यूमे दे दो, 1 copy only, हाँ, important। बाय सर।
अरे क्या पूरी दुकान उठा रहे हैं?
मेरा नाम महबूब भाई है, वहाँ नाके पर मेरी बेकरी है, मस्त ताजा पाव बेचता हूँ, एक भाई जैसे एकदम फ्रेश। खाइए तो।
डाइटिशियन ने थोड़ा कार्ब्स कम करने को बोला है, तो मैं आज के लिए सब खा नहीं रहा हूँ। नहीं, फिलहाल मैं इससे बाहर हूँ, तो आप अब चाहिए प्लीज प्लीज।
और आप खा लेते तो अच्छा।
भाई मेरे, मैं तेरे पाँव पड़ लूंगा, निकल जा भाई।
पाँव तो ये है।
अरे नहीं भाई, तू साला ये पाँव वो पाँव सब पाँव पड़ लूंगा, तू कट ले यहाँ से।
अंडे दे दूँ?
भाई मुर्गी है, तू अंडे देगा? जाना, चलो यार भाई साहब, स्टैंड, इसका स्टैंड उतारो।
साइकिल भिजवा देना।
अबे हाँ, ये काम डाला हमको, साइकिल भिजवाएंगे तुम्हारी। हेलो, कहाँ है? कुछ वहाँ से मिलनी होती है, कुर्सी की पिच लाया क्या? कौन है तू?
इधर पिच तू करे क्या है ना, मेरे पास बहुत पैसा है, और किस पे लगाएगा? मेरे को वजन है, मेरे को फ्यूचर दिखता है।
सर एक आइडिया है, कपड़े पे ना सोलर पैनल लगा हैं, धूप में चार्ज हो जाएगा फोन अपने आप। सर एक उससे बेटर आइडिया है, भैंस के लिए आप लोग शैम्पू बनाते हैं, रात को चमकेगी, घूमेगी कैसे?
और बोलो।
सर एक्सरे वाला चश्मा बनाते हैं ना?
और
सर आपके लिए टैक्स फ्री आइटम बताता हूँ, एक मेटावर्स में खेती करेंगे, सरकार भी कुछ नहीं कर पाएगी। और सर आउट ऑफ द वर्ल्ड आइडिया सर, मून टोटल बनाने का अपने को।
नहीं बकी,
you, sir.
और दो baking में. So even while creating this kind of a small 2-3 minute ad campaign, it was very important for us that most of the characters would be in their elements of the kind of characters they are playing, and also the again oft repeated term, the brand of Ashwin Grover and the brand of Bhuvan Bam, they stayed in their own elements. We didn't try to change it. That was one thing. Go to the next one.
Hey guys, हमारा नया शो ताज़ा खबर डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार पे नाउ स्ट्रीमिंग है. नाउ स्ट्रीमिंग I'll explain. मान लो कि मैं फोन पोर्ट्रेट मोड में, ओके. सो ये मैंने फोन को अनलॉक किया, डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार चालू किया, प्ले दबा के देखना शुरू किया. ट्रांसफर मोड, इसे कहते हैं नाउ स्ट्रीमिंग. ऑलराइट, कैसे समझो? अरे सर आप फिर कहाँ शुरू हो गए? हाँ इसे देखो दोस्तों, ताज़ा खबर देख लो. डिज्नी प्लस हॉटस्टार पर 3 महीने का पैक है, सिर्फ 149 रुपीस. 149 आई एक्सप्लेन. मान लो कि ये 1 है, मैं 4 हूँ, आप लोग 9 हैं, और मान लो कि ये समझ गए. तो नहीं, आई डोंट थिंक सो.
So the generation gap I'll explain in a very short sentence. You might not understand what he is doing. I'll explain. When I was your age, there was a very popular show called Sarabhai vs. Sarabhai. He played this character and he would love to explain everything, right? So we knew that the bottom one, we didn't play it on YouTube, we played on TV, where my Star Plus people of the older generation are. So that's why a brand fit. That's what you can go on to and put it at another level where you can use those kind of reference points. Again, this was important, the last part, right? Because Hotstar, we have 3 or 4 different kinds of packs by which you can become a subscriber. One of the important insights was that Bhuvan Bam has used this 10 million, 12 million following, but the biggest fans of his are 2 cohorts. One, the younger cohort, which generally don't have money, right? I know I can understand with you guys as well. हमेशा पैसे का shortage रहता है. And second, people from tier 2, tier 3 towns who are not that net savvy, for whom obviously finance will be an issue. So, not any other show we did this, but only for a Bhuvan Bam show, he kept on saying, मुझे देखना है तो take the 149 pack, take the 149 pack. Again, because it was in line with what the content was and what my key cohort was. Go to the next slide. Yeah, and then there's a famous quote by one of the marketing managers of Coke that if you are not everywhere, you are nowhere. So going by the same philosophy, anywhere, any people who wanted to host Bhuvan Bam readily went there. So not only him, any other social media influencers, he went on all the chat shows just to see maximum coverage of his own show, and he always went by the character. So he left being Bhuvan Bam and all the characters he plays on BBK Wines. He just went as a Vasya, he just went as Vardhan on all across shows. Yeah. Next slide. We again launched a music video. Again, lots of glamour. This was the main cohort that we were targeting. Next slide. Yeah, that's about it. Any questions? Anything on the show or OTT platforms in general or in media? If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer. Yeah.
Hello. Hello, sir. My name is Akshat, and my question to you is majorly on OTT platforms, there is a very large issue of content moderation. Content moderation.
Moderation?
Yes, sir, because there are widespread riots and religious issues, something like that. So, how does Disney Plus Hotstar figure out content moderation, like what sort of content goes and what is allowed on the platform and what is not allowed on the platform?
Okay. So the good question. I'll try to answer it briefly. So there is a very strong legal team and there is a very strong SNP team, standard and practices team, across all legal companies. So any pitch that we get as at a show level, my legal team and my SNP team, once we clear that we want to make this kind of a show, they go it at a line by line, page by page, and explore all angles. That will the Hindu brigade will be fine with it, any such issues. And as we know, anybody can have any issue with any kind of content. So once you get the legal clearances from them, they ask us to make many changes, obviously, but that's a standard protocol that we follow. So the legal team and the SNP team. So the onus is not on us. The onus is on them. So as a content creator, I am not liable anymore. Once we get the legal go ahead from the legal and the SNP team, the content is good to go. But yeah, there are lots of issues, and now because of the environment that we are living in, we have to go through many repetitive checks and balances for that. Yeah.
Yes, can I ask a question? Me.
Yeah, sure. Sorry.
Yeah. I'm not from the, this, you of business, I'm from manufacturing industry. But there is a situation same. Like, we also have managers and we have a stress situation in the business. And, in in at least the last 2 years, we saw that the stress level is very high into your industry, where, you are representing. Because of the cinema has changed, okay, the culture has been changed, the choice has been changed. We went to the big screen to OTT, and then we don't know. Because of the way, the disturbance. And that's ultimate stress on the producers and the actors also. Like they go and bomb, which I saw today, he's there, tomorrow he may not be in the picture because somebody is replacing. And we found lots of celebrities take a very, strange action because of the failures. So what is your experience? How they handle the stress?
It's a good question, and it's more at a philosophical level as well. People can answer that. See, and what I've understood being in this media industry for the past 15 years, the kind of stress levels the actors go through, right? It's unimaginable because for us in most of our jobs, you can get it wrong many times till you get it right, and you are still fine with it. For them, everything is linked up to one Friday, one movie. So, for example, there's Bhuvan Bam, right? This show luckily did well for us. If it hadn't done well, right, the kind of stigma it would have been attached to his name would have been tremendous. So, in terms of the pressures, it's like performing for athletes, right? Super athletes. That's the kind of pressures they are in, most actors. Imagine Shah Rukh Khan's Pathan not working, right? He would have been responsible for the doom for the entire movie industry as such. So, obviously they are under tremendous pressures, but what I've seen, and I've seen good people with a very strong background and the people with a strong network, they are the ones who will survive for a longer period of time. And as one of you will, Mr. Raj was saying correctly, that if you upskill, if you have a wide range of skills, you will survive better, the chances of survival are better. So, just a very raw example, and people like, we would relate to more of it. One of the best directors in the 80s and 90s, Mr. Subhash Ghai, right? Whatever he used to touch used to be gold. And the kind of hits that he has given back to back would have been like unparalleled. But one fine day, he didn't evolve. So we still, when we talk about him in movie circles, he didn't evolve. He didn't add to his, his skill sets or his way of looking at things. And if you don't, just like any other industry, even in this industry, you die off pretty quickly. So having a good base, and this industry also, because you tend to be surrounded by yes men. And you would have seen in movies, you would have seen in shows. Like, kuch bhi pehna, sir, kya shirt pehna, sir, kya dialogue hai, sir. If you are only surrounded by those people, you never get what's the truth, what's the reality of life. So mix of those two things, I think, would be better to make you a longer running person. Yeah. Sorry if I'm keeping you away from your Saturday night plans, but
It's okay, sir. Hi, sir. My name is Monish. Sir, so as you know, ki short video content is taking over long video format. So, as a content creator, how we should deal with it?
it's a good question. But I wouldn't agree to it that short form content is taking over long form content.
Yes,
It's just that the accessibility of it is so much, and there is so much of content that is created. You will obviously go into it for a very short attention span. So there are two ways of content, right? One is UGC and one is PGC. So UGC is your user generated content, which you guys put on reels on Insta and everywhere. And one is your PGC, which professional generated content. So most of the short form content comes under UGC. The issue with that is, as sir was also saying, after a point of time, it is not monetizable. The content quality is so poor that after a point of time, you would not want to look at it for a very long period of time. So, as a strategy, and I don't just have the strategy head for Hotstar. It was a huge black hole for us whether we should go into short form content, but we have taken the step that we will not go into UGC across even for short form content, because that we do not see as a way to derive business for a long term and create value for our customers. So as a strategy, Disney, Hotstar, and even at Amazon or even at Netflix will not go into it, because that's not the kind of audience that we would want, and that's not the kind of content we would want to associate with us. If you come to a Hotstar, if you want to come to a Prime, if you want to come to Netflix, what you would get is premium content, stories well made, well researched, well thought through. Any shows for us takes about 18 to 24 months to create. A reel could be made in 5 minutes, 10 minutes. So as a strategy, as a brand, I wouldn't want to be associate myself with that kind of content. But that does not mean to say that a TikTok or an Insta won't survive. It will survive, but it will have a very different ecosystem to it.
Okay, sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Yeah.
Good evening, sir. I'm Sarish, and my question to you is: I aspire to become content strategist. So, how should I go about it? Is there a particular roadmap that you can share?
Difficult because there is no roadmap to it. I'll just give a very brief background, right? When I was the placement cell guy in this, my batch was 2006-8, right? I went to Madhuri ma'am, यहाँ पे media industries नहीं आती, media का कुछ नहीं आता. So Madhuri ma'am like, तुम लेकर आओ, why not? And I still remember, I had a book and I had called it Media and More. And I was very hesitant, I was very specific that I'll get into media somehow or the other. So there is no roadmap as such, but the roadmap that I followed, right, is understand media as a whole as much as possible. If you want to get into strategy, you need to understand two parts, exactly three parts actually. One is content, that needs to be your bread and butter. Second, you need to understand numbers really well. That who are my audiences, where are my audiences coming from, what kind of shows will work, what kind of content will work, and third, the business part of it. So, what kind of content works at what kind of money, at what kind of marketing levels. So, if you have a 360-degree view, that's why the content strategy is one of the most important across all media industries, right? When content guys create content, they have only one focus. They have only content-led eyes to them. Marketing will also have a very single focus. But at a strategy level, you need to have a 360-degree view where you need to be really good at these three things. Your inputs need to go to content. So, if you see one of the characters here, Bhuvan Bam's girlfriend, she's a Maharashtrian girl, Shriya Pilgaonkar, right? To get that cast, we were involved, the content strategy team was involved, that we need this specific character. So marketing, we had to tell them that don't do traditional marketing with these guys, only go digital and social media heavy. Even to the business planning part of it is, we talk directly to the CFOs that next year we are going to spend X amount of money and we are going to get Y amount of subscribers on that. So content strategy, these three parts you need to be really very sharp at. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Priyank sir.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. And you being a pass out of Indira, we are really, really proud. And I'm sure you have earned many new subscribers today, right, students? और तुम में से कितने लोग ये शो देखने वाले हैं, आज से स्टार्ट करने वाले हैं? अच्छा, okay. Great, thank you so much. Great session, super engaging. And this brings us to the conclusion of 10th edition of Indira Brand Slam Summit and Award. How amazing these 2 days have been, full of knowledge and learning. We really, really thank our speakers for today. Many of them have flown out of Pune to make themselves available to speak with our students. Thank you, Madhuri ma'am, your placement team. I mean, it's never possible without you. Thank you so much. A round of applause for them. We are really thankful to Tarita ma'am, Chetan sir for giving us the platform of IBS. How sweet, man. Thank you, thank you. Team MBA, ISBS, you are the host. To all the faculty members, to all the student volunteers, a round of applause for them. A very beautifully organized event indeed. Harshal sir, the branding team led by you, always an amazing job. Sachin sir, the IT team, कहाँ चले गए? I mean, आप तो लोग दिखाई दे रहे हो मुझे, तालियां आपके लिए. हाँ, yeah, there he is. बासु सर, your team हमेशा ही 4 चांद लगाए तो फोटोज टाइम पे भेजना बस. अच्छी आनी चाहिए. Yeah, so and yeah, branding students, the auditorium team, they're always so supportive. Yeah, always so supportive. Thank you so much, can't thank you all enough. Photo? Yes. So thank you so much. I'll come.